As the fire disappeared along with the rat tribe beast man, it slowly went out. The surroundings plunged into darkness again. Yanqing turned around, planning to return to Tang Yuan. Suddenly, his steps stopped. A sharp, burning pain like a bee sting shot through his skin. Yanqing suddenly clutched his chest, his body leaning forward uncontrollably. He grabbed the door frame made of stone, which shattered instantly. Yanqing collapsed to the ground, kneeling on one knee. One hand supported himself on the ground, the other tightly pressed against his chest. A mixture of red and green energy radiated from his palm, fighting against the bright, flame-like light on his chest. Veins bulged on the back of his hand, illuminated by the light. His body trembled slightly. After a moment, the light in his chest gradually dimmed. Yanqing suddenly exhaled sharply. A drop of sweat slid down his jaw and fell to the ground. The barrier of the Beast God Mountain was indeed powerful. It's been several days. That he took is still causing him ongoing harm. People say the Beast God is dead, and the punishment for betraying the contract is not as severe as before. But he feels otherwise. Perhaps the Beast God is just too lazy to care. Yanqing unbuttoned his shirt. On his strong chest, centered around his heart, blue-purple lightning-shaped patterns spread outward. The patterns were much lighter than when he was just struck. He thought he just needed a few more days to rest, and he would be fine. Then he could go to the Beast God Mountain and see if he could find a way inside. He wouldn't tell Tang Yuan about this until he confirmed that the beast men on the mountain were indeed wolves hunting. Because if even he couldn't reach the Beast God Mountain, then no one in the beast world could go there. The gap in the barrier that the mouse tribe mentioned had already been fixed. Even so, he was sure about it. But he didn't plan to tell Tang Yuan right away. He had to personally bring the wolf hunter to her. This was his promise to her. Otherwise, he was afraid Tang Yuan might do something foolish if she found out. Tang Yuan had nightmares all night. In her dream, she arrived at Beast God Mountain. But she was underwater beside the mountain looking up. Her feet were chained with a thick lock. No matter how she tried to swim up, she couldn't break through the surface. Across the sea, Beast God Mountain looked like a burning triangular fire. Countless blue-purple lightning bolts intertwined on the mountain. Later, she swam until she was exhausted. Just when she thought she would drown soon, Tang Yuan suddenly realized she could breathe underwater. This gave her new hope. She turned around, wanting to find a stone to break her chains. Suddenly, she saw a huge thing swimming toward her from the ocean floor. It looked like a whale, but it was all white and bony, as if only bones remained. Terrified, Tang Yuan desperately swam upward, but she couldn't escape the chains. She swam all night, with the monster approaching her constantly, but it never appeared. What a strange and scary dream. Tang Yuan was slightly out of breath, her hand resting over Yanqing's chest through her clothes. She looked up at him and saw he was still asleep. She instinctively snuggled into his arms. Being in Yanqing's embrace made her feel less scared. Suddenly, she had an idea. This was a good chance to take off his clothes. He had worn a different green outfit yesterday, but the collar was even smaller now. The more advanced this beast world was, the more conservative it seemed. Tang Yuan slowly withdrew her hand from his chest and used a finger to gently open Yanqing's collar. Just enough to see a bit of his right chest. She held her breath and widened her eyes. Suddenly, she felt like she was a perverted woman spying on her good husband. Her beast husband shouldn't be ashamed to look openly. Tang Yuan decided to also pull open the other side. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed her. Yanqing lowered his gaze. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuan straightened up confidently. "Just taking a look, Yanqing. You've seen it before. Tang Yuan, and you've seen me too. I feel more like a rogue."
"Not today."
Yanqing sat up, stood up, and was about to leave. Tang Yuan suddenly rushed forward, hugging his waist from behind.
"No."
"I want to see it now." Yanqing turned around, giving her a half-smile. Just as Tang Yuan was thinking about what he might do next, Yanqing suddenly pinched her face. Her face was squished, her lips pouting like a little fish. Yan Qing's face showed a rare mischievous smile. Tang Wanli pushed him away. What are you doing? Suddenly, he leaned down and kissed her lips hard. His hand slowly loosened, and the other moved to support her head. After a moment, Tang Wanli was out of breath from the kiss. Her head felt dizzy. Not today, I'll show you another time. He kissed her on the forehead. Then, while Tang Wanli was still stunned, he strode out of the room. Still using charm. There must be a secret under Yan Qing's clothes. Since that day, he hasn't even come to her room to sleep. Could he really be hurt? Is he hiding it to prevent her from worrying? Tang Wanli thought Yan Qing was definitely capable of doing something like that. So, she decided to sneak in while he was taking a bath. As a level 10 beast man, Yan Qing had already reached a state where he didn't get dirty. He could go 10 days or half a month without washing and still smell faintly of cedar. But Yan Qing still loved taking baths. That's why he built the Beast King's palace here. Because there was a large hot spring nearby. Tang Wanli quietly slipped behind the hot spring. She went around a big tree and hid behind some bushes. Yan Qing was soaking in the water, leaning back on the shore, his arms casually resting on the edge. Under the misty steam, his firm back looked powerful. What should she do? She felt her heart beating faster. I haven't looked at Yan Qing properly for many days and forgot how good his figure is. Such a great body. Yet, he wouldn't let me see. The more Yan Qing refused to let me look, the more I wanted to see everything about him. Hearing a sound behind me, I got startled and sat down the ground. I rubbed my eye and got up. Shimu, why are you walking so quietly? Shima pointed to the big tree I had just walked around. I looked. The tree was gone. I was standing right there the whole time. I was careless. When Shimu is still, he really looks like a tree. Feeling embarrassed, I pouted and said, Actually, I was here too. You came to secretly watch the Beast King bathe. Shimu looked expressionless and said this with a serious tone. I was so embarrassed I couldn't speak. Does this person have no emotions at all? I didn't. The Beast King told me to watch out for you. He said you might come. I was shocked and widened my eyes. Yan Qing told Shimu to watch out for me because he's afraid I might sneak a peek at his bath. I was so angry I almost exploded. I took a deep breath. I planned to explain to Shimu, like talking to a piece of wood, that as a bonded partner of the beast, I have the right to see him bathe. Shimu, go outside. Yan Qing's voice suddenly came from not far away. I turned around. I saw he had already put on his outer clothes and was lying sideways on a big, neat stone. His collar was half open, looking a bit tempting. Shimu left. I held my head high and stayed where I was. Until I heard Yan Qing call me. Is the wife here to see me? I pretended to be proud and walked over. Just as I sat next to him, Yan Qing suddenly grabbed my hand. He rolled over and pressed me down. His fingers brushed my face. The smell of pine mixed with steam entered my nose. I didn't expect my wife to be so eager and impatient. What is under your clothes? Are you hurt? Are you hiding it from me on purpose? Tang Wan shouted loudly. Yan Qing gently held her hand and slowly moved it away from his lips. He supported himself with one hand on her face. With the other hand, he began to unfasten his belt. His movements were slow, and Tang Ruan's heart tightened with each step. She remembered how he looked 5 years ago when he returned from Qiling, afraid she would see bloody scenes. But Yan Qing slowly took off his clothes with one hand. His smooth body appeared before her eyes. He held her hand and slid it from his Adam's apple down to his stomach. In his eyes, Tang Ruan saw familiar desire. Wife, are you satisfied? Tang Ruan swallowed hard. I am satisfied. She planned to get up, but suddenly her hands were grabbed and pressed down on her sides by him. Wife, do you know why I don't want you to see this? Yan Qing asked. Tang Ruan shook her head. Yan Qing said in a flirtatious tone, Our fire snake clan experiences a special power, chaos, every 5 years. The end of this chaos period is unpredictable. Sometimes it lasts a few days, sometimes several months. If we mate during this chaos, it could be deadly. Tang Wan gasped in shock. So Yanqing was afraid she would see this and couldn't help but be with him. Then he should quickly put his clothes back on. Tang Ruan twisted her wrist and escaped from his grasp. She reached out her arm to grab her clothes that he had thrown on the ground. Quickly put them on. Don't catch a cold. Yanqing raised his hand and threw her clothes back to her. But I think, wife, that you rarely take the initiative with me. Even if I die, I'd be willing. He said this and moved closer to her. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Ruan suddenly pushed him away and jumped down from the rock. She ran away quickly. After running a distance, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Does the Fire Snake clan have a chaos period? Why had she never heard him mention it before? He even emphasized that the chaos period lasted different lengths of time. Does that mean he could refuse her at any time? But a few days ago, he was just dressed normally when he was with her. Tang Ruan felt that there must be something suspicious here. But in this entire beast world, she is the only Fire Snake clan member, with no other beast men to argue with. Whatever he says must be true. Sometimes, Tang Ruan really hates her own intelligence. She thinks that even if Yanqing sold her out, she could still help him count money. Since she can't figure it out, Tang Ruan decides to go find Hu Che to ask about the Beast God Mountain. Last night, she dreamed about the Beast God Mountain again. Tang Ruan arrived at Hu Che's cave entrance and looked inside. She saw him sitting at a stone table, hunched over, resting his head on the table, doing something. As she got closer, she heard him muttering, "She will come today, she won't come today. She will come today, she won't come today." On the table, there were dozens of grapes. He was placing them in a plate, counting them over and over. Tang Ruan looked at the grapes and felt they seemed familiar. It was a special variety from her space. She hadn't yet had the chance to let the beast men try planting it. That day, while waiting for Hu Che, she only picked a bunch for him.
So that day,
He actually went there and took the leftover grapes she ate. Hu Che was counting the grapes from left to right. Finally, he concluded, "She won't come today." His tone sounded very disappointed. Just as Tang Ruan was about to call out to him, she saw Hu Che pick up the last grape and pop it into his mouth. He happily clapped his hands. All right, now she will come. Could he still cheat? After counting the grapes, Hu Che immediately stored the remaining ones into his space. Food inside the space stays in the same condition as when it was put in. He needed to protect these grapes carefully. Let these grapes help him get through the days missing Tang Ruan until... Hu Che, what are you doing? Hearing Tang Ruan's voice, Hu Che thought he was hearing things. He froze for a second, then jumped up. He rushed toward her. He hugged her tightly. Tang Ruan, I missed you so much. But happiness only lasted 2 seconds. Hu Che's veil suddenly caught fire, and with a force, he was knocked flying. Did she have some kind of trap on her? Hu Che was shirtless, crouching in the corner, feeling down. Tang Ruan cautiously approached, squatted beside him, and patted his shoulder. Actually, you don't have to be like this. Even if I saw it, your pink part isn't shameful. Hu Che turned his face, blushing all over, with his ears also turning red. He didn't think there was anything wrong with being shirtless. Beast people often go shirtless. Wearing a veil, he just didn't want too many women to stare at him. But after Tang Ruan said that, he felt very embarrassed.
you.
Don't like it? He asked softly. Tang Ruan quickly waved her hands. No, it looks good. Suddenly, both of them realized that their conversation was starting to sound a bit strange. Tang Ruan cleared her throat and changed the subject. Why do you keep getting so angry? Is your special power fire-based? Tang Ruan had never really known what Hu Che's special power was. Before, she kept hearing Snake Ming talk about the Fox tribe's charm or something. It made her think that if Hu Che really liked her, he should dance for her and shout, "King, come play," but every time, she was moved by his pitiful look. Now, it was the same. Hu Che looked at her, hesitant to speak. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "I'm not talking bad about that snake. Tang Ruan, calling him a snake isn't exactly nice." Hu Che pulled Tang Ruan to sit at the table and started listing the 10 sins of Yanqing. My special power is mind control, which can change what others think. Yanqing used me to negotiate with other tribes. In the end, he easily took over the land. And me? I was stuck being chased by those female tribe leaders for over half a year. Tang Wan thought for a moment. So, you mean you made those female tribe leaders like you? Hucha, hearing her misunderstanding, hurriedly waved his hands. No, I only use mind control to make them sit quietly and talk. So, they wouldn't start fighting right away. As for later, they were after me because they admired my looks.
Tang Zuan not dead.
Then Yanqing did the right thing. Using Hucha's strengths wisely, winning without fighting, Yanqing is very clever. Hey, Hucha looked unhappy. Which side are you on? Tang Wan replied. I am in the middle. Hucha's heart sank. Suddenly, Tang Wan remembered something. Hucha, can you use mind capture on Yanqing? Hucha looked at her with confusion. What do you want to do? I just wanted to help take off his clothes at first, but he wouldn't let me. Then, Hucha suddenly raised his hand to stop her from speaking further. Hearing that the woman he liked wanted his help to undress another male, even if that male was her mate, made his heart hurt like it was stabbed. Hucha took a deep breath. He looked seriously at Tang Wan. How about this, Tang Wan? You can undress me instead. I'm not saying that. Then should I take off my clothes for you to see? This snake has always been strange, he said, propping his elbow on the table and shifting into a more comfortable position. If you're unhappy dealing with him, just come find me. Hu Che smiled at Tang Wan. Tang Wan felt it. He was really trying to her. Also, I keep dreaming about a place called Beast God Mountain lately. Beast God Mountain? Hu Che sat up straight. Why do you suddenly dream about that place? Tang Wan briefly told Hu Che about seeing the rat tribe's beastmen in the basement. Yanqing said you know about this. Hu Che nodded. Yes, the merchant team working with the rat tribe is mine. The rat tribe lives on a lonely island at sea. They have passed down the route to Beast God Mountain for generations. But because they are low-level and can't build ships, they've never been there. Our merchant team, though, has good shipbuilding skills and has the approval of the merfolk, so we can sail on the sea. However, there are multiple barriers outside Beast God Mountain, and our ships often get lost. Sometimes, we see fruit forests at the foot of the mountain one moment, ready to dock, and the next, we find ourselves in a completely unfamiliar place. That's why we decided to work together. When talking about the merchant team, Hu Che seemed to change completely. He wore a faint smile, but his voice was calm and distant, with a commanding presence that was a little intimidating. Tang Wan thought for a moment and said, It seems the rat tribe saw wolf hunters at Beast God Mountain. Hu Che looked at her. Surprisingly, he answered so straightforwardly. Hu Che stared at Tang Wan's hand. He really wanted to hold her hand, to give her some courage. He continued, The rat tribe was brought to Yanqing for judgment by me. After obtaining crystals near Beast God Mountain, they became greedy. There were so many crystals, enough to promote all their mid-level beastmen to high level. So, they drugged the beastmen of our merchant team. Tang Wan let out a soft gasp. Hu Che went on. I was too careless. The 3 beastmen I sent to work with them were all high-level beastmen. I never expected they would betray us. After drugging our people, they threw them into the sea. We planned to return the same way, but then, sea monsters suddenly attacked the ship. Because near Beast God Mountain is the territory of the Shark clan, Tang Wan recalled. She looked at him for 2 seconds before nodding. Tang Wan thought that Hu Che was surprised that she knew Beast God Mountain was managed by the Shark clan. She explained proactively. Yanqing said so. They escaped by swimming onto Beast God Mountain, just slipping through a gap in the barrier. No one knew how many rat people went in. In the end, only one was brought back by a passing merchant team. He might have survived by eating his companions. Tang Wan took a deep breath. Even after living in the beast world for many years, hearing about beast people eating each other still made her hair stand on end. She instinctively rubbed her arms. Are you afraid? Hu Che suddenly asked. Tang Wan shook her head and was about to say something. Hu Che suddenly opened his arms wide to her. His gaze was focused and his tone was firm, with a commanding presence that left no room for refusal. He couldn't take the initiative to hug Tang Ruan, but if she did, it should be okay. Hu Che stared at her. Like she was bewitched, Tang Ruan walked over and obediently sat in his arms. Hu Che closed his arms around her waist, holding her tightly. He took a deep breath on her back and let out a sigh. He had thought about holding her in his arms for a very long time. He affectionately nuzzled her back with his nose. Tang Ruan's heart was pounding, and her ears turned red. He carried a faint floral scent, not seductive, but as warm as his body temperature, making her feel comfortable. But that rat person said he saw an ice coffin. Tang Ruan continued the previous topic. Rat people can't be trusted. If he had still held on to a bit of hope before, the painful price he paid this time made him never believe rat people again. But Tang Ruan still felt something was wrong. Why did it have to be an icebox? In her original world, iceboxes were used to hold the dead. What exactly is on Beast God Mountain? Hu Che, do you think it's possible that what's inside the icebox the rat person mentioned is the body of a wolf hunter? What did Yan Qing say? Tang Ruan was stunned and turned to look at him. Fox Che gently adjusted her direction and sat sideways on his legs. His meaning, it's not, I believe in Yan Qing. Tang Ruan's eyes widened slightly. She didn't expect Fox Che to say that. He usually didn't seem to like Yan Qing. That rat tribe beast man, I've questioned him for a long time. Later, I was worried and handed him over to Yan Qing. You saw it too. He's just an intermediate beast man. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare lie to Yan Qing. Moreover, the Divine Beast Mountain is far from the cave valley, separated by large land masses. Even if Wolf Hunter and you were swept to the 10,000 Beast City, someone would have to travel a long way to bring him there. And over the years, besides the rat tribe, no one else has ever climbed the Divine Beast Mountain. Wolf Hunter, no matter what, could never appear there. Hearing this, Tang Ruan suddenly felt that it was indeed impossible. She had waited too long and was starting to go a little crazy. Can you hold me, Tang Ruan? Fox Che suddenly looked up at her. Tang Ruan was sitting on his legs, a little taller than him. She looked down and saw his pitiful eyes. He had turned into another Fox Che. His serious look just now seemed like two different people. I want you to hold me, he said hoarsely. Tang Ruan raised her hand and rested it on his shoulder. Slowly, she wrapped her arms around him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fox Che's mouth. He suddenly lunged forward. Tang Ruan leaned back. She instinctively tightened her arms around Fox Che's neck. Just when she thought her next moment would be landing on the back of her head, the hand on her waist suddenly clenched tightly. Pulling her back, Fox Che's head bumped into her chest. Was he doing it on purpose? Is this guy trying to take advantage? She was a bit angry and was about to scold him. Fox Che looked up. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to get a little closer to you. His cheeks were flushed, and his eyes flickered as he looked away, feeling embarrassed about his actions. It's okay. He is destined to be her beast husband, so even if he kisses her there, it's not a big deal. Really? Hu Che's eyes sparkle, like a small animal that has gained its owner's approval. She no longer blames him. Please don't look at her with such eyes anymore. But in the next second, Hu Che buries his whole face into her.
Tang Ruan. Okay, stinky snake.
The wife agrees. Tang Ruan tries to push him away, but he is like a big dog that insists on sticking close to his owner. No matter how she pushes, she can't get him off. After a while, she begins to enjoy the feeling of him in front of her. Tang Ruan's eyes shimmer with tears as she looks at the top of Hu Che's head. She didn't expect him to have such a hobby. He is truly a little kid. Hu Che is obsessed with Tang Ruan's scent, wishing he could drown himself in this sweetness. Just as he plans to go further, suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his chin. It's like a fiery, upward punch hitting his jaw suddenly.
Uke yells loudly.
His head tilts back instantly. It reminds Tang Ruan of a fish looking up at the sky. Hu Che's tender chin turns bright red in an instant, and there's a faint smell of something burnt.
Tang Ruan.
Hu Che is tearful and helpless. Very good, stinky snake. One day, he will take Tang Ruan away, lock her in his room, just for himself. watching her, feeling anxious. Just like his current situation. Are you okay? Tang-won reaches out carefully and touches his chin.
Ah, so hot.
Hu-chae looks wronged, tears in his eyes. He begins to complain about the 10 sins of Yanqing. I signed a contract with him to come back and find you. I can't touch you voluntarily, nor can I suggest. Hu-chae stops, clutching his chest painfully. Can I say it? Is explaining this also considered a voluntary suggestion? He wants to kill that stinky snake and nullify the contract. Tang-won. Suggest what? Hu-chae's face turns bright red with anger. I can't say. Or I'll get beaten. When he says beaten, he looks wronged but determined. It was like a young child being bullied by older students, feeling helpless and unable to fight back. Tang-won couldn't help but laugh softly. But as she laughed, her smile faded. It turned out that Yanqing didn't want her and Hu-chae to be together. Yet, he didn't want to disappoint her, so he allowed Hu-chae to date her but didn't give Hu-chae the right to take the initiative. He wanted her to calmly face the situation and decide for herself whether to be with him. So, in these days, Yanqing wasn't hiding anything from her. It was simply that he knew she often went to see Hu-chae, and that made him angry. Tang-won helped Hu-chae heal a burn on his chin. When she returned, it was not yet fully dark. She went back to her room and found Yanqing already asleep, dressed in his clothes. But his chest was open and exposed, as if deliberately showing her. Tang-won moved closer, lying behind him, and hugged his waist. She felt Yanqing move slightly. Her forehead pressed against his back. She softly asked, Yanqing, do you not want me to be with Hu-chae? Yanqing didn't answer, but it seemed like he moved again. Tang-won took a deep breath and pressed her lips together. She whispered very softly, if you really care about this, I won't be with Hu-chae. Yanqing's hand, resting in front of him, suddenly clenched tightly. He slowly opened his eyes, and in his blue eyes, there was a hint of shock. But he didn't turn around. Tang-ruan's voice was very quiet but serious. He is not more important than you. She tightened her arms around him, as if afraid he might slip away. Yanqing was the person who had been with her the longest in this world, and he loved her unreservedly. She also depended on him completely. She couldn't be without Yanqing. She couldn't accept that because of Hu-chae, he was gradually drifting away from her. Yanqing tried hard to control himself, so his breathing wouldn't sound hurried. But his suddenly quickening heartbeat betrayed his feelings. Would Tang-won be willing to stop loving her beast companion for him? Tang-won hugged him tightly, already determined. As long as Yanqing didn't agree, she would cut off all ties with Hu-chae. She liked Hu-chae, and this feeling was physical, instinctive. So, being with him always makes her heart race more than being with Yanqing. But compared to losing Yanqing and slowly forgetting Hu-chae, it might be easier. He is like a beautiful rose that once bloomed in her heart. She has seen his kindness. But he is so good that even if he were in different soil, someone would still cherish him. Yanqing is different. Yanqing is her soil. If she loses him, she will die. As for the hurt it might cause Hu-chae, he likes her but only because she is the first female he has spent time with every day. At that time, he was alone in the Beast City, and she was the only person close to him. Otherwise, with Hu-chae's looks, how could he fall for her? He would surely find a better female. Tang-won kept convincing herself, but tears still accidentally fell on Yanqing's back. A warm glow spread on his back. Suddenly, Yanqing grabbed her hand. Will you regret it? Tang-won was startled and looked up. She shook her head hard. Feeling her movement, Yanqing stroked her fingers. Madam, remember what you said. Tang-won nodded desperately, but didn't say a word. Because she was afraid to speak. Once she spoke, Yanqing would realize she was crying. Once she spoke, she couldn't control her emotions. When she heard that Yanqing really disagreed, her heart hurt so much, 10,000 times more than she expected. Tang-won thought she had hidden it well. But she didn't realize her trembling body betrayed her. Yanqing suddenly turned around. His elbows supported on both sides of her body. Tang Wan quickly raised her arms to cover her eyes. Why don't you let me see? He held her arm, but didn't press hard. Tang Wan bit her lip tightly and shook her head desperately. Sand got into my eyes. They're a bit swollen and ugly. Don't look today. Every few words, she paused to calm her emotions. Yanqing's kiss fell on her forehead. Madam, do you know? If you act like this, I will feel even worse. Don't worry about it. As long as you don't agree, I won't accept any beast husband except for the wolf hunter in the future. Tang Wan turned to the side, face down, her voice muffled but firm. Jing Qing opened his mouth, wanting to say that in the beast country, female members usually have 3 or 4 husbands, sometimes even a dozen. Especially among their snake tribe, most have 7 or 8. Even his mother had 4 husbands. Later, because the fire snake tribe has a long lifespan, her father became the last one to stay with her. Moreover, Tang Ruan is a goddess. But she doesn't need to care about his feelings. Has any beast husband not been jealous? They've been living like this all these years. He had long prepared himself mentally. Why does she care so much about him? It made him feel so happy. So happy that he couldn't help but think, if, in the end, they don't find the wolf hunter, or if the wolf hunter has already died, maybe he could forever enjoy her love. When Jing Qing thought of this, he suddenly woke up. He actually had some hope that they wouldn't find the wolf hunter. He stared at Tang Wan on the bed. She could think so much for him. He actually had such selfish thoughts. He must help her find the wolf hunter. Jing Qing said nothing more, lying back beside Tang Wan. His lower body transformed into a snake shape, wrapping her tightly in his body. In a secret cave, the old shaman of the snake tribe was diagnosing Jing Qing. Your energy temporarily suppresses the curse brought by the beast god mountain barrier, but the curse hasn't disappeared. The old shaman turned to look at Hu Che standing in the corner. Hu Che crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. He didn't look this way, seeming indifferent to what was happening here. Tell me, Jing Qing said calmly. It might follow you for your whole life, meaning you'll need to keep using your energy to suppress it. Will he become weaker over time? Hu Che suddenly turned his face. A faint smile appeared on his face. The old shaman looked at his half-smile, feeling annoyed, and retorted, the Beast King is a level 10 beast person. Even if cursed by the beast god mountain, it won't be a big problem. He's even more powerful than any beast from the beast nation, so it's nothing serious. Hu Che raised an eyebrow. His tone sounded a bit disappointed. The old shaman's beard trembled with anger. This stinky fox had previously fought with a beast king over the mistress. Now, he probably hoped the beast king was in trouble. So he swallowed the words. It's not completely safe, he shouted firmly. It's fine. Very fine, Yanqing pinched his brow. Shaman, thank you for your trouble. You can go back now. Hearing Yanqing's voice, the old shaman finally came to his senses. He nervously advised, you should let the goddess see it. Maybe she can find a way to remove it. Also, be careful not to release too much supernatural power at once. Don't let yourself become weak, or the curse might take advantage. Got it, old man? Your beast king told you to go back. Hu Che pushed him out. The moment the old shaman left, Hu Che's face suddenly darkened. He stood at the entrance for a moment. He couldn't believe that even Yanqing, such a powerful beast man, was only struck by the barrier of the mountain of the beast god. And now he was facing such consequences. A lifelong curse. He had seen Yanqing when he first returned from the mountain of the beast god, walking unsteadily. He even went to Yanqing's room to discuss his final moments. Fearing Yanqing might die and that Tang Wan wouldn't have anyone to care for him. But later, Yanqing managed to pull through. For now, he seemed to be recovering well. But just thinking about Yanqing's miserable state that day, Hu Che actually felt a bit scared. Come here, I have something to tell you. Hearing Yanqing's voice, Hu Che put on a smile again. He jumped onto the chair opposite him and sat down. Yanqing looked at his actions. His cold gaze made Hu Che feel a little creeped out.
What?
Do you think I have no manners? Let me tell you, once I become Tang Ruan's beast husband, we are equals. Our status at home will be the same, he said proudly. Yan Qing sneered. Thinking of what Tang Ruan said yesterday, he felt a faint sense of pride. Besides, in front of Tang Ruan, Yan Qing didn't often smile. This smile, in fact, was worse than no smile at all. Hu Che felt completely guilty and nervous.
Hu Che asked.
Nothing. Yan Qing took out a few sheepskin scrolls from the space. What are these? Hu Che asked curiously. Maps of the Beast Kingdom, planning diagrams, secret chamber layouts of the Beast King Hall, and population distribution charts. Wait. Hu Che quickly raised his hand to stop him. Are you trying to tell me about your plans for the future? Seeing that Yan Qing didn't speak, he sneered and said, after our last talk, you came back to life. Now, have you decided? Are you going to die or live? Unexpectedly, he actually answered. Hu Chu was a bit shocked. Yan Qing rarely explained seriously. With the pass token you gave me for the Shark Clan, I can reduce the interference from the surrounding sea creatures. This time, I am confident I can open a gap in the barrier. Hu Chu clicked his tongue twice. Listen, are you talking like a beast man? You're trying to open a gap in the barrier of the sea god, but inside, he felt a bit relieved. At least, he wasn't aiming to die. Hu Chu suddenly remembered something. The matter with the Mouse Clan. Why did you tell Tang Wan that the sea creatures were released by the Shark Clan? They are clearly sea creatures, responding to the call of the Beast God Mountain and actively attacking merchant ships. The pass token I gave you is just a spell on the token, which can help calm the sea creatures. Yan Qing took a gentle breath. If one day I don't come back, and she finds out my whereabouts, her enemies are at most a few Shark Clan members in that area, not the entire Beast God Mountain. Did he even consider this? Sea creatures and the Shark Clan are powerful, but sea creatures are just mindless animals. No matter how strong the Shark Clan is, without the help of sea creatures, they wouldn't be a match for any high-level beastman. So, if Tang Wan wants revenge, he can help her do that. But the Beast God Mountain is different. Suddenly, Hu Che realized. Is this guy still aiming to die? He pushed the pile of things back in front of him. I don't want it. I'm not smart enough. I can't control your broken country. I just want to be with Tang Wan, who wants to suffer the hardships of being a king. Yan Qing suddenly smiled. You just look very foolish in front of me and her. You. Hu Che was so angry, he couldn't speak. Yan Qing stood up and looked at him sideways. If I don't come back, the contract is void. From now on, you will be Tang Ruan's only beast husband. Are you happy? Yan Qing suddenly asked with a smile. He thought about what Tang Ruan said last night. She really cares about him and would give up Hu Che for him. But he couldn't let her be around someone she trusted. Hu Che felt that his smile was very cruel. It was like a knife stabbing into his heart.
Uke jumped up.
What do you think I am? He grabbed Yan Qing's collar. Am I such an ungrateful person? The entire Red Fox clan was saved by you. Am I just supposed to die so I can be Tang Ruan's only beast husband? Yan Qing suddenly smiled. Hu Che realized he had grabbed his collar. He was so bold. That's good. I won't go easy on you either. Hu Che slowly loosened his grip, holding Yan Qing's collar. We agreed. If you don't come back, I won't care about your broken country. By then, the beast world will be in chaos, and all living beings will suffer. You're the main culprit. Yan Qing smiled again. This time, it was genuine. Got it. Although Yan Qing promised he would come back alive, he still made many preparations. Suddenly, many people arrived in the central city. Although they weren't the city lord, they were trusted and capable officials Yan Qing had relied on over the years. Among them were Lang Yu and Lang Chi. Tang Wan pushed open the door and was surprised to see them, unable to speak for a moment. Because Yan Qing hadn't told her in advance. He only told her to come to this room to meet someone. Lang Yu and Lang Chi saw Tang Wan and immediately stood up from the stone bench. Lang Yu was about to kneel, but he was startled by Lang Chi's shout.
Tan Zuan.
How did you become so beautiful? He rushed over, just like before. Reaching out, he tousled her hair. Lang Yu cleared his throat softly. Lang Chi suddenly remembered that Tang Ruan's status had changed now. They saw her as if she was about to kneel. He suddenly knelt down with a loud plop. He moved so quickly that Tang Ruan couldn't stop him. Before she could help him up, Lang Chi stood up again. Let's go. Take me to your central city to explore. I've never seen so many interesting things on this trip. If the Beast King hadn't told me to meet you first, I could have been wandering around for hours. Seeing Lang Chi pull Tang Ruan away, Lang Yu scratched the back of his head and stood up on his own, then followed. The two of them walked on either side of Tang Ruan like bodyguards. Over the years, both of them had grown stronger. The appearance of beastmen doesn't change much over a long time, but higher-level beastmen tend to look more handsome. So, Lang Yu and Lang Chi now looked more brave and noble than before. Did Wolf Wind and Wolf Imo come? Tang Ruan asked. Originally, Wolf Imo was supposed to come with us, but Wolf Wind had something urgent, so he had to stay in Wolf City, Lang Yu replied. What happened? Tang Ruan asked casually. He found his wife. Lang Yu finally got a chance to speak. He also wanted to talk to Tang Ruan because they hadn't seen each other for many years. But Lang Chi kept talking nonstop. Plus, he thought Tang Ruan had a better relationship with Lang Chi, so he hesitated to speak first. Wife. Tang Ruan stopped walking. She remembered that an elder beast from the wolf tribe had mentioned that Wolf Wind had a wife. But since she hadn't seen her, she thought she might have already left, like others in the tribe. Yes, Lang Yu explained seriously when Tang Ruan looked at him. They were separated during a big fight.
We all thought they were dead.
But after nearly 8 years, they found each other again. However, his wife has taken another beast husband. That beast husband is pretty good. Although he's a low-level beast man, he takes good care of Wolf Wind's wife and raises his children well. Tang Ruan loved hearing stories about reunions like this. Wolf Wind was able to find his wife after 8 years. She had only been looking for her wolf hunter for 5 years. She still had plenty of time and chances. Tang Ruan seemed energized, her whole face shining brightly. But suddenly, she thought of a question. She looked at Lang Yu with curiosity and asked, what about Lang Feng? Does he mind that his wife later married another partner? Lang Yu thought for a moment and replied, it's hard for males not to care about that, but everyone is used to it, so it's normal. Tang Ruan remembered hearing similar words from Yanqing. However, Lang Yu changed the subject. Tang Ruan perked up her ears. Lang Feng's wife made him her first partner. Now he's a high-ranking beast man, so he deserves that position. Once, Wolfly was very determined to be her first partner. Tang Ruan asked humbly, is being the first partner really that important for males? Of course it is. Wolfchi's loud voice drew Tang Ruan's attention back to him. He reached out and put his hand on Tang Ruan's shoulder, pointing to a beast man walking nearby. That beast man has 5 partners, and the males accompanying the female have 2 horns on their heads. Behind them, a young one also has 2 horns. Look over there. Tang Ruan looked where he pointed. Another group was walking side by side, with a female leader with red hair. Behind her, the biggest young one also has red hair. Do you understand now? Is that the first cub? Tang Ruan asked. Yes. Wolfchi happily ruffled her hair. Tang Ruan's head was almost a nest today. She instinctively moved closer to Lang Yu. Lang Yu said, the first partner is usually the first one a female chooses, and is the strongest. They have the right to have the first offspring, and also play a leadership role in the family. Longfeng's wife used to have a first partner, but her first partner and their cubs all died. What if the first partner didn't become the first? Tang Ruan asked nervously. She suddenly felt like she might have caused trouble again. When she refused Wolfly, she only thought that if she was human, she would die and Wolfly would die too, losing half of his lifespan. She didn't consider the deeper meaning. Being the first partner doesn't necessarily mean being the first. Only females usually choose the strongest mate when they find their first partner. Lang Chi thought Tang Ruan didn't understand and explained further. However, Lang Yu understood her meaning. He smiled and said, the leader probably wouldn't mind. After all, in the entire beast kingdom, even in the beast world, there is no male stronger than the king of beasts. Although Lang Yu was right, Tang Ruan still felt that Lang Lai could have been the top, but she had delayed him to second place. The Gold medal became silver medal. Tang Wan felt a bit down. But Yan Qing was not her first mate either. Perhaps because she knew her life was shorter than that of the Fire Snake clan, she thought that if they both died together, no one would take care of the Beast Kingdom. Yan Qing was very thoughtful.
So that means…
Lang Lai could still be the top. Now she was sure she was a beast person, so she didn't need to worry about having a short life anymore. Tang Wan started to smile again. Lang Qi and Lang Yu watched her. Sometimes she looked worried, sometimes happy, sometimes full of concern, and sometimes she clapped her hands to herself. Lang Qi thought, "Oh no, Tang Wan is going crazy thinking about being the leader." Lang Yu cleared his throat and changed the subject. "By the way, the wife of Lang Feng is really quite good." She didn't give up looking for Lang Feng. As long as the mate mark is still there, you can't give up, Tang Wan agreed with him. Yes, Lang Yu sighed. As long as the mate mark exists, it proves that the mate still wants to return to his partner. Whether he is alive or not, he won't give up searching. Tang Wan suddenly felt that his words were a bit strange. Having the beast mate mark in the wolf tribe, doesn't that mean the mate is still alive? Of course not. As soon as Lang Qi finished speaking, he was pinched by Lang Yu's hand.
Ah!
Why are you doing that? Lang Qi shouted loudly.
It's…
nothing. Lang Yu quickly turned his face away in embarrassment. It seemed he had said something wrong. They all thought Tang Wan had always known that even if the mate mark was there, it didn't mean the mate was alive. But from her expression, it seemed she didn't know. Yet, so many years had passed. How could she have always been unaware? Tang Wan stood there in a daze for a long time. Reflecting on the events of these years, I recall stories about the Beast Master's mark. She had indeed heard that having the Beast Master's mark didn't mean the Beast Master was still alive. But the female leader of the Grey Wolf clan once held her hand and said, "The Beast Master's mark is still so bright. Even if we didn't find him in the end, he must be happy and living well. Child, don't be too sad." But the leader of the Grey Wolf clan said that if you have the mark, it means the Beast Master is still alive. Hearing Tang Ruan's words, both Wolf Qi and Wolf Yu sweat nervously, almost dripping down their foreheads. They both regretted not bringing the clever wolf foam or the seemingly clumsy but actually smart wolf MO. In the end, they nodded desperately, looking guilty. It was as if they were trying to hide something obvious. "I am different from the White Wolf clan and the Grey Wolf clan. My father never taught me." Tang Wan hesitated but believed him somewhat. Yet deep down she still doubted. Could it be that Yan Qing was afraid she would be upset, so he deliberately told the Grey Wolf clan leader that? While she was thinking, her peripheral vision caught sight of a bright figure approaching. Hu Che's white skin and orange-red hair stood out among the other beastmen. Tang Wan quickly grabbed Wolf Qi and Wolf Yu and ran. "Let's go. We're going back." When the three of them returned to the Beast King Palace, Wolf Qi and Wolf Yu hadn't yet asked what had happened. They were called away by Shimu. Tang Ruan, alone and still shaken, headed to her bedroom. So close. She almost got seen by Hu Che. She had been hiding from him for nearly half a month. She still hadn't decided how to tell him they were breaking up. The weight of this thought pressed heavily on her heart. Today, seeing Wolf Qi and Wolf Yu was a bit better. But just after stepping out, she ran into him. "Why are you avoiding me?" Hu Che's grievance-filled voice came from above. Tang Wan looked up and saw him leaning against a pillar in the corridor, arms crossed. "Tang Zuan." "How are you so fast?" she blurted out. Hu Che lowered his hands and slowly approached her. "Don't you think the Beast King Palace only has one door?" "What? Didn't Yan Qing tell you?" Whenever he mentioned Yan Qing, Tang Wan became alert. Deciding to go all the way, she gathered her courage and loudly said, "Sorry, Hu Che. I can't make you my beast husband anymore. I don't want to lose Yanqing, and I don't want him to be sad." Hu Che stopped walking, opened his eyes wide, and looked at her blankly. Tang Wan closed her eyes, feeling her heart almost jump out of her chest. She thought he would question her. However, Hu Che just stood there. Suddenly, he let out a light laugh. "Is it because you don't want Yanqing to be hurt, or because you don't love me?" He took a step forward, his gaze suddenly becoming serious. Tang Wan had never seen him like this, and for a moment, she felt a little scared. Meanwhile, the beast man on duty in the corridor was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground.
Ah,
Why did he have to see her like this again? Tang Wan stiffened her neck. Does it make a difference? Look into my eyes. Tang Wan instinctively looked over. She saw a bright pink glow swirling in Hu Che's eyes. The next second, she heard Hu Che's voice, as if coming from far away. Answer me. Do you love me? I love you. The 3 words slipped from Tang Ruan's mouth. Suddenly, she realized she had spoken out loud. The light in Hu Che's eyes disappeared instantly. He smiled sweetly and said, I already know the answer. You don't need to worry about Yanqing. He walked past Tang Ruan, humming a song, seeming in a good mood. But Tang Ruan was anxious. She hurried after him. Hu Che, are you going to find Yanqing? Yes, Hu Che replied cheerfully. Don't go. You're not his match. Hu Che stopped. Are you worried about me? No. I already told you clearly. Are you saying you love me? Tang Ruan thought. Why does he still choose to ignore me? Hu Che pushed open the door to the Beast King Hall. Tang Ruan rushed in first. Wait! After shouting, she realized that inside the hall, about 100 beast men were standing densely. Hu Che quickly found his place and stood properly. So he came here on an important matter. 100 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked at Tang Ruan. It wasn't appropriate for her to step back now, especially since she had caused such a commotion when she entered. She had no choice but to walk over and sit beside Yanqing, listening carefully. These orcs come from different parts of the orc kingdom. They are here to learn farming, breeding, and other skills in the central city. Yanqing, however, needs to leave the city for a while to visit other towns and check on things himself. During this time, if anything happens, you can find the Fox clan leader, Hu Che. As Yanqing finished speaking, over 100 pairs of eyes turned to Hu Che.
Uke nodded slightly.
Yanqing then turned to Tang Ruan and said, You too, help Hu Che manage the central city. He took her hand. Tang Ruan widened her eyes, watching him. Does he not plan to take her with him? Is he leaving her behind with Hu Che? Many orcs looked at Tang Ruan with curiosity.
Only Uke smiled gently. Tan Zuan Berlinket?
So, does that mean Yanqing has given his silent approval? Was he testing her earlier? Did he even intentionally give them space to be alone? Tears welled up in Tang Ruan's eyes as she looked at Yanqing. Sniff. Such a good husband. I will be kind to him forever. She turned to look at Hu Che and saw him smiling at her. The heavy cloud in her heart finally lifted. After seeing Yanqing off, Hu Che and Tang Ruan arranged for the orcs to go to different places to learn. They worked until sunset. Tired, Tang Ruan dragged herself back to her room. Suddenly, she heard sounds coming from the end of the corridor. She instinctively took a step back. Only Yanqing and Tiger Girl would come to this floor. And Tiger Girl had already been moved elsewhere. Tang Ruan clenched her palms, gathering a ball of golden energy. Her powers are mainly healing and helping plants grow, but over the years, she also learned to gather energy roughly into her palms, like a bomb. In the darkness, a strong figure slowly appeared. Big Sister Tang Ruan. Tiger Girl was holding a bag of unknown things, her face full of joy. Why are you here? Tang Ruan asked. I missed you. The Beast King allowed me to come see you. Tang Ruan sighed in relief. Come in and sit. No. Tiger Girl quickly waved her hands. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Hunyo hugged the bag and walked quickly. Tang Ruan thought, she probably has a boyfriend. She's smiling like that. Although Hunyo left, the feeling of danger didn't go away. There are many empty rooms on both sides of Tang Ruan's house. Now, walking past each one, she felt that any could be dangerous. Sure enough, as long as Yanqing isn't here, she feels unsafe. Suddenly, a wooden door opened. In the next second, Tang Ruan was pulled inside. A faint floral scent drifted into her nose, along with the warm smell of him. Hu Che's eyes looked like a starry sunset in the dark. I miss you, he said. He rested his elbow near her ear, just a few centimeters apart. But her whole body was filled with his scent. Say you want to hug me. He looked into her eyes. Tang Wan bit her lip. Hug me. Hu Che immediately wrapped her into his arms. He rested his head on her neck, greedily breathing in her scent. He held her tightly, as if trying to merge her into his body. After a while, Hu Che looked up. Like a craving addict, he squinted his eyes. Say, kiss me. Tang Wan stared at his lips, her heart pounding, and, as if enchanted, she said, kiss.
Kiss me.
Hu Che's lips pressed down. His lips were soft and warm. Tang Wan couldn't help but get lost in it.
O que gridi lhe quis ceder eyelids.
Then, sliding down to her earlobes. Suddenly, Tang Wan tightened her hand on his waist.
Wife.
Hu Che gasped softly, leaning close to her ear, say. His voice was very low, but she still heard it. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. In the next second, Hu Che was thrown out with great force. He hit the opposite wall and then fell onto the bed below. Lying on his back, eyes closed, he didn't move. Tang Wan rushed over, knelt on the bed, and checked his breathing. Fortunately, he was still alive. Hu Che slowly raised his hand, sat up, and hugged Tang Ruan's waist. I will kill that stinky snake. I will kill that stinky snake. Tang Wan patted his head. I think Yan Qing did the right thing. Before forming a contract, mating is not allowed, or else the beast god's curse might strike, even causing death. She shyly said. Hu Che hugged her waist and lay on the bed like a fish flipping around. I don't care. I would rather die. You want me to die? I will die today. Please, wife, promise me. He rolled around for a while, but Tang Wan didn't move. Feeling a bit awkward, he got up quietly. He secretly looked at her expression. Seeing Tang Wan tightly pursing her lips, she seemed a little upset. Tang Wan, what should I do? I feel a little excited. How many days until next month's full moon? Hu Che, oh no, she's angry. He changed his position, lying on her legs, and grinned widely. Seeing Tang Wan turn her gaze to him, he immediately turned to the side and hugged her waist tightly. He pouted and said, Can I sleep with the wife today? Tang Wan was about to say no, but then she remembered how he was flipped over just now. A few black lines appeared on her forehead. Yes, but I think it's not appropriate. Hu Che, she agreed. The next moment, he suddenly pounced on Tang Wan. With one hand, he pressed her hands over her head, giving a hunting look. Wife. Today is his turn. Tang Wan just said one word, and Hu Che immediately covered her mouth. Wife, do you know how hard I work to be with you?
He said sadly.
Hu Che chuckled self-deprecatingly. I could have used mind control and made a contract with the mermaid princess to rebuild the Red Fox clan faster. But I chose to deal with strangers one by one. Time and again, risking being swallowed by sea beasts, I negotiated with the merfolk. I just want to return to you as soon as possible. He looked almost about to cry. Hu Che's words were all true, but full of exaggerated acting. Tang Wan looked at him tenderly, then just turn into a little fox and sleep with me.
Okay?
Tang Wan. He just wants to sleep with her. Turning into a little fox keeps everyone safe. Tang Wan added, Other forms are not allowed. Tang Wan hugged Hu Che in his little fox form. Fox Che curled up comfortably in her arms and turned over. His tail swept across Tang Wan as if he was having a sweet dream. 2 gentle breaths came from the room. In the corridor, moonlight quietly spread across the floor. On the other side, under the same moonlight, the dark seabed. Sea creatures made soft, low sounds and were also sleeping. The magic token at Yan Qing's waist emitted a dreamy blue-purple glow. Under this calming light, the sleeping sea creatures did not notice him for now. Everything will wake up eventually. Yan Qing focused all his energy into his palm. A curse-induced lightning pattern appeared again on his chest, glowing fiery red. Like wild vines, it even extended to his shoulders and neck. The old shaman said he must not release too much energy at once, or the curse might take advantage. These curses seemed alive, quickly absorbing his energy. The more he released, the faster they absorbed. So, he had to release all his energy at once before they could take it. Qing gathered his last bit of strength. In a flash, he transformed into a giant snake and rushed toward Beast God Mountain. A streak of red crossed his forehead, intertwined with red and green mysterious energy. Part of this energy moved ahead of him, heading toward Beast God Mountain. A loud, earth-shaking explosion sounded. A huge burst of energy tore a round hole in the mountain's barrier. Qing saw inside the mountain, burning like a bonfire, was not peaceful either. Countless blue-purple lightning bolts struck the ground, similar to the one hitting him. He used another part of his energy to form a barrier, wrapping himself completely. The loud explosion woke the sleeping sea creatures. Countless terrifying mouths with triangular teeth emerged from the seabed. Spiky tentacles curled around him from all directions. He dodged skillfully. At the last second when the gap closed, he quickly flew in the air in the direction the rat tribe had told him. Lightning struck the barrier around him, making a constant crackling sound like shattered crystal. Each sound was like bones breaking. Qing clenched his teeth and repaired every on the barrier. He felt that as long as he relaxed even a little, the lightning from Beast God Mountain would shatter his barrier along with him. Finally, he saw the entrance that the rat tribe had mentioned. That rat beast man was not lying to him after all. Qing immediately shrank his size to match the entrance and rushed inside. The tunnel was completely dark. Even he could only see the soil and the roots of unknown plants passing by. He wasn't sure how long he had been walking in the darkness. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead. Qing carefully crawled out. It was a wide cave, seemingly dug out for living. Right in front of the cave, there was an egg, almost as tall as he was. He transformed into a human form and walked over, placing his hand on the eggshell. As soon as he touched the shell, he quickly pulled his hand back. There was a huge, chaotic energy. He couldn't tell what kind of special power it was, but he had never seen such strong energy before. Even he was far below its level. It was clear that this was not a wolf hunt. Based on what Tang Ruan and the wolf tribe described, the wolf hunt was probably just one high-level beast man with ice powers. Qing looked around and saw that the cave connected to other places. Since the egg wouldn't hatch anytime soon, he decided to explore and rest a bit to regain strength before heading back. Everywhere he went, he saw many crystals. Or rather, Beast God Mountain was a mountain made of crystals. He wandered for a while, and his energy slowly started to recover. But crystals released energy slowly, so a beast man couldn't absorb too much at once. Suddenly, Qing stopped. He felt a cold aura approaching from ahead. Thinking of the ice box the rat tribe mentioned, he quickened his pace. A huge blue crystal appeared before him. Inside the crystal there was a person lying down. Qing stepped forward and looked at the male figure floating inside the crystal. He raised his hand and placed it on the crystal. A mixture of red and green energy emanated from his palm. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Silver-gray hair, ice powers. Although he had never seen the wolf hunt before, he was sure it was him. Qing took 2 steps back. The crystal stone was hollow, so the rat tribe thought it was a box. But in fact, it was a crystal array. A crystal array is a magic formation used by orcs to preserve bodies. They crush crystals into powder, then use energy to reassemble them, wrapping the corpse inside. This method keeps the body looking human and prevents decay. Some say it can even bring the dead back to life. His father used this method to keep his mother's body alive for over 200 years. But when he died, the crystal array failed, and his mother still did not come back to life. The crystal array disappears when the person who set it up runs out of energy. But on his journey, besides that egg, he saw no other life. However, the wolf hunter was not dead. He sensed the wolf hunter's heartbeat just now. He was just too weak, and only survived because he was kept inside the crystal array. The crystal array needs a lot of energy to keep working, constantly supplying power, so it doesn't run out like normal crystals. Why did that person do so much for the wolf hunter? Qing looked around. No matter who that person was with his current state, he was no match. Once the crystal array is activated, it only ends when the energy runs out. So, Taking him away wouldn't make much difference. Going back the same way was impossible. Yanqing wandered through other caves. Finally, he returned to the cave where the wolf hunter was. His eyes stayed on the ceiling. He had to fight one last time. Lady wife. Lady wife. Fox Che's voice came from behind. Tang Wan didn't turn around. She was riding on a piece of sheepskin with a black mineral. She had just returned from the orc learning place. Orcs from all over the Orc Kingdom asked many questions and had many new ideas. She needed to write them down quickly. But she didn't want to write in front of them because the Orc Kingdom currently had no written language. If they saw her writing, they might think it was a spell and keep calling her goddess, goddess. Tang Wan once thought about teaching the orcs to read and write. But the writing system from her original world was too difficult for them. Currently, the Beast Country has not reached a stage where most people can take time off to study. Hu Che caught up and saw her carefully drawing something. He didn't dare to disturb her. Ever since he learned that Tang Wan was the goddess, his feelings for her changed subtly. He felt a faint sense of respect for her. But this faint respect was replaced by a desire to get closer the moment Tang Wan put the sheepskin scroll into her space. Hu Che quickly embraced her arm. Madam, there are only 3 days left. No. Let's go to bed early today. Even if they're still. Tang Wan covered his mouth with her hand and looked around. She saw a few beastmen staring at her and Hu Che. Although everyone in the central city now knew about their relationship, she still felt that when her husband wasn't around, she could take the opportunity to be close to her little admirer. Her gaze fell on their intertwined hands. Although this little admirer was quite fair. I'm thinking we should wait for Yanqing to return before forming a contract, Tang Ruan said. What? Hu Che was surprised. He startled Tang Ruan. He ran ahead, grabbed her shoulders, and pouted slightly. Madam, you don't love me anymore. Why wait to form the contract with that stinky snake? I think, even though Yanqing agreed, we should at least tell him face to face. Otherwise, it feels like she's deliberately hiding it from him. Humph. Hu Che snorted softly, releasing her and stretching out his voice. Our madam makes the decisions. Our family is different. Our family's stinky snake makes the decisions. This was basically his agreement. Tang Ruan tiptoed and rubbed his head. Actually, Hu Che was also a bit worried about Yanqing. With his efficiency, he should have returned by now. Yesterday, he saw a few elder witch doctors from the snake tribe suddenly arrive. They were probably arranged by Yanqing in advance. If he didn't come back for a long time, they would wait at the Beast King Palace. This made Hu Che even more worried. The two wandered the street for a while longer. By the time they returned, it was already dark. Hu Che bent over and hung behind Tang Ruan like a koala. Stinky snake. I've never missed that stinky snake this much before. He returned, and Tang Ruan was about to make a promise with him. Suddenly, Hu Che stopped and sniffed the air. Tang Ruan also paused, following his movement. What's wrong? But soon, she noticed what was ahead. Yanqing was facing away from them, dressed in black, standing in a very dark corner. Yanqing. Tang Ruan dropped Hu Che and ran over. How did you come back so quickly? You said it would take 1 or 2 months. I handle things faster. Yanqing turned around, gently touching Tang Ruan's face with cold fingertips and rubbing softly. Your hand is so cold. Tang Ruan grabbed his hand. She remembered that Yanqing was usually warm. I came back from an icy land. Does the Beast Kingdom have such places? Yes, I'll take you there someday. Yanqing looked at Hu Che. Hu Che pressed his lips tightly, hands clenched at his sides. That's not right, Tang Ruan suddenly shouted. You're hurt. She quickly pulled up his sleeve. On Yanqing's forearm, there was a long cut almost running across half his arm. It was obvious it was made by some animal. Tang Ruan angrily said, even if it's just a minor injury, I can't see any sickness energy, but with such a clear external wound, how could I not see the sickness energy? Do you think I can't see it just because you're standing in the dark? She grabbed his hand and started to treat him. Yanqing didn't resist. How did this happen? Tang Ruan asked. There are monsters on the ice land. I was careless. Even you can be careless, Tang Yuan muttered with concern. Since it was just an external wound, it healed quickly. But Tang Yuan noticed there was still purple energy on him. Let's go back inside. Take off your clothes so I can check, she ordered. Yanqing suddenly grabbed her wrist. Not now. Tang Yuan looked back at Hu Che, as if she just remembered he was there. Hu Che gave a bitter smile, looking away, then back at her, offering a somewhat apologetic smile. Their brief time together clearly couldn't compare to the 5 years she spent with Yanqing. Hu Che, come with us too, Yanqing said. He said it wasn't the right time now, but if it wasn't because Hu Che was there, then why? Yanqing pulled her along, with Hu Che following behind. The three of them entered the basement together. In the basement, there were rustling sounds. It turned out to be the 3 old witch doctors from yesterday also below. Tang Yuan saw in front of them a huge crystal stone. It was almost square-shaped like a coffin. She remembered what the rat tribe had said. She rushed to the coffin and saw inside the face she had been longing for 5 years. Tang Yuan looked at the lifeless wolf hunter inside the crystal. She was so anxious she couldn't speak.
He.
Suddenly, a picture flashed in her mind. She immediately turned to look at Yanqing, studying him, tears falling like beads. He's still alive. Hearing this, Tang Yuan couldn't help but smile through her tears. But as she smiled, she leaned on the crystal and started crying again. It's so good, Wolf Hunter is still alive. He's still alive. Yanqing was also fine. Meanwhile, the 3 old witch doctors turned around at the same time, looking at Yanqing in shock. One of them was about to speak. But Yanqing gave him a sharp look, stopping him. Then, at Yanqing's signal, they all left. Yanqing went to Tang Yuan's side. She turned around and hugged him tightly around the waist. Thank you, Yanqing. Thank you. Thank you. She was crying uncontrollably, her warmth spilling onto his chest. Yanqing gently touched the back of her head. No need to thank me. This is my promise to you. Yanqing said that Wolf Hunter was badly injured. For some reason, he appeared in the territory of the Ice Wolf clan. Seeing his bloodline, the Ice Wolves took him in and placed him in a crystal to recover. Yanqing learned this and went to the Ice Wolf clan's icy plains. But unexpectedly, on his way back, he was injured by a monster. Tang Yuan carefully treated Yanqing's wounds, every cut and scrape. His injuries were worse than she thought. Some wounds were even deep enough to see the bone. Fortunately, she was now a level 3 mutant beast person, so her healing ability had improved. Tang Yuan pointed to the blue-purple lightning patterns on Yanqing's chest and back. Are these also left by the monster? Yes, that monster has special powers. I'm also surprised. But don't worry, they will disappear after a while. Tang Yuan helped Yanqing put on his clothes. When she tied his belt, her hand trembled a little. Yanqing grabbed her hand. He teased her. You didn't want me to wear clothes before, but now you insist. Are you annoyed by the scars on my body? Tang Yuan lowered her head without speaking. A few seconds later, her shoulders moved. A warm drop of liquid fell onto Yanqing's hand. Yanqing, am I so easy to deceive? Yanqing was startled and hadn't spoken yet. He only heard Tang Yuan say, You went to Beast God Mountain, right? Those marks on you are caused by lightning from Beast God Mountain. The wolf hunt was also found there. She looked up and stared into his eyes. Yanqing was silent for a moment.
Ha ha, Tang Yuan chúc cờ sốc ti.
You're back. That's great. She suddenly threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. It was as if she was afraid he would disappear in the next second. Yanqing suddenly remembered. Not long ago, in the basement, Tang Yuan looked him up and down and said the word you. At that time, she probably wanted to ask, How are you? Yanqing's heart was filled with sweetness. He lowered his head and kissed her hair. How did you know? I am the goddess, Tang Yuan said softly. Before this, Tang Yuan had been somewhat doubtful about her identity as the goddess. But just now, when her hand touched the crystal on the stone, her mind once again flashed the scene from Beast God Mountain. And this time it was especially clear. She even saw how Yanqing broke through the barrier of Beast God Mountain, transformed into a snake and rushed in, and how he led the wolf hunt out of the mountain. It was as if the crystal that wrapped around the wolf hunt was a recorder connected to Beast God Mountain. But the recorded images were fragmented and silent. Tang Ruan pieced them together and probably understood the whole story.
No wonder.
Lately, she always felt that he was hiding something from her. Now she knew he was planning this matter. It must be because it was too dangerous, so he was afraid she would worry. That night, Tang Ruan clung to Yan Qing like an octopus. She was afraid of losing him. In her dream, she saw again the scene of the lightning striking Yan Qing. Yan Qing was wrapping the crystal stone of the wolf hunter and flying in the air. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck him. Yan Qing, in pain, let go of the wolf hunter. The crystal stone fell quickly. At a critical moment, he flew under the crystal stone. The sharp edge of the crystal cut deep into his skin. Yan Qing. Yan Qing. Yan Qing. In her dream, Tang Ruan was standing not far from them. But no matter how she called out, Yan Qing couldn't hear her voice. She thought he must have been in a lot of pain at that moment. Tang Ruan woke up suddenly from her sleep. Seeing no one beside her, she ran out. Hucha came out of the next room and stopped her with a hand. Yan Qing and some city lords are discussing something very important. It's better you don't go now, Hucha said, yawning as if he hadn't slept well last night. How do you know? Tang Ruan asked. Yan Qing told me.
Don't you know?
Among your beast husbands, he's my top priority. He's my older brother. I listened to him, he said mysteriously, raising an eyebrow. Tang Ruan, amused by his teasing, was no longer as nervous as before. Let's go. Let's see the wolf hunter. I want to see what kind of ability this wolf has to make my wife so enchanted. The wolf hunter lay quietly inside the crystal stone. If you looked carefully, you could see his eyelashes fluttering slightly. It seemed he was dreaming. Yan Qing said it would take at least a few months, or even several years, to wake up, Hucha said while looking at Tang Ruan's profile. I know. Tang Ruan placed her hand on the crystal stone. Yan Qing had told her about this last night. Although she didn't know who made the crystal array for the wolf hunter, she was truly grateful to him. I can wait, she added. Even if it takes years for the wolf hunter to wake up, it doesn't matter. Orcs have such a long lifespan that the time they spend together isn't much different from these few years. Do Wolf Wind and Wolf Red know? Tang Ruan turned to ask Huiche. They're also in the central city. They waited 5 years for Wolf Hunter, so they should be told this good news. Huiche was stunned and shook his head. Seeing Tang Ruan stand up, as if to go find them, he hurriedly stopped her. Yan Qing said, Don't tell them yet. Why? Tang Ruan asked curiously. Wolf Red and the others care about Wolf Hunter just as much as she does. Huiche thought for a moment and said, The situation at Beast God Mountain is complicated. And the orc who set the crystal stone trap for Wolf Hunter might still be on the mountain. We could make up a lie and tell them Wolf Hunter came from somewhere else. But as more people come to see him, eventually some lies will be exposed. If they disturb the orcs on the mountain or accidentally cause trouble for him, he looked into Tang Ruan's eyes. Tang Ruan thought for a moment. She remembered that Huiche and Wolf Hunter both said that the area around Beast God Mountain is full of crystal stones. Crystal stones are like money in this world, and they are also essential for many mid-level orcs to become high-level orcs. For orcs in this world, Beast God Mountain is like a mountain of gold. If they save the orc who is with Wolf Hunter and something goes wrong, then Wolf Hunter. Yan Qing is right. For Wolf Hunter's safety, it's better to wait a little longer. Huiche heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they managed to bluff their way through. If someone with special abilities notices Wolf Hunter now, it would be bad. Since finding Wolf Hunter, a month has passed. Tang Ruan visits Wolf Hunter every day. She sits beside him for hours, talking about what happened over the years. Although separated by crystal stones, she can clearly feel that his health is improving. His heartbeat is stronger, but his body has not moved even once. Yan Qing said you'll wake up soon. So, neither of us should rush, okay? Tang Ruan said, standing up from the stone bench beside Wolf Hunter. As she left, she happened to meet 3 old shaman. Hyanking said that these three shamans' abilities are very special. One can see how much energy an orc has, another can tell how much life they have left, and the third is very good at studying spells. So, it's best for these three to take care of the wolf hunter. But every time Tang Wan sees them, they all look very worried. Their expressions seem frozen on their faces. A few years ago, Tang Wan only saw them once. She doesn't remember what expressions they had back then. Maybe, since they are old beasts, they just don't like to smile. Another month passed. The central city experienced its first snow of the year. On the day of the first snow, the wolf hunter moved his fingers. Tang Wan happily ran to the Beast King's palace. Hyanking, wrapped in thick black fur, sat on the Beast King's throne. Below him, 3 old shamans knelt, trembling. Hyanking saw her suddenly rush in, looking a bit surprised. He coughed a few times, as if annoyed by her presence. Tang Wan happily ran over. She looked back at the 3 old shamans kneeling on the ground. Hyanking, don't blame them. The wolf hunter is recovering well. He just moved. His hand moved. She excitedly threw herself into his arms. I really love you so much. She didn't care if others were around and kissed him loudly twice. It was a very loud kiss. Hyanking's smile couldn't be hidden. He even shyly turned his face away. Then he turned back and pretended to be serious, saying, "All right, you can go now." The 3 old shamans just left the hall. The door of the hall was slammed shut by Hyanking. A barrier sealed the door. He turned over and pressed Tang Wan onto the Beast King's throne. "Wife, I just realized today that the size of the Beast King's throne is almost the same as our bed. Tang Wan much smaller, not wide enough." Was she really making Hyanking fall for her? Here. What's the difference from being on the desk? No way. Tang Wan pushed his chest. In the future, when you talk to the city lord, your mind will still be full of dirty thoughts. What are dirty thoughts? Hyanking asked curiously. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Tang Wan took the opportunity to slip out. Yanqing didn't insist on staying here. He just felt very fond of her. He couldn't help but want to tease her. He watched happily as Tang Wan ran to the door. Turning his face, she looked at him shyly, her eyes shining brightly. Tonight, the room will be warm. Then, like a little rabbit, she jumped outside and helped him close the door. Yanqing's lips always held a smile. But the moment she stepped out of the door, a heavy cough came from Yanqing. Then he covered his chest and started coughing uncontrollably. The slightly open collar revealed blue-purple lightning patterns that glowed like flames. But he felt even colder. Tang Wan kept her promise. She collapsed onto Yanqing, resting her head on his chest. Snowlight shone in from outside. In the darkness, the lightning-shaped patterns on his body still flickered faintly. Tang Wan traced these patterns with her finger, secretly using her special power to find a way to remove them. But what she could see was only Mount Beast God. So, does that mean the only way to make these disappear is to go to Mount Beast God? What are you doing? Yanqing grabbed her hand, noticing her small movements. Yanqing, do you really feel nothing unusual? Although she couldn't sense any illness from Yanqing, these patterns didn't look like something good. His straightforward answer made Tang Wan feel a little relieved. If you ever feel unwell, you must tell me. Maybe when you're uncomfortable, I can sense it and help you get rid of these things. Yanqing placed his hand under her armpit, lifting her up like holding a child. Tang Ruan's head rested on his shoulder. Yanqing, I'm a little cold. Maybe because it was the first snow of the day, Yanqing's body temperature wasn't very warm either. He grabbed a beast hide blanket nearby and covered Tang Ruan, leaving only her head outside. Tang Wan thought for a moment, then pulled the blanket over her head and draped it around Yanqing's neck. This way, her whole body was buried in the blanket. It was a bit stuffy, but at least Yanqing's shoulders were covered. She felt that today's flame blue was a little cold. She was lying in his arms, wrapped completely in the blanket. Tang Wan felt an unprecedented sense of safety. Yanqing, it's so good to have you. She drifted off to sleep in a daze. In her dream, the wolf hunter woke up. Yanqing, Huiche, and the others, The four of them lived happily together. In the middle of the night, Tang Wan was awakened by a loud knocking on the door. She opened her eyes and found that Yanking was not there. How could she have slept so deeply? She was lying on him, but she didn't notice when he left. Suddenly, she sniffed. Why does her room smell like that? Tang Wan hurriedly put on her clothes and opened the door. She saw one of the old shamans standing outside. His hair and eyebrows were covered in snow, and he was panting heavily. It was clear he was very anxious. What's wrong? Did something happen to the wolf hunter? Tang Wan asked anxiously. The old shaman suddenly knelt down in front of her with a thud. At the end of the corridor, Hui hurried over. He was living just below her and Yanking. Originally, after Yanking returned, he would form a contract with Hui. But on the night of the full moon, it was cloudy, and they didn't see the moon. The next month, it rained again. Hui was very angry. He decided to stay at the Beast King Palace long-term, waiting for the moon. Seeing Hui run over, the old shaman hurriedly said, "Goddess, please save the Beast King. He is about to die." He gave too much energy to the wolf hunter and was cursed. Only the beast god can save him. You must go ask the beast god, or else. Hui grabbed the old beast and threw him aside. But Tang Wan still faintly understood. Has Yanking gotten into trouble? She asked, wide-eyed. Hui immediately glared threateningly at the old shaman. The old shaman backed away 2 steps in fear. He cursed, "Stinky fox. Are you coveting the position of the Beast King? That's why you're hiding the truth." Hui transformed into a beast form, his sharp claws pressing against the old shaman's neck. "Say one more word of nonsense, and I will kill you." His eyes glowed with a bright pink hue. The old shaman stared into her eyes and truly stopped speaking. But Tang Wan understood everything. Yanking's attempt to save the wolf hunter went wrong. She turned her head to look inside the room. The patch of burnt hypnotic leaves on the ground. That was the proof. They had all been lying to her. Tang Wan turned around and ran toward the basement.
Tang Zuan.
Don't go. Hui chased after her from behind. Tang Wan immediately formed a golden light ball in her palm and aimed it at Hui.
Okay.
Are you trying to be my enemy today? Hui froze in place, staring at her in a daze. He never thought that one day, Tang Wan would fight him. His heart ached so much he could hardly breathe, and his eyes turned slightly red as he looked away. Tang Wan suddenly realized that her reaction was a bit too intense. "I want to know what happened," she said in a calmer voice. Hui looked back at her, a faint pink glow appearing in his eyes. He slowly moved closer to her.
Okay.
"Even if you used mind control on me, with my current level of power, I would still remember what happened. Don't make me hate you." Hui's steps suddenly stopped. The glow in his eyes disappeared. Tang Wan immediately turned around and continued running toward the basement. The 2 old shamans inside the basement saw her coming. They understood right away that she had found out everything. They quickly led her to a room, explaining as they walked. "The wolf hunter is still alive, but his body is very weak. According to the speed of the crystal stone array, it will take at least 100 years, or maybe more." Tang Wan stopped in shock, looking at the shaman speaking. So long. Why was it different from what Yanking had told her? At this rate, by the time the beast men in the crystal stone array die, the wolf hunter might not wake up at all. She clenched her fists, trying to stay calm.
Go on.
"The Beast King wanted him to wake up sooner, so we used a spell to transfer his energy and life force to the wolf hunter."
What?
Tang Wan exclaimed. "What's happening to Yanking now?" "Something went wrong during the energy transfer," said another old shaman. Tang Wan turned her gaze toward him. The shaman continued, "When transmitting energy earlier, the Beast King was also affected by the curse on his body, which absorbed some of his power. But today, the curse suddenly turned against the Beast King." "What does that mean?" she asked nervously. The shaman's lips trembled as he said, "It almost took all of the Beast King's energy." Tang Wan felt unsteady and supported herself against the wall. A wave of dizziness surged through her, ringing in her ears, and everything around her became blurry. Losing all his energy, the Beast King was. Tang Yuan closed her eyes. After a while, she heard the voices of two shamans again.
Goddess.
Please hold on. The Beast King is still alive, but... She grabbed his collar tightly. But what? He might be in a deep sleep, like the wolf hunter. No, he won't. Tang Yuan pushed him away and staggered forward. As long as she could give him her energy, he would wake up. Although she already knew about Yan Qing's situation, seeing Yan Qing, a proud and mighty beast man, now lying pale on the stone bed, felt so strange. A huge sense of helplessness pulled her down. Tang Yuan rushed to Yan Qing's side and grabbed his hand. Energy flowed from her palm into his body. But she immediately sensed something was wrong. When she was healing other beastmen, she sometimes shared a little energy with very weak ones to keep them going. But she had never seen anything like Yan Qing's case. His body was like a bottomless pit, with a large water pump at the bottom, draining every drop of energy that entered him instantly. Nothing nourished his body. Tang Yuan refused to believe it and tried to send more energy. Her supernatural power level quickly dropped from level 3 to level 2, but Yan Qing showed no change. Just as she was about to try again, Hu Che finally broke free from the barrier set by the three old shamans. He pulled her away from Yan Qing. Tang Yuan sat on the ground, staring at Hu Che in confusion. Then she looked at the three old shamans, who were sprawled on the ground, twisted and unconscious. Why? She asked. An old shaman shakily crawled over and knelt before Tang Yuan. Lady Goddess, it is a curse. A curse from the Beast God. The Beast King entered the Beast God's mountain and took away the Beast God's belongings. The Beast God will surely get them back. The vanished energy was taken by the Beast God. Only by gaining the Beast God's forgiveness can. What should I do? Tang Yuan grabbed his shoulder, not wanting to hear more nonsense. She wanted to know how to save Yanqing. Go to the Beast God's mountain and ask the Beast God. As long as he forgives. How do I ask?
Tang Yuan inquired.
The shaman stared at her blankly, as if she should already know how to ask. She is a goddess. If she doesn't know, who would? I don't know. Maybe you need to see the Beast God first, or... The shaman looked into Tang Yuan's eyes, thinking of common rituals. Or perhaps you need a special offering, but this offering must be something of equal value. To bring back a king, it must be something as important as the king. As the shaman finished speaking, Hu Che kicked him over. You're talking nonsense. The shaman held his head and shouted loudly, return the goddess to the Beast God, and maybe he will spare them. What about the wolf hunt? Suddenly, Tang Yuan spoke calmly. A shaman behind her interrupted. It's similar to the Beast King's situation. He was close to waking up, but tonight, all his energy disappeared. It's as if the Beast God discovered their secret and deliberately took this energy. Huh. Tang Yuan suddenly laughed. She remembered what the fortune teller had said. This is a love disaster, right? No matter how happy it looks, it will all go away from her. But if she is to leave, why can't she be the one to leave? Tang Yuan pushed open Hu Che's door. Hu Che, in 10 days, the moon will be full, and we will make a vow. Hu Che looked up from a pile of sheepskin scrolls. Following Yanqing's previous instructions, he was preparing to find his most trusted city lords to come and take charge. Before Yanqing woke up, someone needed to guard the central city. Also, his fainting must not be known to more people. Hu Che walked up to Tang Yuan. If it had been before, hearing her say this, he would have happily spun her around in joy. But Hu Che knew she was not sincere. Are you planning some new trick again? He asked, leaning on the doorframe. The wall has been climbed and you've fainted. Pretending to be another female has failed. Now you're planning to start with me? Hu Che raised his hand and pinched her chin. Tang Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. Yanqing must have given instructions in advance. Now, everyone in the Beast King Palace only listened to Hu Che. She didn't even have the right to leave the palace. Tang Yuan, I will never let you go to Beast God Mountain. You don't know what that place is. Before you even get close, you'll be struck down by the barrier. Hu Che released her hand. Tang Yuan took a step forward. I am the goddess. Beast God Mountain won't hurt me. she said firmly.
O que Sudelli smiled.
Who says the beast god won't hurt his own servants? Tang Ruan suddenly felt that what he said made some sense. Even if she was the goddess, she was just the beast god's servant, not his biological daughter. If a servant disobeyed, they would get punished, right? But she still wanted to try. Even if she was really struck by lightning, as long as the beast god could calm down and let Wolf Hunter and Yanqing go. Tang Ruan took a deep breath. Suddenly, she hugged Hu Che's neck and kissed him before he could react. Tang Ruan pushed Hu Che, gradually forcing him back, until she pressed him onto the bed. She sat on top of him, holding his face, deepening the kiss. Hu Che had never seen her so proactive. Even though he knew it was a trap, he couldn't help but indulge in it, hoping this trap could be delayed just a little longer. Hu Che had just closed his eyes to enjoy it. Suddenly, his tongue touched something round. He grabbed Tang Ruan's hands and pushed her away. Hu Che spat out a purple fruit from his mouth. What is this, Tang Ruan? It's for entertainment. Hu Che closed his eyes briefly. Grinding his teeth, he said, "This is a forget-me-not fruit. It can make people temporarily lose consciousness and follow others' commands. Although the effect only lasts a short time, it's enough for me to send you out." Tang Ruan's mind raced quickly.
Yes.
It's a forget-me-not fruit, so it's for entertainment, she smiled charmingly. Hu Che was amused and angry at the same time. She usually stays in her own space, growing all sorts of strange plants. Hu Che casually tossed the fruit aside. He propped himself up and looked at her. "Do you really want to go?" Tang Ruan nodded firmly. "I must go," Hu Che sighed. He also wanted to go to Beast God Mountain. Putting aside personal feelings, Yanqing had always been like this, and the peaceful years in the beast world might soon become chaotic again. Moreover, if Tang Ruan didn't go to save the person she loved, she might never be truly happy. "All right, I'll go with you," Hu Che said with a slight smile. Tang Ruan was about to refuse, but he spoke first. "The rat tribe only deals with me. Without a rat guide, you can't reach Beast God Mountain." They weren't as powerful as Yanqing. Just hearing from the rat tribe once was enough for them to fly directly to Beast God Mountain. They could only travel by sea. Tang Ruan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "One more thing." Hu Che looked seriously at Tang Ruan. "You must swear to the beast god. If we can't get in, come back immediately. If you die, you'll never have another chance to save Yanqing and the wolf hunter, Tang Ruan. Okay?" Hu Che looked at her suspiciously. She answered so quickly, he wasn't sure whether to trust her. Hu Che's merchant ship was anchored beyond a foggy area. Tang Ruan and Hu Che stood at the bow, staring straight ahead. "Should we go in and wait?" Hu Che tightened his arm around Tang Ruan's shoulders, worried she might be cold. Tang Ruan shook her head. "Let's wait a bit longer." The beast men sent ahead to scout had been gone all day. If they didn't return, they would need to find a rat beast man who knew the way. This would only delay things further. Hu Che saw that she wouldn't listen, so he stayed with her and waited. In the dull, foggy mist, it seemed like something was moving toward them. The few senior orcs traveling with them immediately stepped forward.
O que pule Tang Ruan back.
A triangular object slowly emerged from the fog. "It's a scout orc," one senior orc shouted loudly. The scout orc and the rat tribe orc were both pulled onto the big ship. The scout orc knelt in front of Hu Che and Tang Ruan, happily saying, "Goddess, city lord, this path is safe. Following the ocean current, we haven't encountered any sea creatures, so it's very safe." Hu Che and Tang Ruan both smiled. "That's great." Tang Ruan immediately jumped onto the small boat, ready to set off. Hu Che knew that even if he told Tang Ruan to rest now, she wouldn't listen. So he simply said, "If we don't return within a day, go find someone." Then he and Tang Ruan jumped onto the small boat and entered the fog. Last time, Hu Che's caravan used a large ship with the rat tribe, which alarmed the sea creatures, and they all were defeated. This time, they chose a new route, but to avoid disturbing the sea creatures, only he and Tang Ruan could act alone. As the scout orc said, this was a calm and peaceful route. In fact, they didn't even need to fight. They just followed the ocean current. The small boat moved a distance, and suddenly the sky cleared. A bright moon hung in the sky. Che looked at the sea surface illuminated by the moonlight nearby. Suddenly, he took out a piece of gauze from space, rolled into a ball. Using his supernatural power, he threw it into the sea about 30 meters away. The gauze sank into the water. Tang Yuan saw that the gauze, carried by the water flow, drifted in the opposite direction. That's so amazing! She couldn't help but marvel. At such a close distance, how could there be two completely different currents? And there was no barrier between them. The point where the different water currents meet is the Beast God Mountain, Che explained. Tang Yuan nodded. After thinking for a moment, she felt their current situation was quite familiar.
Oh.
Like a rotating sushi conveyor belt. When the moon reached the very center of the sky, Beast God Mountain, Tang Yuan's deliberately lowered voice came through. Because the surroundings were so quiet, it felt like any loud noise might disturb something. Che looked into the distance and nodded. That should be it. Although he hadn't seen it himself. The red color and triangle shape matched what the rat people had described.
But
why was there no lightning? The two exchanged a glance, both clearly thinking the same thing. The small boat was stuck on a rock at the bend of the stream. Che helped Tang run off the boat and tied the boat's rope securely. At the foot of the Beast God Mountain, there was a land about 50 meters wide, made entirely of black crystal. Tang Yuan carefully stepped onto it, looking at the majestic and strange Beast God Mountain. She didn't feel any fear, only a bit of longing. It was like seeing an old friend again. She strode toward the mountain. Suddenly, Che grabbed her hand. Tang Yuan turned to look at him. What's wrong? Tang Yuan, tonight is the full moon. Tang Yuan blinked. So, you promised we should. Che suddenly let out a pained groan and took a few steps back. Tang Yuan hurried to catch up and pulled him back. She was worried he might fall into the sea. Che clutched his chest in pain. That snake is like that, but the power of the contract is still so strong. Tang Yuan understood what he wanted to say. Although she had agreed to him, now is not the time to make the contract. Not now, let's go back first, Tang Yuan said. Che pulled her again. Right now. Just the contract, no mating. Tang Yuan hurried forward, a bit impatient. Che, we need to prioritize. For me, this is the most important thing. Che suddenly shouted loudly. It startled Tang Yuan. He calmed down a bit, holding her hand tightly.
Listen, Tang Yuan.
If we both die here today, as your beast husband, I want to be buried with you. Che also couldn't understand Tang Yuan. Under such great pressure, she seemed completely unaware. Could it be that she wanted to save Yanqing and the wolf hunter so badly that she didn't notice the danger?
Che looked up at Beast God Mountain.
There was something nearby. Even if it wasn't the beast god, it was still a dangerous creature. Tang Yuan couldn't resist him. Fine, let's make a contract. As soon as she spoke, Che suddenly took out a beautiful dagger from his space.
He cut his own chest with it. Ke, Tang Yuan exclaimed in shock.
Che released her. In his other hand, he skillfully produced a small gem-encrusted bowl. Blood dripped into the bowl filled with spring water. Under the moonlight, the water immediately turned a dark pink. He recited the contract words because he was the clan leader, so he didn't need anyone else to officiate. But Tang Yuan suddenly remembered, wasn't the clan leader supposed to not need blood from the heart? The cost of the clan leader's contract should be the clan members. Che finished the contract and lifted his chin, bringing the bowl to her lips. He said domineeringly, "Drink it." Tang Yuan looked at his expression, afraid to ask or say anything. She took the bowl and drank it all. This water was very sweet. It was quite tasty. Seeing that Tang Yuan finished drinking, Che finally relaxed. He quickly pulled her into his arms. He gently ruffled her hair and grabbed her wrist. He saw the petal-shaped beast mark on her wrist. He smiled wildly. "Ha!
You are mine now."
My wife. My wife. Mwah mwah mwah. Che kissed her forehead and face more than 10 times. Tang Ruan's hair was also messed up like a chicken coop. Finally, Fox Che took a deep breath on her head, like a cat drinking milk. He held her tightly, refusing to let go. Tang Ruan couldn't help but cough. Fox Che immediately changed his expression. Don't spit it out, swallow it. Seeing she wasn't actually going to, Fox Che let out a breath of relief. He handed her the knife and bowl he had used earlier. He said proudly, "Put them away." Although she admitted that the knife and bowl looked very nice, she had just touched his blood. But she still stored them in her space. After all, at this moment, Hu Che's spirit seemed a little abnormal. She reached out to help him treat the wound on his chest. Isn't the clan leader supposed to not need blood from the heart? Tang Ruan asked. But the bowl and knife have been prepared for a long time, Hu Che said proudly, and the water inside is sweet, right? I chose it from over 100 springs. Hu Che's chest wound was small and healed quickly. But Tang Ruan's hand, which was resting there, forgot to pull back for a long time. She thought, for her to form a contract with him, in Hu Che's original imagination, should be very sacred, even very grand. That's why he prepared a beautiful bowl and knife, and even selected water from hundreds of springs. But in the end, they just casually formed the contract in this place. Tang Ruan suddenly felt a little sorry for Hu Che. It was like a handsome guy with a pretty girlfriend holding a wedding in a rented house. I'm sorry, but Hu Che seemed not to hear her words. He suddenly embraced Tang Ruan's shoulders. Let's go. Let's see what's there, and maybe we'll both die together. Tang Ruan looked at his chin. It turned out he was acting strangely, because he sensed danger. But why didn't she feel it? Normally, her beast man level was higher than Hu Che's, so her sense of danger should be more obvious. They arrived at the foot of the mountain. Outside the mountain, clearly visible, was a layer of black barrier. They looked at each other. Tang Ruan extended a finger and carefully probed inside. Her finger didn't go all the way in and nothing unusual happened. Hu Che exclaimed happily, "Mistress, you really are a goddess, the beast god." Before he finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck from the sky. Hu Che quickly pulled Tang Ruan aside to avoid it. At this moment, the peaceful beast god mountain seemed to have just awakened. Countless blue lightning bolts gathered at the top of the mountain, forming a huge net that covered the sky and blocked the sun. Hu Che kept pulling Tang Ruan backward. The lightning kept forcing them back into the boat. How could this happen? Tang Ruan whispered. Just now, she clearly didn't feel any malice. I thought it was someone disturbing the beast god's dream. It turns out it was you, Hu Che. A sweet yet proud voice sounded from behind. Tang Ruan suddenly turned around. He saw several sea creatures, resembling anglerfish, partially emerging from the water. Each one was about the size of a killer whale. On their backs, 3 young female beastmen stood. They looked somewhat similar, but each was stunningly beautiful, like perfect computer-generated models, with curvy figures. Their upper bodies shimmered with jewels, and they wore sheer skirts made of an unknown material that glowed faintly in the night. Under the glow, 3 shimmering fish tails were faintly visible. Tang Ruan was captivated. They are truly so beautiful. He instinctively looked at Hu Che. Does he not even notice such beauty? It's a bit. Princess Jiao Yi, Hu Che bowed politely to the leading female. He spoke calmly, without arrogance. It's so late. Why are you here at the Beast God's mountain? I'm here to bring a gift to the Beast God, she said, her gaze falling on Tang Ruan. Hu Che instinctively moved to the side, shielding Tang Ruan behind him. This is the Beast King's wife, he reminded. Oh, Jiao Yi drew out the sound. So you are the Beast King's wife. She looked rather ordinary. Hearing her say she was ordinary, Tang Ruan clenched his fists. It wasn't that he thought himself especially handsome, but her words clearly carried sarcasm. Tang Ruan lifted his head and looked at her proudly. Jiao Yi probably didn't expect him to dare to meet her gaze. She raised a tentacle from the water and struck directly at Tang Ruan. Ugly monster. How dare you compete with me for Hu Che? She saw everything that had just happened. She was just a moment too late, witnessing Tang Ruan drink the heart's blood. This time, Tang Wan sensed the malice early, so he dodged quickly. Jiao Yi missed and tried again. Suddenly, Hu Che said, "Princess, this is the beast god's mountain. It's better not to disturb the beast god." Jiao Yi's gaze shifted back to Hu Che. She suddenly smiled. "We haven't seen each other for many days. It's time to find a place to have a good talk." Hu Che walked over to Tang Wan. "But today we are here to visit the beast god. We can chat next time when we have more free time." Jiao Yi saw Hu Che and Tang Wan walking closer and felt a tightness in her chest. Such a handsome male. Why can't he be hers? She didn't get her brother, so she feels she shouldn't miss out on him too. All the best things in this beast world should belong to her. "Do you want to enter the beast god's mountain?" Jiao Yi suddenly smiled very gently. It was as if she had changed into a different person. Tang Wan felt that this princess seemed a bit mentally unstable. "Yes," Hu Che asked calmly. "Are there any methods for the shark clan?" "Of course."
Iaoyi replied, lifting her finger lightly.
A creature that looks very much like a dolphin struggled and floated out from the water. She flicked her finger, and the dolphin hit the barrier of the beast god's mountain, immediately struck by a flash of lightning. The dolphin trembled twice in the air before falling to the ground. Jiao Yi raised her hand again, and the dolphin floated up, smoothly entering the beast god's mountain. She tilted her head, smiled sweetly, and looked into Tang Ruan's eyes, saying, "Did you see? When it dies, it can go in." Tang Ruan clenched her fists and took a step forward. Suddenly, Hu Che reached out and stopped her. "Don't fight her directly." Tang Ruan glared angrily at him. Why is he still helping outsiders? Who does he belong to? Just made a bond, and now he's not on her side? Hu Che lowered his voice, speaking only for the two of them to hear. She is a level 5 beast person, capable of summoning sea creatures across the entire ocean. Tang Ruan wisely stepped back. She is now a level 2 beast person, and Hu Che is just an ordinary high-level beast person, with no level at all. Even the few high-level beast people on the merchant ship are only level 3 at most. She really isn't a match for this female. Seeing Tang Ruan retreat, Jiao Yi laughed loudly. "Queen of the Beast King, you're quite sensible." Hu Che looked at Jiao Yi. "Princess, can we speak more closely?" Jiao Yi beckoned Hu Che with her finger. Immediately, a huge strange fish surfaced from the water. Hu Che turned to Tang Ruan and softly said, "If you can't get in, just wait for the caravan to come and pick you up. Don't disturb the sea creatures. Stay in Hu City and wait for me." After speaking, he stepped onto the fish's back. Tang Ruan quickly grabbed his arm. She felt that the mermaid didn't seem to have good intentions. Since Hu Che was leaving with her, does that mean he might not come back? Hu Che looked back, and suddenly his eyes shimmered with a pinkish-red glow. "Be good." Tang Ruan slowly let go of his arm. Until the mermaid and Hu Che disappeared from her sight, she finally snapped out of her trance. She had just let her beast husband be taken away. The mermaid, led Hu Che into a thick fog. Beyond the fog was a small island. On the island, there was a shiny, luxurious pavilion. Hu Che followed onto the island. "Do you like it?" asked proudly, holding her head high. Her gaze at Hu Che was like she was looking at a pet she liked very much. "Princess has very good taste. Come, have a drink with me." On the table, 2 cups of honey dew were already set. Honey dew is a sweet, fragrant nectar made from flowers growing deep in the mountains. Since the mermaid tribe started trading with Hu Che, they had almost obtained all the rare treasures and fresh items from the beast world. Honey dew was one of them. Of course, in his eyes, the most interesting thing was still Hu Che. She watched him drink a cup, then suddenly used a finger to lift his chin. "Hu Che, do you know why I like you so much? Actually, you are less charming than your brother." Hu Che's gaze fell on her finger, and he caught her hand with his own. "Because I never use mind control on the princess." He blushed and smiled shyly. "That's right. The less you take the initiative, the more I like you. Things that are too easy to get are not interesting. So I even had my entire tribe learn your language and exchange items with you, just so you could earn enough crystals. I want to spend time with you slowly." But you, suddenly, She remembered that Hucha had become the beast husband of another female. Her eyes immediately turned fierce. Even if she is his pet, she cannot be touched by other females. Suddenly, Huche called her. Jiao Yi looked up and met Huche's gaze. She suddenly realized that Huche's eyes looked more beautiful than usual. In his orange eyes, there shimmered a bright, pink glow. Listen to what I am about to say. Huche used all his special powers, staring tightly into Jiao Yi's eyes. She is a level 5 beast person, and he isn't fully confident he can control her. But he had to try because Tang Ruan was still there alone. Seeing Jiao Yi nodding blankly, he continued, "You won't hurt Tang Ruan. I won't hurt Tang Ruan," Jiao Yi repeated. "You will let me go back. I will let you go back. Tell me, why did you appear on the Beast God Mountain?" Although there are shark tribes living near the Beast God Mountain, from what he knew, it wasn't Jiao Yi. The royal shark family lives in a safer area farther from the mountain. Why did she suddenly appear there? Could it be related to the recent incident with Yanqing?
Jiao Yi sudan similet.
She covered her mouth and let out a tinkling, bell-like laugh. Just when Huche thought his mind control was failing, Jiao Yi suddenly said, "I told you. I was there to deliver a sacrifice." He thought her words were a threat to Tang Ruan. But it turned out she was really delivering a sacrifice. He suddenly remembered the strange flow of seawater. Wasn't it designed specifically to carry the sacrifice along with the water to the beast god? No wonder it was so quiet there. It was actually an altar. So, Tang Ruan, could she be Huche? Jiao Yi's eyes suddenly became clear. "The beast god will probably like the sacrifice you left there." Huche's hand trembled, and he turned around, running toward the sea. He wanted to go back and find Tang Ruan. Jiao Yi suddenly called out to him. "Going back will only make you another sacrifice." And by now, the sea beasts should be waking up. She gently raised her finger, and distant sea roars could be heard. "So, why not stay and wait?" Jiao Yi didn't finish her sentence. Only a loud splash was heard. Huche had already jumped into the sea. Jiao Yi stared in disbelief, her eyes wide and her brow twitching. He actually disobeyed her. He was willing to die with that female for her. Things that are too easy to get lose their meaning. But what if it's something you can't have? Jiao Yi raised her arm. A string of shining points like stars fell into the sea. The points of light fell like stars, sinking straight to the bottom. As the fish swam by, they drifted onto the sleeping sea beast. Countless sea creatures suddenly opened their blood-red eyes in the dark. About to destroy? After nearly being struck by lightning for the 3rd time, Tang Ruan, still shaken, sat heavily on the ground. It seemed the beast god didn't like her much either. Maybe she did something wrong in the past and was driven out. Tang Ruan was thinking. Suddenly, she felt something slowly approaching from behind. Instinctively, she dodged to the side. A giant octopus tentacles slammed onto the ground, smashing the crystal stone beneath it into powder. Only then did Tang Ruan see that the giant tentacle had thorns. If she hadn't dodged, it would have been smashed to pieces. She was so scared she broke out in cold sweat, barely catching her breath. Another tentacle swung toward her. Tang Ruan rolled several times and narrowly avoided it. At the same time, she formed a glowing ball in her palm and hit the tentacle that had just surfaced from the water. An explosion sounded. The octopus writhed in pain and sank back into the water. Tang Ruan clutched her pounding heart. All these years, Yanqing had protected her too well. Her beast man level wasn't low, but she had no real combat experience. She wondered when the caravan would arrive. Did Huche have any trouble with Jiao Yi? Suddenly, she sourly thought, Huche probably was fine. That Princess Jiao Yi still wanted to make him her beast husband, right? Tang Ruan was feeling annoyed when she suddenly saw a small lantern floating from afar. It drifted gently onto the shore, bringing a strong fishy smell. Tang Ruan sniffed and suddenly realized this wasn't a lantern at all. It was a trap set by sea creatures. She hurriedly stepped back, but the sea beast had already leapt out of the water, opening a huge mouth much larger than hers, and lunged forward. Tang Ruan saw she couldn't escape, and suddenly the ring in her hand emitted a red light. The sea beast's mouth was pierced with a hole, and it twisted in pain. This gave Tang Ruan a moment to dodge. She hid behind a rock, looking at the ring in her hand, the glow fading away. The blue flame saved her again. However, she couldn't use it a second time in a short period. From now on, she could only rely on herself. As she was thinking, several black vine-like tentacles had already reached the shore. Suddenly, one wrapped around her waist. It quickly coiled tightly and dragged her into the sea. In the dark ocean depths, Tang Ruan struggled desperately. She grabbed a vine and activated her special power. At that moment, she suddenly heard a voice in her mind saying, "Disappear. Make everything disappear." A feeling of suffocation came over her. Tang Ruan used her power. The vines that tightly wrapped around her shrank rapidly in her hands. Finally, they turned into a flat fin. They loosened their grip and sank into the sea. She had just accelerated the aging of the vines. Without time to think, Tang Ruan quickly swam toward the surface. In the past 5 years, she had learned to swim. But the vines had pulled her too deep, and no matter how hard she struggled, she seemed unable to reach the water surface. Due to lack of oxygen, she started feeling dizzy, her heartbeat quickening. In her hazy state, Tang Ruan sensed something approaching her. She saw the whale from her dreams, the one reduced to just bones, coming toward her. She used her last breath to swim to the shore, climbing to the foot of the beast god mountain. Her mind was buzzing, her consciousness hazy. In her daze, she seemed to hear that voice again. Make everything disappear. She fainted. A soft thing wrapped around her waist again. Suddenly, it dragged her away. Clack clack, huff puff puff. Clack clack, huff puff puff. Tang Ruan slowly opened her eyes, then immediately closed them again. How can there be such a bright cave? It seems like someone is above her head, shining a spotlight. After Tang Ruan slowly adjusts to the light, she looks around and finds that the entire ceiling of the cave is made of a large crystal stone. Not just the ceiling, her entire cave looks like a giant crystal, hollowed out. She suddenly lets out a soft cry. Not far from her, 3 sea creature carcasses are scattered randomly. At that moment, she suddenly notices that everything around her is very quiet. Oh right, it seems like she has been hearing chewing sounds all along. Could it be a monster that dragged her here to keep as food? Is this underwater? Then, her scream must have attracted the monster's attention. Tang Ruan prepares herself to fight. But after a few seconds, the crunching and chomping sounds come again. She breathes a sigh of relief. From the sound, it seems the monster is eating nearby. She needs to escape before it notices her. Tang Ruan walks to the cave entrance, looks around carefully. She tiptoes and runs in the opposite direction of the sound. After about 10 minutes, she returns to her original spot. It's actually a maze, and she couldn't find any exit. So, was the monster guarding the entrance while eating? Tang Ruan peeks into the cave where the sound is coming from. Her eyes widen instantly. The monster is a cat? She thinks this black animal, twice her size, is a cat, not a leopard. Because, judging by its body proportions, it's definitely a cat. A chubby house cat at that. Its fluffy long tail swings casually like a giant feather duster. The crunching sound is from it eating a huge crab. After cracking open the shell, it buries its head and eats eagerly. When it reaches a part with no meat, it cracks open another shell. Tang Ruan suddenly feels that this cat is quite cute, if it weren't treating her as food. Suddenly, the black cat hears a noise. It quickly turns its face. In its mouth, it's still holding a broken crab claw and its large yellow eyes. There are 4 of them. There are 2 normal-sized ones and 2 smaller ones near the eyebrow area, each only about 1/10 the size of the large eyes. But Tang Ruan thinks those are actually its real eyes. At this moment, the small eyes are slightly squinted, looking at her with a threatening gaze. The cat makes a growling sound that seems like a warning. Tang Ruan quickly runs away. In her panic, she rushes into a cave. At the end of the room, there is a huge bird egg. It must be another monster's nest. Just as Tang Wan is about to turn back, she suddenly notices the black cat crouched at the entrance, with all four eyes squinting, ready to attack. However, it never actually comes inside. Especially when Tang Wan instinctively hides behind the egg, the cat surprisingly widens its eyes in shock. Could it be afraid of this egg? Tang Wan curls her finger and taps the big egg that's taller than her twice. The black cat immediately bristles. With a meow, it disappears. The black cat is afraid of this egg, which means the mother of the egg must be a much stronger creature. She needs to leave quickly. Tang Wan walks to the cave entrance. Suddenly, she notices the black cat is still there, just lying a little farther away. Oh no, she can't leave now. Staying here isn't safe either. She's doomed. Gurgle. Her stomach growls loudly. She hasn't eaten anything for a whole day and night. Even if she's going to die, she doesn't want to starve to death. Besides, without strength, how can she escape? Tang Wan takes some materials from her space. She quickly builds a small fire and starts roasting a lamb leg given by a beast man years ago. Sprinkling some spices, the aroma fills the air. A louder growl sounds. She's even hungrier. It's the black cat outside, its stomach growling too. Tang Wan takes a big bite of the lamb. Inside her space, an ecosystem has already formed. As long as there's no danger in this cave, she could live here forever without starving. But that black cat is a different story. Soon, she hears the scratching sound of the black cat at the wall. It seems very hungry, but it's struggling. Should it go back to eat, or stay here and wait patiently? After a while, there was no more movement outside. Tang Wan peeked her head out and looked around. She ran quickly in a new direction she hadn't taken before. She kept running, not knowing how long she had been running. She felt the light around her getting darker and darker. Finally, she could only see a blurry opening ahead, with some trees nearby. It wasn't the ocean at all.
Could it be
Mount Beast God? Thinking about this possibility, Tang Wan became excited and sped up. She had actually entered, even though she didn't know how she got in. But she hadn't reached the opening yet. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck from somewhere. It hit near her feet, creating a hole in the ground. Tang Wan jumped in fright. Then she wondered if there were also lightning outside the cave. Just as she was thinking this, 2 more lightning bolts struck down. She screamed and ran wildly. Forget it, she thought, better to get out first. How could she know if it was dangerous or safe outside without seeing? Finally, she reached the cave entrance. She leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. Thank goodness, there was no lightning outside. But it was completely dark. She looked up and gazed into the distance. Suddenly, a furry tail thicker than her arm hung down from her head. Next, 4 yellow eyes floated in front of her. Bang.
bang, bang?
Bang. Tang Wan threw 4 glowing balls, but the black cat dodged nimbly. It pounced at her with claws bared.
Ah, ah.
I won't run anymore. Meow. Meow meow. The black cat's voice was full of pride. After a moment, Tang Wan tightly hugged the egg. It seemed like she was clutching her last lifeline.
Come on.
If you have the courage, come in. Tang Wan glared at the black cat angrily. Meow 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 meow. Although she couldn't understand what it was saying, Tang Wan felt it was probably cursing loudly.
Humph.
If you want to eat me, I have Egg Brother watching over me. She said this, then stretched out her arm and tapped the pointed top of the eggshell twice. The black cat immediately bristled, its tail standing straight like an antenna, and its eyes widened like copper bells. Just as Tang Wan thought the black cat was getting angry and about to rush in, it suddenly screamed, meow, and disappeared in front of her. Tang Wan felt as if the egg in her hand had been cracked open. Tang Wan looked up and saw 3 lightning-like lines appear at the top of the egg. These lines flickered and emitted a bright red glow, as if some liquid was about to flow out. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Even if the egg's mother didn't originally intend to hurt her, now she might have no choice but to do so. She had accidentally harmed her baby. Tang Ron decided to run away out of fear. But suddenly, she found she couldn't move. Not only could she not move, but her arms seemed to be controlled, holding the eggshell tightly. Her feet were suspended in the air, and her legs pressed firmly against the egg. She hadn't realized before what was inside the egg. She thought it was because the creature inside hadn't fully formed yet. But now, she clearly felt that there was a huge being inside, much taller than her. That thing was slowly twisting its body inside the shell, rolling around for several weeks. Finally, it found the warmest, most comfortable spot, her chest. She could feel a round, head-like object pressing against her chest through the thin shell, even rubbing against her. Then it stopped moving. The heartbeat inside the egg was transmitted through her abdomen into her ears. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat was surprisingly similar to that of a beast person. Was the thing inside the egg still alive and thinking she was its mother? Was it forcing her to incubate it here? Tang Wan was overwhelmed with tears. Is it about to break out of the shell? Could it mistake her for its first meal at the moment of hatching? She tried to activate her special powers. Suddenly, she found that every bit of her power was instantly absorbed by the thing inside the egg. Oh no. What if in the end, she herself gets absorbed too? Tang Wan was forced to hold this egg like that. She didn't know how long had passed. Her body gradually felt a bit of cold. Tang Wan shivered. Suddenly, the eggshell warmed up. After a while, she slowly tilted her head. She wanted to rest her head on the egg, but her head kept involuntarily tilting back, waking her up. Suddenly, the contents inside the eggshell shifted all the weight to one side, causing the shell to tilt. As a result, Tang Wan changed from holding the egg upright to lying on top of it. A black cat, holding a tentacle-shaped snack, returned to the cave and saw this scene. It threw the snack into the cave and ran away quickly. It started from the top and gradually widened beneath Tang Wan. A faint red glow flickered inside the eggshell. The thing inside the eggshell gently placed its hand on Tang Ruan's face through the shell. Tang Ruan felt a familiar sense of safety. She gently nuzzled. She called out, "Wolf Hunter." The thing inside the eggshell suddenly withdrew its hand. It secretly observed the female outside through in the shell. It pressed closer again, forehead touching her forehead. Their palms, separated by the shell, faced each other. He slowly closed his eyes, his thick eyelashes fluttering gently.
Awu.
I finally see you again. With a sharp, the eggshell shattered into pieces. A giant baby over 2 meters tall, holding a pacifier, ran out.
Mom. Mom.
You are my mom. Mom, I'm coming to eat you. Tang Wan woke up suddenly from a nightmare. She saw several cracks forming on the giant egg beneath her. She jumped up in fright.
Huh?
She could actually move? Tang Wan ran away quickly, but she bumped into a barrier. A transparent barrier appeared at the entrance of a cave. It shimmered with a faint blue glow. Tang Wan groped around for a while, then used her special power to fight against it. Because she was afraid of waking the thing inside the egg and being forced to become its mother, she dared not use explosive power. No matter how she struggled, the barrier showed no signs of breaking. Finally, Tang Wan, feeling helpless and tearful, collapsed onto the barrier and fell to the ground. The giant baby in her dream was just too frightening. She didn't want to stay here even for a minute. Oh, beast god, look at what you've raised on your mountain. You've scared me so much. Please forgive Yanqing and Wolf Hunter. Okay? Wah. Tang Wan really started crying. On one side, she was scared. On the other, she thought that if she kept not seeing the beast god, then Wolf Hunter and Yanqing might stay asleep forever. After crying for a while, she heard a gurgling sound. It was that black cat again, appearing at the door. It was carrying a piece of fish in its mouth. It swung its head, and the fish made a perfect arc, landing right next to the octopus legs and crab roe inside the hole. What does it mean? Maybe it was her imagination, but Tang Wan felt that the cat's meow sounded much gentler. It lifted its chin and pointed to the food in the middle of the cave. Are you giving me food? Tang Wan asked cautiously. The black cat nodded.
Huh.
Why was it feeding her? Could it be that it also saw her as the mother of the egg? Let her eat enough to feel safe to hatch the egg? But wasn't it afraid of that egg? Tang Wan was also a little hungry now. She rebuilt the fire. But she didn't eat what the black cat offered. She was afraid it might be poisoned. Although her supernatural power said it wasn't toxic, what if the black cat had poisoned it? Tang Wan knew she shouldn't think so about a strange, not very smart-looking cat. But humans can be the prey, and she was cautious. So, she roasted a chicken. The black cat drooled outside. She thought for a moment, and threw a chicken leg outside. The chicken leg passed smoothly through the barrier. The black cat caught it in one bite and swallowed. Its eyes instantly lit up as it stared at the remaining chicken in Tang Ruan's hand.
Right.
This barrier really is aimed at her. Tang Wan looked at the black cat, and an idea flashed in her mind. Could she poison it? Her space had many good things. Just as she was about to take something out of her space, the egg lying on the ground suddenly flickered. Tang Wan turned to look and faintly saw that someone was lying inside. Yes, it was a person. So, the thing inside the egg is a beast person. But when a beast person hatches, isn't it just a baby? Could it be a different breed? Before Tang Wan could figure it out, a strong force lifted her up. She was again pressed against the eggshell. The same position as yesterday. The eggshell seemed much thinner than yesterday, with occasional light shining through. Tang Wan saw that the person was very close to her, lying against her. His head was resting on her forehead, sliding down along her face. Through the eggshell, he paused at her chest for a moment, then faced her again. Even knowing that inside the eggshell might be an adult-sized beast child, this close snuggling still made Tang Wan a little uncomfortable. The eggshell flickered for a moment, and then went out. When Tang Wan thought the hatchling inside had fallen asleep, she looked inside through the largest. It seemed to have a bronze-colored skin. After some time, Tang Wan fell asleep again. She adjusted her position in the male's arms. This felt much more comfortable. Where did she get this male from? Tang Wan reached down to the ground, slowly pushed herself up, and one of her feet left the beastman's body. She planned to roll sideways and quietly slip away from him. However, just as she was about to move, suddenly, there was a loud splash. A pair of black wings spread out behind the male, quickly folding forward to wrap around Tang Wan. The male opened his eyes. One hand supported himself behind, while the other rubbed his eyes. He asked in a deep voice, "Wu, where are you going?" The male moved his hand away, revealing dark red eyes.
Tang Zuan.
It was the demon from her dream. Her wings blocked her on both sides, and when she looked up, she saw the male with a slightly confused look. Tang Wan decided to crawl out from under the wings. But just as she lowered her head, she screamed and quickly looked up again. Her face was bright red as she stammered, "You. Why aren't you wearing clothes?" The male tilted his head, seeming confused. Tang Wan massaged her temples, trying to stay calm. Yes, he might become a demon someday. Or maybe he could be her first beast husband. But right now, he was just a child who didn't understand anything. He might even think she was his mother. "A Wu must be their race's way of calling mom," Tang Wan said. "Be good. Open your wings so I can get down." "Why?" the male asked. "Does every child ask 100,000 questions?" "Because we're too close, I'm not used to it." The male looked confused.
But
"A Wu used to love me to hold you." "Used to? What does she mean by used to? Had he just hatched? Did he think of her as someone named a Wu?" "I don't like it anymore," Tang Wan said, going along with his words. The male thought seriously for a moment. Suddenly, he rolled over and pressed Tang Wan underneath him. His wings rested on her body, which was quite comfortable. But why was he pressing her down? His lips almost touched her lips. "So, a Wu, do you want to mate?" Tang Ruan's mind went blank. What kind of child is this? Right after birth, they are forced to mate. Tang Wan pushed against his chest. His muscles were as hard as stone, full of wild strength, just by looking at him. She pushed twice hard, but to him, it probably felt like just a gentle touch. He didn't move at all. Tang Wan even sensed some change in his body. Oh no. It might be just like in her dream. The moment they met, he wanted to. Tang Wan tried to stay calm. I don't want to. The male's brow furrowed slightly. But a Wu used to like mating with me. Tang Wan felt like her mind was exploding with a big bang. Don't talk nonsense. She is not that a Wu. I don't like it now. The male straightened up, and his wings folded back from above her. Not like it anymore, he looked confused. Tang Wan looked at the situation. Good. He's just kneeling over her. He's not pressing down on her. So, she just needs to turn over and get up, but a Wu was the one who initiated the mating with me. A Wu said he liked mating with me. A Wu said he wanted to be with me forever. Tang Wan quickly covered his mouth. Enough, don't say any more. She had already imagined a whole house from that name, a Wu. Anyway, I don't like it now. She dared not say she wasn't a Wu. What if he found out she wasn't and, angry, silenced her? Tang Wan finally crawled out and kept some distance from him. But from this distance, she looked him over from top to bottom. It was really hard not to feel dizzy from the sight. All right. She started to understand a Wu a little. This perfect body was like a work of beast god art, full of the fierce beauty of beast men. Tang Wan turned her back, took out a piece of beast hide from the space. She sat down on the spot, cut, and sewed. Soon, a beast hide skirt was ready. Put this on first. The male obediently took it. At first, Tang Wan was worried he wouldn't know how to wear it, so she looked back. But, she saw something she shouldn't have again. The male quickly put on the clothes. Tang Wan finally dared to turn around and look into his eyes. What is your name? Tang Wan asked. Fenshin, but all likes to call me a Tian. When we mate, you can call me Tian Tian. Tang Wan made a stop gesture. Okay, Fenshin. Hearing her call his name, Fenshin smiled brightly. He jumped next to her and squatted down, his big eyes fixed on Tang Ruan's face with admiration. Tang Wan felt a little uncomfortable being watched so closely. Then she asked, Fenshin, why are you so big since you were born? Fenshin thought for a moment, understanding what Tang Wan meant. I've been alive for 200 years, but I don't want to go out. I just stay here waiting for Oh, I see. Tang Wan was a bit confused. How could someone not even want to leave their egg? Even if they didn't want to go outside, they could at least hatch the egg. And after 200 years, not eating or drinking, yet still looking so healthy. What kind of top-tier beast man is this? Why are you waiting for me? Fenshin blinked in confusion. Waiting to be with Oh. Tang Wan. Well, I asked a pointless question. I mean, you haven't even hatched yet. How do you know me? Fenshin looked confused. We've known each other since birth, for many lifetimes. As he spoke, his face suddenly changed. His gentle expression turned sharp and fierce in an instant. Tang Wan was startled. Fenshin suddenly stood up angrily and said, It must be the beast god's fault. Oh, forgot about me, right? He squatted down and grabbed Tang Ruan's arm.
Tang Ruan xoa lao ne vào xin.
She nodded honestly. I don't really remember you. Fenshin's expression instantly looked very hurt. He looked like he was about to cry. Tang Wan gathered her courage and patted his hand. Then she gently freed her arm. But we can get to know each other again, right? Fenshin looked at her sadly. But when you awaken, we might be separated again very soon. Tang Wan didn't understand what he was saying, so she changed the subject. You just mentioned the beast god. Do you know the beast god? Is this the beast god mountain? Fenshin nodded. Yes, I know. This is beast god mount. Tang Wan turned around excitedly and grabbed his arm. Then take me to see the beast god quickly. I need his help. Fenshin looked at Tang Wan, his eyes suddenly filled with complicated emotions. After a long pause, he finally said, But the beast god is already dead. Dead? Tang Wan exclaimed. Yes. Fenshin nodded with a heavy expression. But isn't he a god? How can a god die? Besides, the beast god's power is still here. He still punishes those who break the contract. He still takes away their strength. Suddenly, Fenshin pulled Tang Wan into his arms. Like comforting a child, he gently patted her back. Yongwu, the beast god really has passed away. Don't be too sad. Tang Ruan thought. She wasn't sad for the beast god. She was sad for her beast companions. She lifted her head, staring at Fenshen's chin, and asked seriously, Fenshen, can you tell me everything you know? Why is the beast god dead, yet his power can still punish the beast folk? I really don't remember anything. If she could learn the truth, maybe she could find a way to save Lang Lai and Yanqing. Fenshen released her and lowered his gaze to meet hers. Then, without warning, he picked her up and carried her out of the cave. At the entrance, the black cat was crouching. When it saw Fenshen, it immediately stood up happily. Black Shadow, lead the way. Fenshen commanded. The black cat instantly ran ahead. As they stepped out of the cave, Black Shadow had already flown into the air. Only then did Tang Ruan realize, to her surprise, that this strange cat actually had wings. Indeed, everything on Beast God Mountain, whether beast folk or animals, was unusual. It was daytime. The mountain was covered with twisted, tangled plants, and lightning still struck down endlessly. But wherever Black Shadow flew, no lightning appeared.
So,
Black Shadow was like a living lightning rod, Tang Ruan thought. From midair, she looked down. Suddenly, she noticed a huge pit in the distance, and something seemed to be moving inside it. As they drew closer, Tang Ruan finally saw clearly what was within the pit. Her body immediately started to shake uncontrollably, because inside that hole was a monster that looked very much like the one in the cave valley. Burnt Sky sensed her fear. Don't be afraid, it's raised by the beast god. Why would the beast god raise such a thing? Tang Ruan blurted out. In the cave valley, Potato Mom said that the monster was sealed away by the beast god. She also thought that the beast god was quite good. Now, Burnt Sky was saying it was raised by the beast god. If it weren't for these creatures he raised, Cabbage wouldn't have died trying to save her and Wolf Hunter wouldn't be the way he is now. Feeling Tang Ruan's body suddenly tense, Burnt Sky stopped on a big tree, looked down at her, and asked, What's wrong? Tang Ruan took a deep breath. Nothing, I just dislike those things. Dislike? Burnt Sky looked in the direction of her gaze. In the past, Yongwu never said he disliked anything. But she had said these things were ugly and useless. Anyway, she just didn't like them. Burnt Sky thought for a moment. He left Tang Ruan sitting alone on a branch and turned to fly away. Tang Ruan looked down at the hundreds of meters below her and tightly hugged the tree trunk. Suddenly, a tail thicker than her thighs swept across her back. Four big yellow eyes appeared in front of Tang Ruan, blinking at her. Burnt Sky, you're back. Whoa. Compared to this strange cat, Burnt Sky seemed safer. But Tang Ruan quickly changed her mind. She saw Burnt Sky hear her voice. Suddenly, he hovered in midair. Then he raised a hand, and a red light shot out from his palm into the monster's hole. He turned and flew back. Just when Tang Ruan thought nothing had happened from this move, the ground started to crackle and sizzle, as if the monster in the hole was on a grill. Then, the land turned into rolling lava, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of monsters fused with the lava. Some monsters struggled, half turning into skeletons, half still screaming. Tang Ruan felt chills down her spine. He was probably using a fire-type ability, but compared to Flame Blue, it was full of cruel, violent beauty. Fenshen flew back in front of Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan looked at him in fear. What level of beast man are you? Fenshen frowned. He knew Yongwu didn't remember anything, so he didn't explain further. You'll find out very soon. He picked her up again. Tang Ruan didn't dare to move at all, because she suddenly realized that her several beast man husbands together might not be a match for this guy. Or rather, no one in the entire beast world was his match. So, she tried to stay obedient. Fenshen landed inside a dilapidated black palace and put Tang Ruan down. In the center of the palace was a huge throne. Behind the throne, the walls seemed to be carved with a story. It reminded her of the murals in the Snake King Hall. The throne had 2 small platforms on each side. 3 of them shimmered with light. Fenshen looked at the one without any glow and muttered to himself, The broken world hasn't returned yet. Tang Wan nervously looked around, thinking, Fenshin, broken world. He just called her Yangwu earlier. None of these names sound lucky. Fenshin suddenly walked over. Tang Wan instinctively took a step back. After experiencing his power, she was genuinely a little afraid of him. Fenshin grabbed her hand. He placed her hand on one of the glowing orbs. In just a moment, Tang Wan suddenly her hand away forcefully and took several steps back. She collapsed to the ground and started to.
Just in that moment,
She saw flames, plagues, death, mountains of corpses, the earth cracking, blood rain falling from the sky. All the terrifying scenes she had never seen before flooded her mind in an instant. It was as if she had experienced them herself. The huge fear made her hug her shoulders tightly. She even thought about ending her life right then. Because if she died, she wouldn't have to see these things anymore. Fenshin came over. He embraced her in his arms. Ah Wu, don't be afraid. When you awaken, you'll see that these are nothing unusual. What does nothing unusual mean? He called the end of the world. Nothing unusual? Tang Ruan's mind was hit hard, and the images she just saw kept flashing in front of her eyes. The screams of the beast men seemed to pierce her eardrums. Fenshin tightly held her hand, a warm feeling spreading through his palm. A strange sense of safety temporarily eased Tang Ruan's inner fear. Oh, if you're really scared, I will tell you a story, okay? Right now, Tang Ruan didn't really want to know what had happened. But if she didn't listen, she wouldn't find a way to save Lang Lang and Yanqing. She bit her lip hard and nodded. Fenshin picked her up, found a place to sit, spread his wings, and wrapped her inside. This made her feel safe. Fenshin began to tell the story. The beast god created this world, but when it wasn't beautiful enough, he would send us to end it. Fenshin told Tang Ron a story. A long, long time ago, the beast god created this world. He also created 4 servants: Fenshin, Duanshi, Yangwu, and Hengzhou. Fenshin means to burn everything. Duanshi means to freeze and shatter everything. Hengzhou amplifies the inner desires of the beast men, causing them to fight each other. Yangwu constantly absorbs the world's energy and shares it with the others. When the beast god was unhappy with his creation, he woke them up and purified the world. Only a few beast men survived this purification. Then they started anew from the ruins. Every time the beast god used them, he would put them back into sleep. Actually, it was a painless way to die. In reincarnation, they were reborn into different beastmen races. But when the beast god needed them, they would wake up together. Once again, they became tools for the beast god's purification of the world. Later, Fenshin and Yangwu fell in love. They didn't want to forget each other. Hengzhou grew tired of watching beastmen kill each other. Duanshi fell in love with an ordinary beast man. But the beast man he loved also died in a terrible disaster. So, they all betrayed the beast god. Before falling into sleep, they held each other's hands tightly, using their energy to fight against the beast god's power. They were reborn again through reincarnation. None of the 4 have forgotten the past. They found each other and shared a happy time. But the beast god quickly discovered their secret. So, they fought back and defeated the beast god. However, the beast god's power did not disappear. When a new beast god is born, they might become his tools again. After hearing Tian's words, Tang Ruan tightly held his shoulder. So, the beast god hasn't disappeared. He might come back to life. He might make us destroy this world, right? Tian patted her hand. The beast god is just a vessel for energy. When this energy has a new vessel, whether the beast world is destroyed depends on the new vessel's thoughts. But what if that person also wants to destroy the beast world? That depends on whether the beast world is already in such a bad state that it needs to be destroyed. What do you mean by needing to be destroyed? How can one person decide everyone's fate? Tang Ruan asked anxiously. This is just like Thanos. Suddenly, she felt Tian's words sounded a bit strange. She looked into his eyes. Do you know who the new vessel is? Tang Ruan immediately jumped away from him. Are you the new beast god? Tian didn't understand why she was afraid. If he truly became the beast god, no one could make them forget each other anymore. Isn't that a good thing? I can feel the beast god's power gathering around me. But I might not be the only heir. And I still can't control this power. Will you destroy the beast world? Tang Ruan asked. Depends on the situation. Depends on the situation. Tang Ruan shouted loudly, panicked.
No.
It's not okay. It's not allowed. Thinking about everyone she knew in this world dying made her almost lose her mind. Tian looked at her with confusion. We will live forever. They are immortal, but what about the wolf hunters, Yanqing, Huche, the wolf tribe, the groundhog tribe, the snake tribe, and everyone she knows? Should they all die? Tang Ruan knew he wouldn't understand. Because in his eyes, other beast people are just ants. She gave a bitter smile and asked, other than me, is there really no one you care about? No, Fenshin answered firmly. After a pause, he added, beasts are not reliable. Duan Shi once found the reincarnation of the one he loved, but she treated him badly. In the end, he took his own life. Tang Ruan froze for a moment. Somehow, this story felt strangely familiar. The one you mentioned. Was she from the wolf clan? Fenshin nodded. Yes, he told me so. Then, did you ever find their child? A wolf clan child? Suddenly, a dark shadow dropped from the sky. It landed beside Fenshin, making a low rumbling sound. Fenshin listened for a while. The shadow found him. It thought he was Duan Shi reborn. Later, when it realized he wasn't, it placed him inside a crystal array to raise him. After all, he was still Duan Shi's child. Tang Ruan let out a long breath. So that was the truth. But how did Lang Lai end up drifting here? It didn't matter. What mattered now was that since Fenshin had inherited the beast god's power, and in her dreams he had been her first companion, then surely he would help her save Yanqing and Lang Lai. Fenshin, Tang Ruan walked closer and took his hand. You said just now that you still can't control the beast god's power. But if two beast men were struck by the lightning of Beast God Mountain, cursed, and had their energy drained, would you have a way to help them? When I fully master the beast god's power, I will.
And when will that be?
Tang Ruan asked anxiously. Fenshin suddenly frowned. Who are the two you're talking about?
There.
My friends, Tang Ruan replied, not daring to tell the truth. From what Fenshin had said, they had been companions for many lifetimes. And she still didn't know his temper well. If he suddenly found out she already had 3 partners, no one might survive the outcome. Don't befriend beast men. They can't be trusted, Fenshin said.
But
aren't we beast men too? Tang Ruan forced a smile. This is only the vessel of our souls.
Then,
what if I beg you? Tang Ruan wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up at him. Since meeting her, this was the first time she took the initiative to get close to him. Fenshin felt happy inside. Yes, I can, Tang Ruan smiled. Then, what should I do to learn faster? Fenshin looked at her happily, but something felt off. Love me, he said. Tang Ruan thought she must have heard him wrong. Fenshin suddenly bowed his head, affectionately pressing his forehead against hers, and said, Did you forget? Most of my energy is with you. Only when we love each other can I regain my energy. Then I can use my energy to control the beast god's power. She didn't understand. She didn't feel anything. Fenshin gently stroked her face. You say you're afraid I won't love you anymore, so you want to make a contract with me. The more you love me, the more my energy will come back. Huh? Tang Ruan raised her voice even more. What were they even doing before? Were they crazy? It must be a mistake. She definitely wasn't that kind of eternal being. Even her love-struck mind thought she was too love-struck. Right now, her situation was like losing her boyfriend's bank card and then ending up homeless on the street. What's the difference? Tang Ruan calmed herself a little.
So,
how do I know if I love you? Fenshin nudged her nose. Then, why not start with mating? Fenshin said this and immediately kissed her. His kiss was very aggressive. Tang Ruan didn't even have time to react before he took control of the situation. His big hand tightly wrapped around her waist, his hot palm pushing her toward him, leaving no space between them. Tang Ruan instinctively tried to resist, punching his hard chest. Even with all her strength, it was like scratching an itch to him. Actually, Tang Ruan didn't dislike this kiss. She felt a familiar sensation from him. Like Fenchen said, maybe they had been partners before, so whether it was a kiss or something more intimate, it was perfectly normal to him. This was his way of expressing love. But in Tang Ruan's mind, flashes of images she saw earlier in the light sphere kept appearing. She saw clearly from her perspective, Fenchen standing in front of a mountain of corpses, easily tearing off the head of a beast man. After lighting it, she happily threw it to another person. Her blood-stained face wore a wild, carefree smile. She felt waves of uncontrollable fear. Even though she knew she was also a purifier, she had not awakened yet, so she saw all this as if it were someone else's story. Moreover, Tang Ruan doubted whether she truly was the eternal one he spoke of. With her personality, she could never be a destructive, evil villain. Finally, Burnt Sky sensed her trembling. He released Tang Ruan. Seeing her eyes widen and tears run down her cheeks, he tilted his head, looking at her with confusion. Tang Ruan clenched her fists. She should continue with him. She must love him. Only by loving him could he control the power left by the beast god. Only then could Yan Qing and Wolf Hunter be saved. She trembled as she lifted her head, tiptoed, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Shaking, she pressed her lips to his. But Burnt Sky did not move.
Ow!
Are you afraid of me? His voice sounded a little hurt. Tang Ruan opened her eyes, unable to believe that she was seeing an innocent, helpless expression on the face of such a ruthless killer. His eyes widened, and his dark red pupils trembled slightly.
I
was just scared by what I saw earlier. Suddenly, Burnt Sky pulled her into his arms.
I'm sorry, Ahvu.
I forgot. You're too fragile right now. You haven't awakened yet. I shouldn't have shown you these things. It's okay. Tang Ruan didn't know what else to say. Ah Wu, don't be afraid. I will protect you. No one can hurt you. Looking into his sincere eyes, she tentatively asked, You won't hurt me either? Burnt Sky's eyebrows furrowed. Why would Ah Wu think I would hurt you? He looked a little angry. Tang Ruan swallowed hard. It's nothing. Just a careless question. I really can't afford to offend him. At night, Burnt Sky led Tang Ruan into a cave. Inside, there was a finely carved jade bed, covered with a thick animal fur blanket, made from some unknown creature. Tang Ruan couldn't help but think that perhaps in the past, the beast world had also developed to a quite civilized level. However, because the beast god disapproved, it was restarted. Fenchen laid Tang Ruan on the bed and was about to leave. Tang Ruan called out to him, Aren't you going to sleep here? Although she was scared, she still wanted to like him sooner. Fenchen paused, then in the next second, he spread his wings and flew to her side, sitting cross-legged. Tang Ruan rested her head on Fenchen's arm. She felt a bit uncomfortable and kept turning over, unable to sleep. Suddenly, Fenchen leaned in closer, and his warm body temperature came with him. Tang Ruan immediately stiffened. His large hand rested on her arm, gently patting her while softly humming a relaxing tune. Was he singing her a lullaby? Are you trying to lull me to sleep? She asked, unable to hold back. Yes, Fenchen replied with a smile in his voice. Who taught you that? Didn't he say that every time they were awakened, it was to kill, and after killing, the beast god forced him into deep sleep again? There was no chance for him to learn such gentle tunes. Oh, taught me. Tang Ruan was stunned. She taught him? Knowing she didn't remember, Fenchen explained proactively. Ah was born before me. When I was first created, I was also afraid. Ah sang to comfort me. Tang Ruan's eyes widened slightly. Was this a sibling relationship? She couldn't help but be curious. How old were you then? Same as now. I mean, your age. I was just born, so I have no age. Tang Ruan's heartbeat sped up a little. Then when did you and I mate? In the last life, when I was 20, Tang Ruan let out a breath of relief. Oh, then it was fine. It wasn't illegal to a minor male. She lay on Fenchen's arm, feeling a bit afraid of him, but strangely, she slept very soundly that night. When she opened her eyes again, it was the next morning. Fenchen was no longer beside her. A gurgling sound came from nearby. Tang Ruan sat up and looked down. I see a dark shape lying by the bed, with all four eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. Its large body blocks the way to get off the bed. Tang Ruan finds a spot to stand near its tail. As she steps forward, the dark shape suddenly flicks its tail, and Tang Ruan accidentally steps right on it. The dark shape jumps up quickly. In an instant, it presses her down with its claws. It shows four sharp, sickle-like teeth. Tang Ruan thinks, I'm going to be eaten by the cat. Suddenly, the dark shape retracts its teeth and stares at her with its big yellow eyes. It looks at her innocently. It lowers its head and rubs against her neck. It makes a soft purring sound, like a gentle cuddle. Its head is so big that Tang Ruan feels a little breathless under its weight. This strange cat, how can it change moods so quickly? Ah Wu, are you awake? A voice calls from outside the cave.
Tan Zuan understand.
The dark shape jumps down from the bed to greet the caller. The person, Feng Tian, walks in holding a bunch of wild fruits. He drops some as he walks. Don't you have space? Tang Ruan asks curiously. Space. Feng Tian pauses. No, I don't. Tang Ruan thinks for a moment. That makes sense. Killing machines don't need space. After they use them, the beast god makes them sleep immediately. Maybe it's because they're afraid they'll remember something. But in the end, during their brief time together, they kept falling in love with each other again and again. Feng Tian places the green, fresh fruits on a stone table. Ah Wu, come eat, he says, picking up one and eating it. He doesn't actually need to eat, and it won't hurt him. But since he's a beast man, he still feels hungry sometimes. So he occasionally finds some food to fill his stomach. Tang Ruan looks at the fruit and thinks it doesn't taste good, but to be polite, she tries one anyway. Yuck. Yuck. Yuck, how could he swallow such a bad-tasting thing? Ah Wu, you don't like it. Feng Tian looks at her with guilt. Tang Ruan hesitates but tells the truth. The fruit, you should pick the red or orange ones. Purple ones are also ripe. It smells sweet, so it should taste good, she explains, gesturing as she talks. The burning sky's gaze was drawn to the red tooth-shaped pattern, the purple snake pattern, and the orange petal-shaped pattern on her wrist. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. What's this? Burning Sky focused on the beast master mark on Tang Ruan's wrist. He squinted slightly. All the blood in Tang Ruan's body seemed to turn cold with his action.
He realized.
She should have thought of it yesterday. With such an obvious mark, how could he not notice? It was because she was scared yesterday and didn't even think of an excuse. Would he go and hurt Wolf Hunter, Yanqing, and Hu Che? Maybe, in a fit of anger, he would cause a disaster that would destroy everything. Tang Ruan's breath caught in her throat. But it didn't matter. If she died, he definitely wouldn't find Wolf Hunter and the others. There was still a chance for her to wake up if she was just sleeping. If she died, everything would be gone. The light ball, held in the hand under the table, slowly condensed. Tang Ruan made up her mind to face death. As long as she could force him to ask who these three beast master marks belonged to, she would die for him to see. Burning Sky looked at her for a moment. He released her hand and picked up a fruit from the table, comparing it. It's different. Tang Ruan. I was a dragon in my past life and never ate fruit. Are these patterns on your hand what you like to eat? Tang Ruan, so he didn't know what the beast master mark was? Or, in his past life, did the beast people not need to form contracts? I understand now. Burning Sky suddenly stood up. He was already tall and strong, and with this sudden movement, Tang Ruan almost fell off her chair. Burning Sky quickly caught her. Ah Wu, wait for me. I'll go look for him. He knew Ah Wu was very fragile now and needed to eat to survive. But she didn't like those monsters and naturally wouldn't want to eat their meat. So he could only find some fruit for her to eat. Tang Ruan was about to say, no need, she has everything in her space, but he had already flown out. She let out a breath of relief. This was better. At least she had temporarily avoided trouble. After dinner, Burning Sky held her and flew up to a tall mountain on Beast God Mountain. One side of the mountain was warm and breezy. Countless small white flowers swayed gently in the green leaves. So beautiful, Tang Ruan couldn't help but marvel. Even on this dangerous beast god mountain, there was such a pure and lovely place. Do you like it? Burning Sky asked. Yes, yes, yes. Tang Ruan felt that if her feelings for Burning Sky had a progress bar, it would definitely be moving forward now. After many days of worry and fear, she finally saw something beautiful. This is what I planted for Awu. Do you remember Awu? She asked. Tang Ruan looked at him. His dark red eyes seemed brighter than before. I don't remember, but thank you, he replied. Burning Sky held her hand, their fingers intertwined. Do you want to touch one? He asked. Why? Tang Ruan asked curiously. Flowers aren't like kittens or puppies. Why would she need to pet them? Because in the past, Awu couldn't touch flowers. If he did, the flowers would die. So, your dream is to be able to touch a flower. Tang Ruan was stunned. She remembered her special power that could make plants age instantly. It seemed she was Awu, no doubt about it. Thinking about how she might become that kind of monster someday made her feel scared. She asked, Burning Sky, will I definitely awaken? As long as the new beast god doesn't need us to awaken, we won't. Tang Ruan suddenly became determined to help Burning Sky become the beast god. At least he wouldn't go crazy and try to destroy the world. But if he found out she already had 3 partners, would he get furious and lose his mind? Tang Ruan felt like she was going crazy. Seeing that he was in a good mood, she tentatively asked, Did we only meet in this life? Of course not, Burning Sky said, looking at her. Every time we sleep, we forget everything from before. After reincarnation, we only remember when we awaken. But soon, we will sleep again. His tone was full of sadness. Suddenly, Tang Ruan felt a strong urge to hug him. Without thinking, she raised one arm. Fenshin surprisingly moved closer naturally. He was so big, yet he acted like a child, rubbing against her neck. This move looked so much like the shadow. She awkwardly patted his back and bravely asked, In each life, when we love each other, do we have no partners around us? Tang Ruan, how can I talk about this? Then we really loved each other, even though we forgot what happened before, and we haven't fallen for anyone else, haha. Fenshin changed his position and pulled Tang Ruan into his arms. He held her hand and placed it in front of her. Because the beast god only allows us to be reborn when needed. So, we woke up right after turning adult. But in one life, you liked a few males. Tang Ruan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what she was waiting for. Tang Ruan, what about those males? Fenshin suddenly released her hand. His large hand turned into 5 sharp claws. Tang Ruan was terrified and turned to cry on Fenshin's chest. Oh no. Yanqing and the others were definitely doomed. Awu, did I scare you? Fenshin hurriedly retracted his claws and clumsily wiped her tears. Fenshin, can I ask you for a favor? If any male likes me, could you not hurt him? Fenshin's face immediately darkened. A huge pressure almost knocked Tang Ruan to the ground. But because she was leaning on him, she was pressed against him. Tang Ruan cried even more painfully. They are innocent. I've known them for so long. Fenshin had never seen her cry so sadly before. In her memory, Yanwu was always indifferent about everything, never making a sound even when crying. He sighed. You don't have to kill them. Tang Ruan suddenly perked up her ears. So crying, throwing a tantrum, and making a fuss really worked. She pretended to cry for a while longer. Fenshin explained, those males who liked you are the ones you killed. Because after you woke up, you wouldn't care about them anymore. Tang Ruan's heart skipped a beat, so that was the case. That's why she didn't want to wake up. She didn't want to hurt her beast husband. Wah wah. Ah woo, orcs are not trustworthy. Don't believe them too much, Burnt Sky said earnestly. He knew that Awu cared about orcs because she hadn't awakened yet. But seeing her care about others besides him, he felt like killing all the orcs. It's because you don't understand. Once you do, you'll see they are actually very loyal. The orc world is very beautiful now. Like what? Burnt Sky asked skeptically, raising an eyebrow. Like Tang Ruan stubbornly hugged his waist tightly, afraid he might suddenly get angry. Now, in the orc world, a female has multiple mates who take care of her. Among these mates, there is a lead mate who guides everyone to live well. Everyone is very happy. Tang Ruan looked up and blinked. Especially the lead mate, who is not only the head of the family and the favorite of the wife, but also friends with the other mates. They are like brothers. They are friends and family. The wife sees them happy, and she feels happy too. Burnt Sky looked at her carefully for a moment. Suddenly, he slightly curved his lips and smiled. Do you like this kind of life? Tang Ruan looked at Burnt Sky. Burnt Sky looked at Tang Ruan. He blinked. Suddenly, sharp, unpleasant screams of monsters came from all directions of the Beast God Mountain. Is there something I can't satisfy you with? Tang Ruan's lips trembled, and she suddenly cried even louder. More screams of monsters echoed.
Tang Ruan, sorry, monster.
It's my fault for involving you. Humph. Burnt Sky snorted coldly and said no more. Tang Ruan wailed for half an hour, her throat hoarse. Finally, Burnt Sky forgot about this matter. But it seemed he was angry. After sending her back to the cave, he left. Tang Ruan took out a bottle of water from her space and drank it eagerly. He seemed to care a lot. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and remembered the obedience test she saw online years ago. Since crying worked, it proved Burnt Sky still had a soft heart. First, find some things that he cares about but that have already happened and cannot be changed. Use these to slowly lower his defenses and increase his acceptance. Tang Ruan was thinking about this. Suddenly, she saw a dark shadow curling something with its tail, walking confidently past her entrance. She paused for a second, then confirmed she hadn't been mistaken. Tang Ruan followed the shadow to the cave where it stored supplies. Sure enough, she saw Hu Che, now a small fox, thrown beside a group of sea creatures. It looked tiny and still not enough for the shadow to satisfy its hunger. Tang Ruan rushed over, trembling as she placed her hand on him. She suddenly let out a breath of relief. He was alive, but very weak. The shadow stood behind Tang Ruan and made a strange sound. She held her breath and turned around. With her head held high, she said, "Shadow, can you give me this fox?" She couldn't understand the shadow's language, but she saw doubt on its face. He was my pet before," Tang Ruan said, clenched fists. "Meow meow." The shadow shook its head. She hadn't eaten fox meat in a long time. Tang Ruan took a deep breath. "Shadow, did you try to bite me this morning? Aren't you afraid I will tell Tian?" "Meow, that was so shameless." "It wasn't intentional." "Then give me the fox." "I promise I won't tell anyone." "Meow." The shadow also got angry and turned its face away. It wasn't trying to attack her. She had stepped on its tail first. Tang Ruan said, "I know. I stepped on your tail first. Meow meow meow. But you also attacked me. Meow." The shadow's fur bristled. Tang Ruan was scared and took a step back. Then she quickly moved 2 steps closer. For Hu Che, she absolutely couldn't back down now. "Give him to me and find me a safe cave. I won't tell Tian about what happened this morning, and I will even cook chicken for you," Tang Ruan said, pulling a chicken from her space. The little hen clucked happily. Thinking of the taste of chicken legs that day, the shadow licked its lips.
Meow. Well.
One a day, the shadow immediately widened its eyes, and its gaze became clear. Knowing this condition, it was satisfied. Tang Ruan took a further step. "This matter is a secret between us. You can't tell Burning Sky about my pet. Otherwise, I will still tell him that you want to hurt me." Meow. The shadow didn't understand. Tang Ruan immediately acted shy. "Aren't you meeting him for the first time? You know, he loves me so much he goes crazy. Even when I touch you a little, he gets jealous. And this is such a beautiful pet." Tang Ruan spoke carelessly. The shadow carefully thought. When Burning Sky was still a dragon, was this true? But Burning Sky seems to get jealous very easily. Meow. Okay. So, the person and the cat agreed. Tang Ruan held Hu Che and followed the shadow along a narrow mountain path. On this path, there was only one lightning bolt. not because of the shadow. Although the shadow has a lightning rod effect, lightning still strikes around it. But on this path, only 2 lightning bolts hit fixed spots. Tang Wan felt as if she had found a flaw in Beast God Mountain. She followed the shadow into a cave. The cave was also carved out of crystal stones, so it was very bright. Meow, this is a place. Tang Wan roasted a chicken for the shadow, right there. Only after it ate enough and left did she dare to treat Hu Che. He was barely hanging on, only 1 breath away from death. Tang Wan was so exhausted she almost fainted, but finally managed to restore Hu Che to a state where he could transform into a human form. Seeing her, Hu Che immediately hugged her tightly. Lady wife, you're still alive. I thought I would never see you again. Hu Che held her tightly, trembling all over. After a while, both calmed down. How did you get in? Tang Wan asked. She and Hu Che were both brought in by the shadow. But actually, Tang Wan didn't know how she got in herself. Hu Che affectionately touched her face. He smiled and said, I only came in after I died. He reached Beast God Mountain and found she was gone. At first, he thought she was eaten by sea beasts. But he quickly realized that on Beast God Mountain, there was a strange cat that would pull dead sea creatures from the shore into the mountain. So he wondered, could it be that she was also taken away by the strange cat? He decided to go into the mountain to see. But only the dead could enter Beast God Mountain. Therefore, Hu Che drained his own blood. Tang Wan gently grabbed his hand, feeling distressed. Hu Che's wrist was very white, with thin skin and clear, strong bones like a young boy's. The wound had already healed. It's hard to imagine what it looked like, with blood constantly flowing from such delicate skin. I'm not as powerful as your other beast husbands. I can only risk my life, Hu Che said with a smile. Tang Ruan's eyes filled with tears as she felt heartache. Hu Che had never had a good day since meeting her. And you? How are you doing here?
Uke asked worriedly.
Tang Ruan hesitated, then said, well.
Hu
Che, have you ever seen the beast god paintings of the snake tribe? Beast god paintings? What are those? I guess it's fate. I will have 5 beast husbands. Tang Wan told Hu Che about what had happened in recent days. Hu Che sat silently on the ground, expressionless. It was as if his soul had been emptied. He turned his face slowly, staring at Tang Wan. So, you haven't seen us for a few days, and you've secretly taken in another beast husband? Tang Wan said, no, I haven't. But I plan to make him the first beast husband, so we might have a chance to survive. Hu Che said, Tang Wan, maybe you should just let me die. She lowered her head and whispered, the important thing isn't about us discovering the beast god's secret. Do I know my true background?
Uke replied, no.
It's that someone even more annoying than the stinky snake has appeared. He had already possessed Tang Wan in his past life. And he still doesn't have her now. Hu Che was about to cry with grievance. I don't care. Today, you have to mate with me. I don't want to be second to that stinky bird. I don't even know what kind of beast form he has. It might not even be a bird. I don't care about stinky birds or eggs. I want to be first.
Uke suddenly pushed Tang Ruan down.
Suddenly, the ceiling of the cave trembled. No, don't move. Tang Ruan covered Hu Che's mouth and looked up. There were tiny crystals on the cave's ceiling, falling down. Hu Che gently took her hand away. What is that? Tang Ruan got up from the ground. I'll go check. No, Hu Che quickly grabbed her. There are monsters on this mountain. It's too dangerous. Tang Ruan hesitated, realizing he had already seen it. She had wanted to go out and distract the creature. Hu Che's strength is only enough for a mid-level beast man, and he is very weak. He can't afford to get hurt again. So, Tang Ruan and Hu Che listened carefully together. Suddenly, a heavy sound came from the cave entrance. Hu Che pulled Tang Ruan behind him. A one-legged, 10-fingered monster appeared at the entrance. Hu Che grabbed her again and backed toward the wall. They stood close to the wall. At that moment, the monster looked down and glanced inside the cave. Tang Ruan couldn't see clearly what the monster looked like. It seemed like a bird, but also like a scorpion. After a while, the monster flapped its wings and flew away. The shadow didn't deceive her. This cave is indeed safe. But why didn't the monster dare to come inside? Tang Wan stayed a little longer, watching the sky outside darken. I need to go back, she told Hu Che. I'll come see you tomorrow. Go back to him. Hu Che looked disappointed. Yes, only he can save Yanqing and the wolf hunter. Hu Che didn't say anything else. He just held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. He wished he were as powerful as the burning sky, so Tang Wan wouldn't have to look for others. Be good. Tang Wan pulled her hand out of his palm. If she didn't go back now, it would be bad if she was caught. Do you love him? Hu Che suddenly asked. No. Tang Wan answered quickly. She didn't dislike burning sky, but she didn't love him either. A smile appeared on Hu Che's face. But Tang Wan changed the subject. I have to love him. Only then can Yanqing and the wolf hunter be saved. The smile on Hu Che's face faded again. Just when Tang Wan thought Hu Che was angry, he suddenly patted his backside and stood up from the ground. Let's go. Tang Wan watched him walk to the cave entrance, eyes wide with surprise. What are you trying to do? Hu Che crossed his waist and said, I'm sending you off. What if that monster hasn't gone far? If it eats me, at least you'll have time to run. Seeing Tang Wan standing still, Hu Che came over and pulled her. Otherwise, do you think I want to do something? Find that destructive monster and fight it alone? That's not a good deal, I won't do it. Hu Che looked around the cave entrance for a moment before leading Tang Wan out. Tang Wan didn't want him to see her off. She thought it was too dangerous. What if Hu Che was eaten by the monster on his way back? What if Bien Tian saw him? I'll just go a little way. I really want to stay with you a bit longer, Hu Che begged, looking at her. He was truly scared of losing her. This was the second time he almost lost her. Tang Wan couldn't refuse him, so she let him see her off for a short distance. When they arrived, she didn't notice that both sides of the mountain valley were full of bright red flowers shaped like lilies. Under the dark sky, they looked vibrant and noble. All right, I'll go back by myself, Tang Wan said, truly unable to let him see her off any longer. Hu Che obediently stopped and released her hand, watching her turn around. Tang Wan, Hu Che suddenly called her. Tang Wan looked back. Hu Che's hands clenched tightly at his sides. After a long moment, he managed to say, You know, right? The first beast husband can't hurt the other beast husbands of the wife. Tang Ruan's eyes widened. She really didn't know. So, if she just coaxed Bien Tian to become her first beast husband, they would all be safe. Then she could find a way to get him to save Yanqing and Lang Lai. Seeing that Tang Wan understood his meaning, Hu Che added, But you must make him your first beast husband before he inherits all the powers of the beast god. Because the wife's contract is bound by the beast god's power. If he becomes the beast god, no one can control him. Tang Wan thought about it and understood. She still wants to love him, but she can't love too much. She can't love him enough to restore all his energy, making it easy for him to control the beast god's power. Her goal is to let his strength stay just right, using some of the beast god's energy to help Yanqing and Huxia lift the curse, but not enough to break the first beast husband contract. This is very difficult. And what if breaking the curse requires more energy than breaking the first beast husband contract? Huxia clearly thought of this. Before Tang Wan could ask her doubts, he said, The first beast husband contract involves life and death. It's a high-level contract. And the curse on Beast God Mountain, Yanqing has been resisting for so long, shows it's not as powerful as the first beast husband contract. You can try to find a chance to test him. Tang Wan nodded at Huxia. Huxia smiled bitterly. I'll wait for you. After saying that, he turned and walked into the increasingly dark night. Tang Wan returned to her cave. She found that Fenshin hadn't come back yet. This orc is quite temperamental. Just as she was thinking, suddenly there was a loud clattering outside the cave. Could he have found Huxia? Tang Wan hurriedly ran outside. But as soon as she stepped out, she dismissed the idea. Fenshin fighting Huxia wouldn't need to make noise. Huxia would be gone. Outside the cave, Fenshin was dragging over a dozen animal hide bundles tied to a rope, bringing them inside. He looked at Tang Ruan. He sat on the ground, starting to untie the bundles. There was food, clothes, toys, and jewelry. Especially the jewelry, which looked quite valuable.
Did
you rob them? Tang Ruan's voice trembled. Fenshin looked at her. Everything in sight belongs to the beast god. Tang Ruan rubbed her forehead. So, he did rob them. Where did you get it? From the sea? He thought for a moment. From the Red Fox tribe's ship. It was Huxia's merchant ship. And the people on the ship? She asked worriedly. They were all Huxia's tribe members. He wouldn't have killed them all, right? He looked at her again, noticing her obvious relief. Fenshin said proudly, I think Aw doesn't want me to kill. So, he didn't move. Today, when she heard that he wanted to kill the male who liked her, she cried so much. She kept saying how good the current beast world is. He just wanted to see what in the beast world made her care so much. Coincidentally, on this ship, someone was eating the red fruit she had tattooed on her hand. Fenshin opened a small package, which was filled with a bunch of horn-shaped fruits. The shape of a horn fruit is somewhat like a chili pepper, but it tastes like strawberries. Many places in the beast world grow these fruits. Tang Ruan took one and took a big bite, showing respect. Seeing her happy, Fenshin also smiled with his eyes. He reached out and patted her head. His warm palm followed her long hair and stopped at the ghost crystal on her neck. I saw someone on that ship also carrying this. His movement suddenly froze. His dark red eyes suddenly brightened. He quickly pulled off the ghost crystal on her neck. Where did you get this? Tang Ruan saw that the child's ghost crystal was snatched away. She suddenly went crazy and lunged forward. Give it back to me. Fenshin took a step back and stood up smoothly. Tang Ruan jumped up and desperately grabbed his arm. Give the child back to me. Fenshin looked at her angry face. But he clenched the ghost crystal tightly. You still can't forget Duanshi, can you? Tang Ruan. Fenshin lowered his hand, his chest rising and falling with anger. There is a soul inside this crystal. It has both your and Duanshi's special powers. Duanshi lied to me, saying the female he liked was reincarnated as a wolf clan. But he went to find you. Under Fenshin's anger, the ground slightly trembled. Tang Ruan was anxious and frustrated. Since Duanshi is the father of the wolf hunter, it makes sense that the child inherited his grandfather's power. How could she be mistaken for having an affair with her old grandfather? Give it back to me first, give it back.
Tang Ruan shouted.
She was afraid that the child's crystal might be damaged in his hands. He just said there was a soul inside. That proves the child is really still alive. She originally thought that the ghost crystal reincarnated to be with her family was just a beautiful fantasy of the orcs. Seeing that Burnt Sky remained unmoved, Tang Ruan suddenly grabbed his arm that hung by his side and bit him hard. 2 rows of teeth marks appeared on his arm, but he seemed not to feel anything at all. He looked at her with both anger and sadness. I knew it. Duanshi has always liked you. He said he suddenly fell in love with an ordinary orc, but he was just lying to me. How could you do this? And now there's a child. Neither he nor a Wu had children, because the god of beasts never gave them a chance to have offspring. Since he couldn't stay calm, Tang Ruan told herself she had to stay calm first. She held his arm. Burnt Sky, I promise you, this child is not mine or Duanshi's. I have never even seen him. You're lying to me. His eyes glowed with more red light. Everything around them, in the rising energy, started to float. Tang Ruan bit her lip.
All right.
She could only use that move. She tiptoed, trying to kiss him, but she found she couldn't reach. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and with force, bit his Adam's apple. Tang Ruan lightly bit his Adam's apple, tossing and turning. She paused at his collarbone. Objects floating in midair slowly fell to the ground. Tang Ruan's heart pounded, and she looked at him with bright eyes, nervously asking, Do you want to kiss me? Tang Ruan suddenly jumped, and he cooperated by holding her legs, letting her sit in his arms. Tang Ruan cupped his face and leaned in to kiss him. She gave passionately, and he responded warmly. In their intimacy, Burnt Sky's emotions gradually turned into desire. They moved to the bed. Tang Ruan pressed on top of him, still holding the lead. But he seemed to like this very much. He had no intention of taking back control. Perhaps, in Burnt Sky's view, only when Tang Ruan took the initiative could she truly love him. Finally, Tang Ruan, panting, looked up. Burnt Sky opened his eyes, and his gaze was no longer as bloodthirsty as before. Tang Ruan, catching her breath, said, "Burnt Sky, I need to tell you something. But before I tell you this, I want you to understand that even though I have forgotten you, and we only met a few days ago, I think I have started to fall in love with you." Tang Ruan's words sounded almost real, almost fake. In a hazy way, even she couldn't tell clearly anymore. Because she realized that when she kissed Fenchen, her heart felt happy. That feeling was like meeting a long-lost lover. Fenchen's eyes still held a hint of anger. "Do you remember what the shadow said? That it found a child from a broken world." Fenchen's eyes lit up. "He is my beast husband." Suddenly, a stone chair in the room exploded. Tang Ruan quickly pressed her forehead against his. She changed her words at the last moment. "He is dead, Tang Ruan. Sorry, Wolf Hunter. He was killed while saving me, and my child with him also died. Later, I found out by chance that his body was on Beast God Mountain. I tried every way to bring him out, but because of the curse of the Beast God, he still died." A tear fell onto Fenchen's eyelid. "My beast husband and child are gone." Tang Ruan trembled all over. She curled up under his neck, unable to stop crying. Her body shrank into a small ball. She cried so sadly. Fenchen's hand rested on Tang Ruan's back, feeling pained and wanting to comfort her. "I came to Beast God Mountain to ask the Beast God to return them to me." She felt Fenchen stiffen. She quickly changed her words again. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Although I don't remember anything, I love you so much." "Wu." Fenchen gently patted her back. "Awu. He should go find Awu because in every life, Awu always told him to wait and not to run around. She said she could definitely find him. So in this life, he also agreed to wait. But if he went to find Awu, maybe she wouldn't have fallen in love with the child from the broken world.
And she wouldn't be so sad now."
Seeing Fenchen's attitude soften, Tang Ruan took the chance to ask secretly, "Fenchen, if I had met you earlier, you must help me lift the curse on him. Then he won't die." Fenchen said nothing. "Fenchen, you will help me, right? Fenchen,
"I only have you now."
you will help me, won't you?" Tang Ruan giggled. "Fenchen, I really, really love you." The two of them flirted for a while longer. Fenchen returned the crystal stone to her, because he felt that Ao was truly very sad. Moreover, even if she loved another beast man, that beast man was already gone. He couldn't compete with him for Ao. And the soul inside this crystal stone is also like a descendant who has passed away. Duan-Shi is the second servant born of the beast god, and he has known Ao much longer than Fenchen. So, he always doubted that Ao might have liked Duan-Shi. But he and Duan-Shi are still brothers. The four of them are inseparable parts of eternity. "Fenchen, do you think you won't like me anymore just because I once had a beast husband and bore a child?" Tang Ruan asked. Fenchen held her tightly. "Oh, I love your soul. Your body is just our vessel. It doesn't matter." Although this was a bit cheesy, it at least proved that Tang Ruan's obedience test was a success in the first step. Fenchen accepted that she had a beast husband and a child. The next step is to try to accept a living beast husband. But first, they need to sign the first beast husband contract. Tang Ruan stared seriously at the crystal stone of the child, lost in thought. Suddenly, Fenchen said, "Oh, do you want this child to be revived?" Tang Ruan looked at Fenchen in disbelief. "Really? Can it be done?" "Yes," Fenchen said. "The beginning of beast man pregnancy is without a soul. Ao and I also only reincarnated into female bodies after the pregnancy reached a certain stage. So, as long as we wait until Ao is pregnant again, and before another soul reincarnates into your belly, we can send the child's soul inside. Then he can be born successfully." Tang Ruan looked at Fenchen excitedly. "Then the child will come back. Well, but if it were me and Awu to have this baby, our beast forms would definitely be the strongest among all orcs." Ah Wu hasn't awakened yet. With not enough energy, she might. Fenshin clenched his fists. Suddenly, he dismissed the idea of having a baby with Ah Wu. Their child might endanger Ah Wu. He changed his words. You could also find a trusted orc pair to be the biological parents of the baby. Someone else can do it. Tang Ruan was surprised. That's different from what I heard from other orcs. The orcs she inquired about said that ghost crystals could only be reborn inside their mother's belly. Orcs definitely don't have that ability, Fenshin said confidently with a smile. But as long as I use the power of the beast god to protect the baby's soul, it will be fine. Tang Ruan blinked and offered a shy smile. Actually, she didn't need to find another orc to be the surrogate mother. If she was afraid of giving birth with the wolf hunter, and the baby might revert to an ancestral form with 2 strong beast traits that she couldn't handle. She had Hu Che. Hu Che was only at the intermediate level. She was already eager to have a baby with Hu Che. The baby would soon return to her side. Tang Ruan held her face, feeling joyful. Suddenly, she thought every beast husband was the best arrangement from heaven for her. Of course, except for Fenshin for now. She was a bit out of control. Seeing Tang Ruan happy, Fenshin's mood also improved. He sat up and pointed to the pile of things on the ground. Do you like any of these? Right now, the orc's belongings are strange and confusing. I can't understand them. Looking at the items scattered on the ground, thrown everywhere in his anger, Tang Ruan awkwardly said, Fenshin, actually, if you want to understand the current beast world, I can take you to learn about it. Ah Wu wants to leave the beast god mountain, Fenshin asked.
No.
Tang Ruan hurriedly refused. He still didn't know what the orc husband's mark on her meant. And thank goodness, Hu Che's caravan had no females. If it were discovered, she would be doomed. I actually have a space. In my space, there are many delicious and fun things from the beast world. Do you know what a space is? Fenshin nodded. He knew that in his previous life as a dragon, he had experienced similar things. Before awakening, out of instinct, his space didn't contain food. Later, after he slept, the items in his space automatically moved to a cave connected to it. He wasn't sure if, after hundreds or thousands of years, that cave still existed. Inside, there were many things that, at that time, orcs really liked. He wondered if Ah Wu would like them too. As for his current beast form, since he just hatched from the egg, his space was still forming. Ah Wu clearly thought he didn't understand anything. Just as Fin Tian was about to explain, Tang Ruan took out a soft, white thing from the space, steaming hot. This is called a bun. Do you want to try a bite? Fin Tian caught it, sniffed, and it smelled very good. Tang Ruan then took out another one and took a bite herself. Fin Tian imitated her, took a bite. Suddenly, his eyes became much clearer. Is it delicious? His only requirements for food were that it was edible and non-toxic. He never thought that in this beast world, there would be such tasty food. Tang Ruan took out a rose pastry. Is it delicious? Fin Tian nodded. Yes. Tang Ruan then took out a bag of dried fruit. After an hour, the insatiable Fin Tian let out a big burp. But he was still looking forward to what Tang Ruan would do next. Ah Wu, what kind of trees do these fruits come from? He asked curiously. In his previous lives, he had never seen such fruits. These aren't naturally grown, they are made. Tang Ruan briefly explained how some foods were prepared and what tools were needed. Fin Tian blinked in surprise. It seemed that the orcs in this world had become smarter. Of course, who taught them? Tang Ruan said confidently. Ah Wu taught them? Yes. Tang Ruan proudly lifted her chin. Ah Wu is really amazing. Did he make all of these himself? Fin Tian asked further. These were made by Yen Qing. He doesn't like me to cook. Burning Sky immediately frowned. Why was he so reluctant to let a Wu go into the kitchen? Why did he feel sorry for a Wu? Did he like a Wu? The mess in the cave started to drift up again. It looked like the only remaining stone chair might also explode. Tang Ruan quickly thought of a plan. A snake tribe cook. What is a cook? Burning Sky frowned, his face full of anger. It's a beast from a strong beastman family, responsible for cooking. If I cook, he will lose his job and have no food, so he's reluctant to leave. Tang Ruan finished explaining in one breath. Burning Sky slightly furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. In dragon caves, there are also lower-ranked beastmen responsible for chores. He took a bite of dried meat, doubtful but curious. Seeing him deep in thought, Tang Wan hurriedly changed the subject to avoid him figuring it out. Burning Sky, have you also eaten so many delicious things? Do you see the current beast world differently now? Do you think it's pretty good? Burning Sky looked up. Whether the beast world needs to start over can't be decided by just a few tasty foods. He was quite rational. But if we could start over, that snake tribe cook could stay. Tang Ruan's mouth twitched. The snake tribe cook, Ing Qing, was the beast king. He thought Awu liked him, and he also liked the delicious food he made.
Tang Zuan sighed silently.
If Ing Qing knew he was being described like this, he might get angry. Suddenly, a long cat call came from the cave entrance. Tang Wan looked over. He saw a shadow lazily stretching and flicking its tail, with bright eyes fixed on Tang Wan. It seemed to have been waiting at the door for a while, drooling over the food. But because Burning Sky was there, it dared not come in directly to ask for food. Tang Wan took a fish from his space and threw it over. The shadow caught it with its neck stretched out. To Tang Wan, the fish was quite big and not enough to fill its teeth. The shadow licked its lips, still wanting more, and blinked at Tang Wan. Then it showed a sharp tooth as a threat, looking in the direction of Huiche. Its meaning was very clear. It had discovered many good things in Tang Ruan's space. One day, a chicken helped her keep a secret, and she felt she was missing out. Burning Sky sat facing the cave entrance, not noticing the expression of the shadow figure. Tang Wan nervously smiled and said, "Shadow, I will roast chicken for you tomorrow." Meow? Meow meow meow. Is that all? That's not enough for me.
Aren't you afraid of me?
Burning Sky understood the shadow's language. Suddenly, he angrily said, "How dare you threaten Awu?" When Burning Sky heard his voice, the shadow was so scared it lay on the ground trembling. It kept meowing nonstop. Meow meow. Please, master, spare me. Tang Wan didn't understand what it was saying, but from the shadow's actions just now, her heart was in her throat. She carefully watched Burning Sky's face, seeing his eyebrows furrow tighter and tighter. Suddenly, he stood up from the bed. Tang Wan quickly grabbed his right hand. "It's just a naughty little cat,"
it
said. "Don't blame it for what it did or said." Meow. The liar. The shadow suddenly called out to Tang Wan. In the next second, Burning Sky raised his left hand. The shadow was instantly surrounded by a ball of fire. Tang Wan suddenly let go of Burning Sky, falling onto the bed, trembling.
Did he
kill the shadow? Although she didn't like this strange cat, it was loyal to Burning Sky even when it was in the egg. How could he just kill it? Does he really have no feelings at all for animals? Tang Wan felt her whole body freeze at that moment. "Ah Wu, I've already punished it. From now on, it won't disrespect you again." Burning Sky reached out to touch Tang Ruan's face. She instinctively dodged, suddenly screamed, and crawled into the corner.
You.
She wanted to say, "Don't come over," but she thought about how if they fell out now, how could he become her first beast husband? If he couldn't be her first beast husband, he might do what he did to the shadow, kill him. Just a flick of his finger could kill Yanqing, Wolf Hunter, and Huiche. Thinking of this, Tang Wan lowered her head, clenched her fists. He changed his tone and said, "Your punishment is too harsh. It's just a naive animal." Burning Sky chuckled softly. "It's been alive for thousands of years, and it still doesn't understand." Tang Wan looked up in shock. Followed him for thousands of years. And now killed? Even a pet kept for a few months would have feelings. Burning Sky walked toward her. He was taller and stronger than Yanqing. Now he was standing, she was sitting. It was very intimidating. When he crouched down in front of her, Tang Wan even felt that the next moment, she might be lost to him. "Are you scared, Awu?" He gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear.
Tang Zuan not dead Chemlin.
"Don't be afraid. I will never hurt you." He pulled her toward him, wrapping her between his legs. He bent down, crossing his arms in front of her, trapping her in his embrace. His chin rested on her shoulder, and he sniffed greedily. Ah, woo, when will we mate? I want you. Tang Ruan was terrified. How could she have such thoughts? In a few days. I don't feel well today. She trembled slightly and pulled away from his arms. He surprisingly released her obediently. Tang Ruan let out a breath of relief and slipped back to the corner she was in before. I want to sleep alone tonight, but is that okay? Burning Sky tilted his head.
It seemed he wanted to say something.
In the end, he lowered his gaze and said nothing. Ah Wu was really afraid of him. He had scared her again today. Burning Sky felt guilty. But just now, in his anger, he hadn't thought much. He naturally thought that she was still the same, the person who could watch a city age, wither and turn into mummies, yet still smile happily. Ah Wu. How could she be afraid of him? Just a small punishment? His Ah Wu had truly become too fragile. He needed to take better care of her to keep her alive. Burning Sky walked to the entrance of the cave. He thought for a moment, then raised his hand to create a barrier. Without shadows following Ah Wu, it was too dangerous for her alone. Tang Ruan stared in the direction Burning Sky had left. I don't know how long it took, but she suddenly let out a deep breath. It was as if she just remembered to breathe, gasping heavily. She looked at the blue barrier at the cave entrance. She was under house arrest. Tang Ruan hardly slept all night. Whenever she closed her eyes, she could hear the screams of the shadow. Even when the shadow was burned alive, it didn't have time to cry out. She finally fell asleep. But she dreamed of Hu Che, Yan Qing, and Wolf Hunter being discovered and killed by him. There are many versions of how they were caught. But all endings are the same: they are killed. Tang Ruan's mind was close to breaking down. Until morning, when she saw the sunlight shining through the semi-transparent crystal ceiling. She finally felt a little safe and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, Fenchen was kneeling by the bed, leaning down to kiss her lips. One hand gently stroked her shoulder. Tang Ruan was so frightened she broke free and moved to the inside of the bed. Fenchen looked down, lips pressed together, still unsatisfied. He raised his eyes, and his blood-red eyes showed a hint of displeasure. Ah Wu doesn't like me. She had just said yesterday that she loved him.
No.
Don't misunderstand. Tang Ruan hurriedly waved her hands. Seeing him stand up with a commanding presence, as if he was about to hurt her at any moment, she quickly ran over and hugged him tightly. They were standing on the bed, about the same height now. Tang Ruan hugged his neck tightly. I was just scared by what happened yesterday. I've never even killed a chicken in my life. Please don't be angry. I still love you. She pressed her forehead against his, closed her eyes. That way, he couldn't see her expression. Of course, Tang Ruan had killed chickens before. She was just trying to act more timid. So, he wouldn't suspect her feelings for him. Fenchen recalled that over these days, whenever Tang Ruan saw scenes of killing, she would tremble all over. He didn't understand what was so scary about that. But when he was born not long ago, he also experienced feelings of fear. That emotion was only eased when Ah Wu appeared, with her singing. So he understood her feelings. From now on, I won't let Ah Wu see scary things, he promised. Tang Ruan quickly shook her head. No need, I can get used to it. Never let her see anything frightening. Wouldn't that mean keeping her here forever? Fenchen, if you have time, take me for a walk on the mountain, okay? I want to get some fresh air. Hearing her invite willingly, Fenchen happily took her hand and kissed it. Tang Ruan also smiled. He picked her up and let her sit in his arms. Tang Ruan hugged his neck and looked behind Fenchen. That way, he couldn't see her expression. She thought hard last night. She must send Hu Che out of Beast God Mountain first. Fenchen is too dangerous. He would kill animals he had raised for thousands of years if he wanted to. If he found Hu Che, he wouldn't let her plead for him and would definitely harm him. So, she needed to understand the terrain of Beast God Mountain. Find a safe way for Hu Che to escape. Fenchen carried her through a somewhat dark corridor. Suddenly, from a dark corner, a meow sounded. Meow. Tang Ruan thought she was hearing things because she felt guilty. Fenchen and Tang Ruan were flying in the sky over the beast world. Tang Ruan carefully observed the mountain for the first time. She found it much larger than she imagined. It also had many different landscapes. Some places were lush and green, others black and red, as if the land was burning. Some areas were filled with jagged rocks, and some monsters crowded together. Tang Ruan stared at a place that looked like a small volcano. The dark cave there, though she couldn't see anything inside, made her feel very scared. She instinctively tightened her arms. Does Ah Wu remember that place? Fenchen suddenly asked. Tang Ruan shook her head. No, I don't remember. Fenchen seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. Ah Wu must not think about it. Ah Wu is afraid of monsters. If she remembers the thing in Illusion Sky, she might be scared to death. Fenchen flew with Tang Ruan for a while longer. During this time, Tang Ruan discovered several routes with fewer thunderstorms. She also pretended to rest, allowing Fenchen to stop on a tall, cloud-reaching tree to observe for a while. She was trying to find a pattern in the lightning. Later, she was disappointed to realize there was no real pattern. However, she did find a fruit grove. It looked very much like the spiritual fruit grove from the legend of Beast God Mountain. Fenchen, let's go pick some of those fruits to eat, okay? Tang Ruan pointed to the grove. Fenchen didn't hesitate. He picked her up and took off again. A few minutes later, they landed in the forest. Tang Ruan picked a fruit and took a bite. It really was a spiritual fruit. This thing can restore energy. Her energy was almost used up when she saved Hu Che, and now only her space could still be used. Hu Che had just recovered to a mid-level beastman. Both of them needed to restore their energy. Seeing her keep putting fruits into her space, Fenchen's face lit up with happiness. His mood also improved. His awe was finally happy. You want to eat? I can bring you here anytime. Tang Ruan paused. Feeling a bit guilty, she said, actually, I was thinking of making some pies for you. Ah wants to make food for me, Fenchen exclaimed happily. He happily walked over and kicked a fruit tree. Ah, Tang Ruan was startled. Fenchen's hand appeared above her head. At the same time, a protective barrier appeared, blocking the falling fruits from hitting her. Although a bit forceful, it was very effective. Fenchen happily picked up the fruits from the ground, hugged them all, and smiled brightly as he walked toward her. The bright red fruits rolled to her feet. Fenchen bent down to pick them up. When he looked up, the sunlight just hit his face. Tang Ruan suddenly noticed that when he smiled, he showed 2 small tiger teeth. His fierce appearance suddenly looked a little cute. All likes them. All for Ao. Tang Ruan hurriedly opened her space to catch the fruits. Fenchen turned around and continued to pick more. It seemed that making her happy was the thing that made him the happiest. Now that he had finally found something that could make her smile, he wished he could find all the spiritual fruits on the mountain for her. Later, Tang Ruan's conscience kicked in, and he stopped him. Burning sky. If you pick more, the fruit trees will be bare, although these fruits are enough for her and Hu Che to eat for half a lifetime. But as long as the green mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn. Burning Sky happily jumped beside her. From now on, if Ah Wu likes anything, I will help him find it. Tang Ruan suddenly had a bright idea. Outside the Beast God Mountain, is that okay? Tang Ruan's eyes turned. Even if it's far away, is that okay? Of course. As long as Ah Wu likes it. Tang Ruan suddenly thought of a place, which is 3 days away from Red Fox City, even if Yanqing travels back and forth. And the Beast God Mountain is even farther from there. 3 days is enough to send Hu Che out of the Beast God Mountain. Burning Sky, the thing I want is in the far south. It looks like this. Tang Ruan took out an ice lotus from the space from the snowy mountain. Making snacks with this is very tasty. I only have 1, I need more. Burning Sky took it and looked at it. How many does Ah Wu need? 10, no. 20. The more, the better. This one she has was given to Yanqing by the Ice Wolf clan. It is said to be the only one found in decades. Burning Sky wants to find 10 or 20 for her, which will definitely take more time. Okay, I will take you back and help you find them, he said with a smile. Just as Burning Sky was about to leave, Tang Ruan suddenly grabbed him.
Burning
sky, when you're not here, I get very bored. Do you have any treasure that can let me leave the cave alone without being attacked by lightning or monsters? Burning Sky blinked. No. Then why don't monsters and lightning come to find you? Tang Ruan didn't believe it. At first, she thought the shadow acted as a lightning rod. Now that the shadow is gone, the lightning no longer strikes him, only her. Could it be because she lied to Burning Sky about her feelings, so the heavens struck her with 5 thunderbolts? Monsters are afraid of me, and I have a barrier against lightning. Ah, so that's how it is. If Ah Wu wants to go out, he can. He looked around. It seemed he was searching for the shadow.
Tang Ruan. See.
Impulsively killing her pet. Now she regrets it. Burning Sky sighed unhappily. Let's wait a little longer. After saying that, he kissed Tang Ruan on the forehead and turned to leave. Is he just going to ignore her now? I really miss that strange cat, Tang Ruan muttered to herself. At least with it around, she could find a way to use it. Tang Ruan's spirit sharpened. Oh no, she might be haunted by the vengeful spirit of the shadow. This time, Burning Sky didn't trap Tang Ruan with a barrier when he left. She went to Huxia's cave. She poured out the spiritual fruits from the space, stacking them into a small mountain. Tang Ruan said, "Next time I visit you, make sure to finish these." Huxia pulled Tang Ruan into his arms, crossing his hands over her belly, and rubbed his head against hers. "Thank you, wife, but in one day, I can't eat all these spiritual fruits." Tang Ruan looked up. "I can't come to see you tomorrow. I'm not sure when he'll return." Hearing this, Huxia turned her over with a displeased look. "No, you must come tomorrow." "Why?" "Because tomorrow is your birthday." "My birthday?" Tang Ruan blinked. How would he know her birthday? Moreover, the calendar in the Beast world is different from her original world. In the Beast world, a month is based on the lunar cycle. New moon to full moon counts as 1 month called a moon, and 12 moons make a year. She didn't even know when her birthday was in the Beast world. Beasts don't really celebrate birthdays. She only celebrated her birthday twice when she was with the Groundhog tribe, because Mama Potato marked the day she was found as her birth date. On the 6th moon, during the new moon, Huxia accurately told her birthday from her time with the Groundhog tribe. Tang Ruan was shocked. How do you know that? Even Yan Qing didn't know. Most importantly, the date wasn't exact, so she never told him. Bribing a few groundhogs isn't hard. Huxia's face showed. I've got plenty of money. Tang Ruan was amused by him. That's settled then. I'll prepare a birthday surprise for you tomorrow. You must come. On the way back, Tang Ruan was still thinking. What surprise could Huxia prepare for her alone in the cave? But she was really a little hopeful. She stepped on something and fell headfirst into the cave. Tang Ruan got up and looked around. She realized she had entered the wrong cave, the one with the shadows stored food. She turned to leave, but suddenly felt something was wrong. These foods seemed to have been gnawed on recently. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Tang Ruan heard the shadow's voice again. She quickly looked up. For sharp, sickle-shaped teeth appeared above her head. In the next moment, Tang Ruan's world went dark. Tang Ruan was eaten by a cat. She never expected that her ending in the Beast world would be eaten by the shadow's vengeful spirit. But this ghostly world felt warm and oddly like crab meat. The temperature of her upper body and lower body was different. After about half a minute, the shadow opened its big mouth and spat Tang Ruan out. She stiffened and stood still. She looked down and saw that her upper and lower body were still connected. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. The shadow, now twice as big as before, looked at her proudly, making a gurgle-gurgle sound in its throat. Has it turned into a ghost? But how can a ghost have a physical form and eat things? Suddenly, Tang Ruan noticed that the shadow's face had an extra eye. Right in the middle of the 4 eyes, there was a tiny one, like a yellow gemstone embedded in its forehead. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it. Tang Ruan thought for a moment. Although it was unbelievable, she asked, Shadow, have you been resurrected? The shadow lifted its head proudly. Are you immortal? Its gaze told Tang Ruan the answer. It was too incredible. She boldly guessed, the 3 extra eyes represent how many times you've been resurrected. Meow meow. The shadow nodded.
Tang Zuan.
She also really wanted to have this skill. The shadow didn't die, and Tang Ruan's guilt disappeared. But then, a greater fear took over. Why you won't hold a grudge, will you? The shadow took a step toward Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan said, You already scared me just now. We're even now. I have something tasty and I'll share it with you. Meow.
Deal.
But then, Tang Ruan asked nervously, You won't tell Feng Tian that I keep a pet, right? Meow. See how you behave. Tang Ruan couldn't understand what it was saying, so she quickly added, I can give you double the food, but I have a request. Meow.
You said.
Unless I ask, you can't follow me. My pet is afraid of you. Tang Wan wasn't sure if the shadow had also followed her earlier. Maybe it noticed that Hui Che isn't a fox but a beast man. But she thought, if the shadow had already figured it out, it wouldn't be so calm and talk to her like this. The shadow was still, purring, and thinking. Suddenly, Tang Wan took out a fishbone from the space, baked years ago. The shadow opened its mouth to catch it. Immediately, a delicious aroma filled her mouth.
Meow. Deal.
To test how trustworthy the shadow was, the next day, Tang Wan deliberately went out several times. She found that when she went toward Hui Che, the shadow didn't follow. But if she went somewhere else, the shadow would actively follow her. Tang Wan suddenly felt very touched. The shadow was really good. It was useful and easy to please. After confirming that the shadow wouldn't follow her to Hui Che's place, Tang Wan arrived at Hui Che's cave. As soon as she entered, she saw a small path made of red flowers from the beast god mountain under her feet. Between a few red flowers, there were candle-like objects casting faint shadows. At the end of the path, there was a beautifully crafted table. On the table, there were 5 boxes. Hui Che was standing beside the table, smiling brightly. This is your birthday gift from the past 5 years. He opened the first box, revealing a small bag made of pure white fur. This was from the first year I left. I didn't know you had your own space. During a battle, they seized this item. Don't be fooled by its small size. It can connect to a space about the size of this cave. However, my wife is so powerful now that I don't need it for the time being. Hui Che opened a second box, which contained something like a lantern. This is a creature's heart from the deep sea. Even after dozens of years, it remains bright and alive. I thought you were afraid of the dark, so I replaced it with this. He then opened a third box. This past year, the Red Fox clan finally settled down. I found a beautiful cave in Red Fox City and set up our home there. He took out a sheepskin scroll and unrolled it for Tang Wan to see. It showed the inside of the cave. He managed to make the cave look warm and cozy using simple things from the beast world. When we go back, I will take you to live there for a while. Next, he opened the 4th, 5th, and other boxes. For more than 5 years, Tang Wan thought Hui Che had forgotten her. Or, for some reason, had given up on her. She never expected that he remembered her every birthday, knew what she needed, what she was afraid of, and even planned their future together. As for the 6th birthday gift, Hui Che rested his chin on his hand, pretending to think. He said mysteriously, Maybe I should just give myself to you. Tang Wan walked over and hugged his waist tightly. Her head pressed against his chest. Just as he was about to say something, a warm feeling spread through his body. He wanted to push her away and ask what was wrong. But his hand moved on its own, rubbing her back and pulling her closer. Both of them heard each other's heartbeat. Tang Wan felt her whole body heat up. She had never felt such a strong desire to be close to a male before. She looked up at Hui Che. Even though she liked him very much, she knew she shouldn't have this urgent feeling to him and be completely with him. Hui Che also looked a bit surprised. He hadn't planned to mate with Tang Wan today. He knew that doing so could be very dangerous for both of them. But that primal desire was almost overwhelming his reason. Tang Wan felt the same. She clenched her fists, trying to resist the urge to pull down his pants. Suddenly, Hui Che sniffed the air. What's that smell? Not far away, a red flower was burning on a candelabrum. He hurried over and stomped it out. Suddenly, Her arms were empty, and Tang Wan regained a bit of her senses. The two of them seemed to have been drugged. She looked around, and her eyes fell on the ground covered with red flowers. She squatted down and picked up one flower. A small line of words appeared in her mind. She had just read the first 3 words and immediately dropped the flower. Love-inducing grass. What? Che exclaimed in shock. Although he didn't know what love-inducing grass was just from the name, he understood it was related to something. Tang Wan picked up the flower again. Love-inducing grass blooms once every 3 years. When burned, its flowers, leaves, stems, and roots all have aphrodisiac effects. There is no antidote, only. Tang Wan looked up at Che. Even though he was now her beast husband, he was legally hers. But here it was too dangerous.
Che clearly thought so too.
Madam, you need to leave quickly. Yes, but what about you? Go find him.
Don't worry about me. He turned his back.
Thinking about what might happen between Tang Wan and that man later, Che's heart felt like it was breaking. He was not only physically uncomfortable, but also emotionally distressed.
Tang Zuan not dead.
Che heard her take a step forward. Suddenly, her footsteps approached him. As he turned around, Tang Wan threw herself into his arms. But in my mind, I am thinking of you. He wouldn't. Tang Wan held his hand, gently squeezing his delicate fingers. She finally understood how difficult that day had been for Yanqing. This was truly more than an orc could bear.
No.
Mistress, get up. He will hurt you. Hutch helped her straighten her clothes while pulling Tang Wan to her feet. Tang Wan then looped her arms around his neck. A smile played at her lips. Don't you want me? Hearing this, Hutch's mind suddenly felt like a string had snapped. He closed his eyes and clenched his jaw tightly. His pink lips turned pale from biting. But suddenly, Tang Wan kissed him on the lips and looked at him playfully. Hutch, you're my mate now, just mine. She pulled his arm and drew him closer. Her other hand rested on his chest. Hutch had never seen Tang Wan act so boldly before. He closed his eyes, trying to breathe deeply, but the desire still overwhelmed him. Tang Wan made Hutch stumble. He supported himself with his hands on her sides, and when he opened his eyes again, they seemed misty. Madam, he gently nuzzled her cheek with his nose, as if that could ease his longing. His hands, pressed against her sides, showed prominent veins. Hutch. Suddenly, Hutch grabbed her downward hand. No, you can't. What if someone comes in? What should we do? Well, Tang Wan thought seriously, you can turn into a little fox and I'll say you're my pet. She leaned in again, lightly biting his chin. Hutch finally couldn't hold back anymore. He pushed Tang Wan back onto the soft bed. His orange-red eyes looked at her proudly, revealing his beastly hunting instincts. So, Master, what do you want me to do? Anything. Just don't cry later, Master. Tang Wan knew well that beasts instinctively knew how to handle such situations. But she found it hard to associate Hutch's fierce appearance with his gentle nature. Outside the cave, a one-legged, 10-fingered creature perched on the ceiling. It lowered its head, curious about the sounds inside. Meanwhile, the people inside remained completely unaware. A shadow lying on the distant hillside was yawning. It stretched lazily and shook its fur. The sun had set, and it was no longer warm in the sunlight. Suddenly, it saw a strange creature on the pet cave where Tang Wan was. The creature was peeking into the cave. It yawned again and looked at it curiously. Since there was a barrier at the entrance, the creature couldn't get in. It might just scare the female and her pet. Suddenly, the shadow remembered something. Its eyes widened in surprise. It had said before that its pet was very timid and afraid of that creature. It was a beautiful cat, and it was afraid. How much more would it fear a disgusting-looking monster? If it got scared and fainted, that annoying female would complain to the fire sky. The shadow thought for a moment and reluctantly flew over. It landed on a big tree near the cave. The pressure it emitted made the creature notice it immediately. It hurriedly flapped its wings and flew away. The shadow, feeling bored, scratched itself. Just as it was about to turn and leave, suddenly, it heard a voice coming from inside the cave. Master, you are.
Mine.
When the two of them regained their senses, it was already dark. Hui built a small fire, took some items from his space, boiled some warm water, and helped Tang Ruan wash up. He also helped her comb her hair and dry it. By the time everything was done, it was late at night. Both of them knew they might face danger at any moment. But to avoid being discovered by the fire sky, they had to do these things. The warm water contained flowers from Tang Ruan's space, smelling somewhat like lilies. It could help hide her scent. She knew some beast men could smell it. Fortunately, her special power was healing, so she left no traces on her body. Tang Ruan stood up. I have to go. Okay. Hui also stood up. Don't see me off. If that strange cat sees you, then I'll turn into your pet and see you off, okay? He said this and transformed into a small, fiery red fox. His tail wrapped around her leg. Tang Ruan helplessly said, just a small part of it. In the night, Tang Ruan held up the small lantern that Hui had given her. Hucha followed closely beside her. Suddenly, a meow came from above. The lantern fell to the ground. A shadow lunged toward Hucha. Hucha leapt up and surprisingly landed on the shadow's face. The shadow instinctively shook its head. Hucha landed steadily and assumed an attack stance. He growled softly from his throat. Although he was just a small creature, his fierce look made the shadow freeze for a few seconds. When it regained its senses, Tang Ruan had already picked up Hucha and held him in her arms. Shadow. What are you doing? Tang Ruan shouted. Meow, meow. You know what's in your heart. The shadow stared intently at Hucha in Tang Ruan's arms. Hucha also glared back fiercely. He wanted to transform into a giant fox to protect Tang Ruan, but was afraid of revealing his true identity. Although he didn't know what this strange cat had discovered, it was clear that it knew something. Suddenly, a pinkish glow appeared in Hucha's eyes. He looked into the shadow's eyes and slowly said, Forget everything that happened today, meow. Forget. Meow. Everything. The shadow seemed to have its soul drained and stood there blankly. At Hucha's command, the shadow turned around and disappeared into the night. He jumped out of Tang Ruan's arms. Go back quickly and act like nothing happened. Tang Ruan nodded and hurried toward the burning sky cave. Hucha had said his special power was useless against beasts much stronger than him. But for this ancient strange cat, was it useful? At least for now, it seemed to work. Tang Ruan returned to the cave. Burning Sky hadn't come back yet. She let out a sigh of relief and lay on the bed, pretending to be asleep. A gurgling sound came from the cave entrance. Tang Ruan opened her eyes nervously and saw the shadow lying at the entrance. It was boredly playing with its tail. It looked up at Tang Ruan's tense face. It tilted its head and asked, Meow? What's wrong? Shadow, where did you go just now? Tang Ruan asked. The shadow thought carefully. It couldn't remember anything. All it remembered was that after eating the tasty food Tang Ruan gave, it was going to sunbathe. Did it walk to its owner's cave and then fall asleep by accident? It was already dark. The shadow widened its 5 eyes, looking confused. Tang Ruan sighed in relief and closed her eyes again. That's great. It really forgot. Although the shadow doesn't remember anymore. Tang Ruan still couldn't relax. She had another nightmare. She dreamed that Fenshin killed Huja. She ran to find Yanqing, speaking incoherently. Run. He's coming. Tang Ruan curled up in fear, constantly moving toward the bed edge. Muttering, He's coming. He's coming. Run. Fenshin reached out and pulled her into his arms. Gently patting her back, he tried to wake her. Ah Wu, wake up. Ah Wu, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can hurt you. Ah Wu's beast husband died protecting her, so she must have gone through something very scary. Who made her so afraid? He was determined to personally tear off his head.
Ow!
Not afraid. Tang Ruan instinctively snuggled into his embrace. Yanqing, run. He's coming. Fenshin frowned deeply, recalling what Tang Ruan had said, a cook from the snake tribe. No matter how terrible her dreams, she shouldn't be constantly thinking about a cook. Suddenly, his gaze fell again on her wrist. that purple mark. Rather than looking like a fruit, it more resembled a snake. And the triangular mark made him think of the descendants of the broken world, wolves. And that remaining petal-shaped mark. Fenchen exhaled slowly. His eyes darkened with a bloody glow. His chest rose and fell. This time, when he went out to find the ice lotus, he met many beast men. He learned that in the current beast world, males are more than females, and females have multiple beast husbands. Some even have more than 10. Ah Wu, who is so beautiful, only had one beast husband, which surprised him. Those females with beast husbands have a beast husband mark on their bodies. It's a kind of contract brand created using the power of the beast god. Most are irregular black or brown patterns. At that moment, he thought of the thing on Ah Wu's wrist. But hers was clearly more vibrant and beautiful than the usual beast husband mark. It seems to be done for beauty, deliberately added. So, he didn't think about the beast master's mark. Now it looks like... Haha. Burnt Sky suddenly let out a cold laugh. He reached out and grabbed Tang Ruan's shoulder. He must ask clearly today. Suddenly, a dark shadow's voice came from the cave entrance. Meow meow. The shadow called softly twice. Burnt Sky impatiently looked up. What's the matter? Meow. Cat, master. I have something very important. The shadow saw that Burnt Sky was full of killing intent, thinking that it had just been revived once. Although each time it revives, it absorbs the energy from being killed and becomes stronger. But the process of revival is very painful. So, it took a few steps back, ready to escape. Unexpectedly, Burnt Sky stood up. What do you want to say? Meow. She raised a pet. The shadow looked at Burnt Sky carefully. Just that? Burnt Sky gave it an impatient look. She was bored here, having a pet was no big deal. However, there were no normal animals on the Beast God Mountain. Could she have raised a little monster? Seeing Burnt Sky was about to leave, the shadow hurriedly said, In the cave. I just remembered. It's a beast man. Burnt Sky paused. What did you say? His body trembled slightly with anger. Veins bulged on his clenched fists. Meow 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 meow. She raised a beast man pet, a fox. I heard that the fox tribe called her the master, and said she was there. Burnt Sky's pupils suddenly dilated. Fox tribe, flower petals, foxtail. The shadow was lying on the ground, covering its 5 eyes with 2 paws, afraid to look at Burnt Sky's expression. It heard Burnt Sky take a deep breath. When it finally gathered the courage to look at his expression, it saw that Burnt Sky was actually smiling. This kind of smile only appeared when he was sacking a city, causing disaster, or watching the destruction of the beast world. Interesting, he moved his finger joints, bones creaking. Take me to see it. Tang Ruan was dreaming when she felt a dangerous gaze fixed on her. She suddenly opened her eyes. She saw Fen Tian leaning above her. He looked at her with a half-smile. Tang Ruan calmed her emotions and forced a smile. You're back? Why did you take so long? She asked nervously, looking away. I also think I might have come back a bit late, he said, pinching her chin. He forced her to look into his eyes. Then he leaned down and bit her lip. He started kissing her without mercy. Tang Ruan instinctively pushed him away, then began hitting and kicking him. But he showed no intention of stopping. Suddenly, she smelled blood in her mouth. Fen Tian raised his head. He licked his bitten lips. Fen Tian, you hurt me, Tang Ruan said angrily. Fen Tian suddenly sneered. Tang Ruan instinctively shrank back. Fen Tian moved closer again. Madam, why are you the first to complain? Clearly, you bit me first. He rubbed his thumb against her lips, feeling the warm, rough touch. What did you just call me? Tang Ruan asked in surprise. Madam, Fen Tian tilted his head. I see that the beasts outside call their mates the same way.
Why?
Don't you like me calling you that? It's not. Tang Ruan lowered her eyes and quickly added, Fen Tian, would you like to be my first beast husband? First beast husband? Do you have second, third, or fourth beast husbands? He asked. No, no, no. Tang Ruan hurriedly explained, the first beast husband is special. In the current beast world, the contract with a normal beast husband is different. Only the person the madam loves most can be the first beast husband. She wanted to avoid talking about other beast husbands as much as possible. But she also felt her explanation lacked convincing power. But we already have an energy contract, she added.
Oh.
Right? Tang Ruan suddenly remembered. How should she say it so he would agree? Fun Tian looked at her with unusually intense eyes today. His attitude was different. Did he hear something outside? We must capture him quickly. Tang Ruan, but if you don't become my first beast husband, we can't mate. Otherwise, you'll be punished by the beast god and die suddenly. You probably haven't mastered the beast god's power yet, right? Is that so? Burning Sky shows a satisfied smile. He gently places his hand on her delicate neck. This action makes Tang Ruan feel like she is his prey, always at risk of being harmed. So, do you truly want me to be your first beast husband? Burning Sky asks. Her answer sounds sincere, not fake at all. Burning Sky can't help but sneer. What a greedy female. She already has many beast husbands, yet she still wants to have him. Does she think he would share with others? She belongs to him alone. Alright, then let's make it official now. After the ceremony, a pair of black wings appeared on Tang Ruan's wrist. The edges of the wings were decorated with gold and red, making them incredibly beautiful. If she weren't afraid Burning Sky might notice something unusual, she would have looked at them longer. Tang Ruan quickly hid her hands behind her back. Now you are my beast husband. She deliberately raised her hand to hug his neck, so his attention wouldn't be on her hands. Tomorrow, she planned to tell him that she loved him so much she had tattooed wings like his on herself. But unexpectedly, Burning Sky grabbed her hand. He carefully examined her beast husband mark. Compared to your other beast husbands, is mine more beautiful? What are you talking about? Tang Ruan pulled her hand back. Burning Sky sneered coldly, watching her back. Suddenly, Tang Ruan turned around. Are you talking about the wolf hunter? He's already dead, so his beast husband mark disappeared. Oh, Burning Sky raised an eyebrow. Then what's that on your wrist? It's something I drew myself, to remember him. Tang Ruan instinctively hid her hand behind her back. Burning Sky approached her, each step seeming to press on her nerves. Consort, do I look very stupid? He once again pinched her chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. Wolf, snake, and a red fox clan, right? Tang Ruan suddenly widened her eyes. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost pierced her palms. She held her breath, afraid to say a word under his intense stare. Fenchen leaned down and whispered into her ear. It seems I was right. I don't know what you're talking about. Tang Ruan turned her face away. As long as she didn't admit it, he couldn't find Yanqing and Wolf Hunter. But Hu Che. He had already discovered him. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Fenchen straightened up. I can spend the whole night helping you remember clearly. He said this as he lifted her up. He pressed her legs with his knees. He buried his head in front of her. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on Fenchen's face. Go away, Tang Ruan shouted with red eyes. Fenchen looked up. He gently touched the spot where she had hit him with his tongue. His blood-red eyes narrowed, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Why?
They can, but I can't. Am I not your first beast husband? He pinched her cheeks and repeated her words. Only the person the consort loves most can become the first beast husband. Tang Ruan knew she was no match for him. She could only stubbornly glare at him. Fenchen suddenly seemed to realize something and loosened his grip. So, you were lying just now. I'm not your most loved person. Fenchen, don't do this. I will treat you well. Tang Ruan tried to stay calm. She took a deep breath and continued, but I am no longer the person I was in the previous life. Many things have happened and cannot be changed. I know this might be a little unfair to you, and you can't accept it. You get angry, I understand. But please don't do this. If you do, I will be scared. Hearing her say she was scared, Fenchen's cold gaze suddenly softened for a moment. But quickly, it was filled with anger again. He sneered and shook his head lightly. Trying to deceive me again. But since the consort said she will treat me well, how about I help you solve those unchangeable problems? Let's go back to the way things used to be, okay? He kissed her forehead gently. Tang Wan flinched slightly.
What?
What do you mean? A fierce light appeared in Fintian's eyes. Tell me their names and where they are. I will help you erase everything. No way, Tang Wan shouted loudly. She grabbed Fintian's arm and begged, Fintian, I beg you, don't hurt them. If you do, I will die too. Fintian's eyes widened slightly and his brow furrowed. She actually told him that if they died, she wouldn't want to live anymore? Fintian wasn't sure if her words were serious or just meant to scare him. But just as a threat, it was enough to make him angry. Tell me. The ground trembled slightly under his anger. Tang Wan heard distant screams of monsters and the sound of rocks collapsing. She bit her lip tightly and stubbornly lowered her eyes. Fine, if you won't tell me. I can only think of another way. Fintian raised his hand and opened his palm. Suddenly, a few chaotic love flowers appeared in his hand. Tang Ruan's breath caught. What are you going to do? Make you speak. The chaotic love flowers quickly turned to ashes in the flames of his palm. The strong fragrance made Tang Wan feel dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, the person in front of her became blurry.
Awu.
Awu. Fintian called her name affectionately. But what Tang Wan saw was, she reached out and hugged his neck. Great. You're okay. Finqing froze for a moment, then quickly moved closer. Tang Wan, who was already weak, was roughly pulled up by him. Does the wife only love me? If she said no, Finqing would be angry. But he clearly knew about the wolf hunt. Why did he ask that? While Tang Wan was thinking, the person in front of her became blurry again. When her vision cleared once more, it was Wolf Hunt pinching her chin. Tang Wan immediately lunged forward and hugged him tightly. You're finally awake. You're finally awake. I've been looking for you for 6 years. The little one is gone. But I now know how to bring him back to life. Tang Wan cried painfully, holding onto his neck and trembling nonstop. She was out of breath. Suddenly, Lang Lai pushed her away. He used his thumb to gently wipe away her tears. Do you care so much about him? Who is Lang Lai talking about? Tang Wan grabbed his hand. Lang Lai, Yanqing only changed because he wanted to find you. To keep his promise to me, he went alone to the Beast God Mountain and brought you back. He gave his life to save you. You can't hate him. Tang Wan placed her hands behind his head and pulled him closer. She kissed him hard. Lang Lai, I miss you so much.
Awu.
Under the influence of the chaotic grass, Tang Wan fainted from exhaustion. But she kept holding on to Fintian's hand tightly, mumbling softly. Hu Che, please don't do anything foolish. I don't want you to die for me. Please go. Leave the Beast God Mountain quickly. Fintian's veins bulged on his arms and forehead. He suddenly sat up. I will go kill that fox right now. Tang Wan suddenly pushed hard. Fintian was caught off guard and was pulled back by her, supporting himself above her. Tang Wan opened one eye slightly, looking at him gently, but not recognizing him. It definitely wasn't him. Thinking of this, Fintian broke free from her grip. He decided to go and kill those 3 beast men immediately. Fintian. Tang Wan suddenly spoke. Fintian paused. I'm sorry, Fintian. I promise to love you well and try to love you more. Fintian felt a warm feeling in his heart. Please, save Yanqing and Lang Lai. I will truly try to love you. Tang Wan woke up at dusk. She didn't know how much time had passed. She sat up and hugged her knees, carefully recalling everything that had happened before. Fintian had burned the chaotic grass. It seemed she had sold Yanqing, Lang Lai, and Hu Che. The orange sunset shone through the crystal stones onto her face. She rubbed her face to stay alert. What should I do? What can I do? I can't cry or feel sad now. I must find a way. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the light. Tang Wan looked up and saw Fintian looking down at her. She suddenly remembered that her clothes had been torn. Quickly, she took out a piece of fur from her space and held it in front of her. Fintian sneered. Put on your clothes and come out. Why? To say your last goodbye to your pet and yourself. In front of a small volcano-like cave. Fintian put Tang Wan down. At the same time, A dark shadow appeared across from them, holding a fox-shaped Huche. It roughly threw Huche onto the ground.
Uke, Tangruan shouted.
Fentian quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. He wrapped one arm around her waist. "Don't worry, he's not dead yet," Fentian said with a smile. Tang Ruan looked back at him. "What are you going to do?" Fentian's gaze shifted to the cave entrance. This place is called Illusion Void. Inside, you can see all the frightening moments of your life. In the end, your fears will turn into a monster that belongs to you, Fentian said, then raised his hand and placed it on Tang Ruan's neck, moving upward and suddenly grabbing her jaw. "And then I will kill you." Tang Ruan broke free and moved toward the illusion void. She had enough of his threats. Fentian suddenly tensed up and took a step forward. Fortunately, Tang Ruan stopped. She was still some distance from the cave entrance. Fentian let out a breath and stared at her closely. Tang Ruan angrily said, "Fentian, if you dare to kill Huche today, I will hate you. I will hate you for all my lives." Fentian's eyes flickered. It felt like someone had suddenly stabbed him in the chest. But compared to the pain and pleasure mixed last night, this was nothing. "You don't love me anymore, so why do I care if you hate me?" He raised his hand and gently moved his fingers. The dark shadow immediately bowed its head and pushed Huche down. Hearing the sound behind her, Tang Ruan ran to the cave entrance, trying to pull Huche back up. She looked terrified. She immediately spread her wings and stepped in front of Tang Ruan. She wrapped her whole body with her wings. "Are you crazy?" Burnt Sky shouted angrily. In the illusion space, even if awakened Awu went in, she might not come out unscathed. Normal beastmen have only one way to die. The illusion space is used by the beast god to test their weaknesses. Before awakening, the four of them lived in the beast world for decades. If they developed a weakness during that time, they couldn't fully serve the beast god. Once the beast god discovered it, he would erase that part of their memory immediately. In the illusion space, Duanshi found that the female beast man was his weakness. After Hung Zhou appeared, his mood became unpredictable. Both Awu and Hung Zhou discovered that each was the other's weakness in the illusion space. Neither of them wanted to forget their weakness, so they joined forces to defeat the beast god. That time in the beast world didn't end in destruction, but continued to this day. Originally, they didn't need to reincarnate anymore. But because Awu's soul was heavily damaged by the beast god, she and Hung Zhou gave her their strength. The two of them could only recover through reincarnation. He always thought Awu hadn't died. But why does Awu seem to have reincarnated and remembers nothing? If he could find out why Awu forgot him, maybe he could still be her only one. "Awu, what is your beast form?" Burnt Sky suddenly asked. Knowing her beast form would tell him if she had reincarnated. "Do you want to know?" Tang Ruan suddenly sneered and raised her face. At that moment, her indifferent expression reminded Burnt Sky of the old Awu. "Move aside, I'll show you," she said with a smile. Burnt Sky hesitated, then folded his wings and stepped back. Awu couldn't really jump into the illusion space just for that beast man. She just wanted to deceive him and let him go. From what he knew, the females outside didn't care about their beast husbands at all. They even often sent them back and forth. Tang Ruan spread her arms. Burnt Sky looked carefully. Awu's former beast form could indeed fly, and it was very, very huge. "Now look carefully." The next second, Tang Ruan leaned back and fell into the illusion space. Burning Sky chased her to the cave entrance, and she actually jumped inside. For that ordinary orc. Meow meow. Should I bring her back? Burning Sky. No need. He clenched his fist. If I don't scare her, she won't realize that staying close to me is the safest choice. He said angrily. He will stay here forever, waiting for her to call for help. Let her understand that only he is the most reliable person she can depend on. Tang Ruan fell onto something soft. It made a gurgle sound. She looked down. It was a huge cat similar to the shadow, but twice as big. Carefully, Tang Ruan climbed down from it, and the black cat stood up too. It looked exactly like the shadow. Both had 5 eyes. Tang Wan was so scared she ran away. She saw a door ahead and rushed inside, hiding by the door and gasping for breath. Suddenly, she noticed the gurgle sound had stopped. Bravely, she looked outside the hole, but saw nothing. She suddenly remembered Burning Sky's words. Inside, you can see all the most frightening moments of your life. So, was what she saw just an illusion created by her fear? She was indeed a little afraid of that strange cat. Further ahead, Tang Wan entered a room. The decorations inside were exactly the same as her stepfather's house. Her heart suddenly jolted. Had she traveled back in time? In front of her was a woman, and from her back, she looked like her mother, but much younger than she remembered. The woman turned around, and at first sight, she shouted loudly, "I and your dad are useless. When your brother gets married, you'll have to take care of everything." Behind her, suddenly appeared her young brother. He was kicking a small white dog she used to raise as if playing kickball. The dog let out a painful yelp. Even though Tang Wan realized these were probably illusions created by the illusionary space, she couldn't help but want to save the dog. Just as she lifted her foot, suddenly, a belt swung from the side and struck her. Quick as lightning, Tang Wan grabbed it. Her stepfather's angry face appeared before her. "You useless thing!" Tang Wan suddenly pulled hard, snatching the belt from his hand. The quick hand movement made the stepfather disappear immediately. This illusion is probably here just to help her realize her dreams. After so many years of psychological trauma, does he still want to make things difficult for her? Tang Wan suddenly felt confident. This illusion was nothing special. She passed through another door, and suddenly a coffin appeared before her. After passing through 4 or 5 doors, Tang Wan finally found Huche. He was fighting with the air. It looked like thousands of soldiers were fighting in front of him.
Uke.
Huche, Tang Wan called twice, but he didn't respond. Seizing the chance, she rushed forward and held him down. Then she tightly embraced him. "Huche, it's me." "It's okay now, everything was fake," Tang Wan said softly, stroking his fur. Huche didn't calm down because of this. Suddenly, he bit her hand.
Tang Zuan hit sopti.
Blood flowed into Huche's mouth, dropping onto the ground with a drip-drip sound. Huche sniffed the familiar smell. He looked up and saw it was Tang Wan. He anxiously spun around in her arms and licked her wound. Tang Wan knew that Tian had hurt Huche before. Now he couldn't turn back into a human and couldn't help her, only feeling anxious. Fortunately, her special power was healing. "It's okay," Tang Wan comforted him with a smile. "Look, isn't it better now?" She reached out her hand and activated her power. But the wound didn't heal. Her hand quickly aged, dried up, and turned into a white bone. "Ah!" Tang Wan shouted in surprise. Looking again at her hand, it returned to normal. "Did I see things?" she muttered to herself. "Of course not, because you are naturally such a terrifying thing." Hearing this, Tang Wan looked up and saw a fog suddenly appear before her. From the fog, someone slowly emerged.
You.
"How did you come down here?"
She nervously ugeduketajter.
Huche looked back confused and saw Tang Wan. He was making soft noises in her arms, seeming to want to warn her that Tian was coming. Tang Wan gently patted his back and said, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." He put Huche behind him. But Huche suddenly jumped out, anxiously circling around her. "If I had known your beast form would turn out like that, I wouldn't like you at all," Fenshin said proudly and disdainfully. Tang Wan didn't care whether he liked her or not. "What my beast form is doesn't concern you at all." She didn't even know herself. Being scolded, Fenshin didn't get angry at all. His gaze fell on Hucho in front of Tang Wan. "Is this your secretly hidden beast partner? Today, I will kill it." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground under Hucha suddenly turned red. Tang Wan hurriedly rushed forward, hugged Hucha, and rolled to the side. The ground where Hucha had been just now immediately turned into scorched earth. Tang Wan let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she ran fast. Hucha was anxious and kept calling out in her arms. Tang Wan fell into illusion. But after Fenchen severely injured him, he sealed his remaining power. Now, he couldn't use his special abilities, open space, or even speak. He had completely turned into a fox. He bit at Tang Ruan's arm, hoping she would wake up. But he didn't want to hurt her too much, afraid of biting her painfully. Fenchen stepped closer to Tang Ruan, one step at a time. After your soul disperses, I, Heng Zhou, and Wanshi will forget you, he said with a look of disgust. Tang Wan finally realized something was wrong. What he said were things he thought she would fear. Or rather, things that her full memory would make her fear. But because Tang Wan had lost her memory, she didn't think any of this was a big deal. She had already passed through 4 or 5 doors, gaining some experience in dealing with illusions. As long as she didn't care about the illusions and bravely broke through, the power of the illusion would be easily defeated. Thinking this, she suddenly had a dagger in her hand. She suddenly stabbed toward Fenchen. Her first strike missed, and Fenchen dodged swiftly. Tang Wan immediately gathered energy into a ball in her palm and threw it at him one after another. Fenchen still didn't fight back, but smiled and slid backward. Tang Wan chased after him, passing through the fog in front of her. Suddenly, she appeared outside the Beast God Mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, she saw the choppy sea water below, wetting her feet. A cold sensation reached her. Tang Wan instinctively took a step back. What is happening? Did she run out of Beast God Mountain? When she entered, it was dusk. Now the moon is high, and it is late at night. She couldn't have stayed in the illusion for so long. But she wasn't sure. Maybe in a place like the illusion, time flows differently from outside? But Hu Che hasn't come out yet.
No.
She must go back. Just as Tang Wan was about to turn around, she suddenly heard a cry from afar. The sound was somewhat like a wail, but it seemed fiercer. The sea water surged, and after a big wave, something was swimming quickly toward her. She instinctively retreated until she couldn't go back any further. With her back against Beast God Mountain, Tang Wan suddenly realized that everything in front of her was still an illusion. Because Beast God Mountain couldn't be without lightning or the curse of the Beast God. Unless this is. She took a few steps back. Looking at the mountain behind her, under the moonlight, it was lush and green. Even in the dark night, it was clear that during the day, it must be a vibrant green. But now, Beast God Mountain was full of lightning, lava, and monsters. Even the patches of green were only near the middle of the mountain. So, when was this version of Beast God Mountain? Is it also from her memory? In a moment of distraction, the owner of that sound had already leapt out of the water and was flying toward her. Tang Wan had never seen such a huge creature. Even the entire Beast God Mountain seemed insignificant compared to it. It flew over her head. It took more than 10 minutes to disappear from her sight. Tang Wan thought of one word, Kuan, although she had never seen a Kuan before. But according to Zhuangzi's Free and Easy Wandering, in the Northern Sea, there is a fish called Kuan. The Kuan is so big, no one knows how many thousand miles it spans. It must be this creature. In the ancient beast world, there was actually a Kuan. So, why did this Kuan become her source of fear? Did she almost get eaten by it before? While Tang Wan was lost in thought, the Kuan, which had just flown away, suddenly roared and turned back. It floated in the air, as if swimming in water. Tang Wan remembered the second half of the original sentence from Carefree Journey, transforming into a bird. Its name is Peng. The back of Peng is thousands of miles long. When it flies in the sky, shouldn't it turn into a Peng? As she was thinking this, the Kuan seemed to understand her thoughts. It started to twist its body. 2 large bulges appeared on its body, as if it was about to break free from its skin and grow wings. The Kuan howled painfully and twisted wildly. This scene appeared in the sky. Tang Wan felt it might fall at any moment. It was quite frightening. Could she have been hit by the Kuan? She quickly moved closer to the Beast God Mountain. If it fell, at least the mountain would support it. But the Kuan stopped moving and no longer made any sound. Its skin and flesh were sunken in. It was like Tang Wan had used some special power on it. Soon, The Kun was just a skeleton with skin and muscles gone. Its eye sockets were deeply sunken. It looked a bit scary. In the end, even the skin was gone. It became a huge set of bones. Suddenly, a picture flashed in Tang Ruan's mind. In the deep sea, she was chained at the ankles, unable to swim to the surface. Behind her, a whale's skeleton kept chasing her. It turned out, the one chasing her was the Kun. So, was her greatest fear watching the Kun turn into a skeleton? If her past self was Yangwu, then the terrifying scenes she saw must have been 100 or 1,000 times scarier than this Kun. Why did she only remember this one? Could it be that the Kun was her companion? Fenshin once said they would be reborn, and each time their beast form would be different. It was just a moment of distraction. Suddenly, Tang Ruan appeared in midair. She saw that below her was only a tiny piece of the beast god mountain, about the size of a fingernail. She was so scared she almost fell from the sky. Suddenly, a Kun's howl came from around her. Tang Ruan froze stiffly, instinctively curling up her body. Looking at her own feet. Was she a Kun? Why did she use her special power on herself? Suddenly, two figures flashed before her eyes. One was a black-haired, red-eyed person named Burning Sky. The other was a white-haired young man she had never seen before. He had purple eyes, a proud expression, and a teasing smile. Burning Sky tried to move toward Tang Ruan, but the purple-eyed young man grabbed him. Don't go. She might not recognize you now. If she eats you, the purple-eyed young man looked at Tang Ruan and smiled as if he found this very amusing. But Tang Ruan suddenly thought, she was just a skeleton now, so even if she was eaten, she could just fall apart again. Why worry? Burning Sky was held tightly by the purple-eyed young man. He was much thinner than Burning Sky, not as strong as Fox Che. He had a slender build, but his strength was surprisingly great. Burning Sky couldn't break free. So, what should we do? Burning Sky shouted angrily. We both give her our energy, the purple-eyed young man said calmly. Burning Sky turned around in shock. Are you willing? The purple-eyed young man analyzed calmly. She fought the beast god earlier and gave us all her energy. It was just right when her beast form was upgrading, which is why she looks like this. Her mind is probably confused now. If she reincarnates like this, she might forget us. Tang Ruan noticed that although the purple-eyed young man still had a smile on his face, his hand holding Burning Sky was trembling slightly. The beast god is dead, so we might not have another life, Burning Sky said. It doesn't matter. How do we know if we don't try? Constant curse. Burning Sky looked at him gratefully. Next time, we'll still be good brothers, the purple-eyed young man said, turning to look at Tang Ruan. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from his chest. That light gradually surrounded him and Burning Sky. Their figures turned into tiny stars and slowly disappeared. Tang Ruan felt a wave of deep sadness. Even though she didn't remember the time she spent with these two, watching them vanish before her eyes made her feel heartbroken. Suddenly, a small star flew to her face. She heard Hangzhou's slow and steady voice say, Xiao Ao, if I don't have a next life, you can't forget me. After speaking, the light completely disappeared before her eyes. Tang Ruan finally understood the meaning of their conversation. The beast god was dead, so they might not have a next life. They were uncertain whether there was a next life, yet they still used their own lives to save her, just because they were afraid she would forget them. Tang Ruan's body trembled slightly. Forget it if she did. Was it worth risking her life, so she would remember them? Suddenly, she felt a sharp headache. Images flashed quickly before her eyes. Time passed, the world changed, and the sea and land transformed. She was wandering alone in the vast beast world. She knew she was searching for someone, but she couldn't remember who. She possessed incredible strength, so no one dared to provoke her. Later, after many years, a strong male with blue eyes appeared before her. He said, Yongwu, I found my mate. Have you found Fenshin and Hangzhou yet? The images swayed from side to side. She seemed to shake her head. Then, do you want to live with me in the wolf clan? I told everyone you are my sister. She shook her head again. The blue-eyed male sighed. If one day you no longer want to search, come find me in the Ice Wolf clan, okay? She didn't respond anymore. She fell into the deep sea, her body sinking down and down, until she completely lost consciousness. Tang Ruan suddenly woke up from the illusion. She gasped for air, quickly looking around. She was still inside the illusionary cave, and it didn't seem like much time had passed. But in the illusion, she had searched for Fenchen for hundreds or thousands of years, an endless despair of not being able to find him, no matter how hard she tried. Even after waking, that feeling still lingered in her heart. Next to her, Hu Che saw she was awake. He happily nudged her knee with his head. Tang Ruan finally felt a bit of reality. She touched the fur on Hu Che's back. Had she successfully escaped from the illusion? She recalled everything that had just happened. At this moment, Tang Ruan truly understands why Fentian hates her so much. She is a woman he loved so much that he was willing to give up his life for her. When they met again, she completely forgot about him. She even had 3 beast husbands. If she were in his place, she would also break down. She also wanted to eliminate those 3 beast husbands. But understanding doesn't change the fact. Who made her encounter? Standing outside the cave, Fentian waited patiently for Tang Ruan's call for help. He jumped into the illusion space. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy coming toward him. He opened his palm and caught the deep blue light. That was his energy.
Oh.
Has started to love him a little. Fentian quickly smiled. But then, his smile froze on his face. Ah must have remembered the past. Or maybe, the illusion space showed her a frightening memory. When Fentian rushed over, Tang Ruan was holding Fox Che, ready to move forward. He hurriedly flew in front of her, blocking her way. Go away. Tang Ruan drew her knife and struck. A dagger pierced into Fentian's chest. How many times do you want to stop me? I told you. I'm not afraid of you. Blood flowed from Fentian's chest. He looked down in disbelief at the knife stuck in his chest. Oh, actually wanted to kill him. The illusion was so real. Tang Ruan panicked for a moment and took a few steps back. Even a fake death trick won't work. I feel guilty about him. But I never wanted to kill him. It turned out Ah thought he was part of the illusion. In her fear, she even included him. Fentian reached out his hand to her. Oh, it's me.
Ah.
Don't come near. If Fentian, who died for her, was killed by her again, she would have to die to atone. This illusion space knew exactly how to hit her soft spot. Fortunately, everything was fake. But even knowing it was fake, seeing Fentian like that, she still felt a little heartache. Blue light spots appeared from nowhere, drifting down onto Fentian. Fentian's lips curled into a faint smile. His Awu loved him a little more, and this strike was worth it. Hu Che jumped between her and Fenchen, baring his teeth and growling at him.
Okay.
He can see him. So he is. In the next moment, Hu Che suddenly lunged at Fenchen. Fenchen quickly turned aside and reached out a hand behind him. The strange energy from his palm pushed away the fog in front of him and hit something. That thing let out a loud scream. It's a Kuan, Tang Ruan exclaimed. Fenchen once said her fear would turn into a monster that would kill her. So, that monster has already formed. Tang Ruan then realized that Hu Che wasn't actually rushing at Fenchen. He was aiming at the place where the monster was making noise. A sound of bones clattering came from the fog. Slowly, a Kuan made of human bones floated out. Take her and leave first. As Fenchen finished speaking, he pulled out the knife from his chest and casually threw it on the ground.
Clang.
It sounded. It felt like it hit Tang Ruan's heart. Tang Ruan thought, she really stabbed him.
Ah.
The seal on Hu Che was broken. He quickly transformed into a giant fox and pushed Tang Ruan onto his back. He ran wildly with her on his back, heading out of the illusion space. Tang Ruan looked back at Fenchen's fading figure. She had aimed for his heart just now, but he wouldn't really just die like that. Tang Ruan and Hu Che escaped from the illusion space. They saw a dark figure looking down from the entrance. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Hu Che turned around with Tang Ruan on his back and ran. The dark figure chased after them. As Hu Che ran farther away, countless blue lightning bolts struck toward them. He dodged left and right. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself back at the entrance of the illusion space. Their power couldn't stop the beast god's lightning at all. Meow, where's the owner? The dark figure crouched and angrily growled at Tang Ruan. When Fenshin left, he told it, if Tang Ruan comes out, protect her. Do not hurt her. So, it could only watch this annoying female and feel anxious. It just sensed a new energy born in the illusionary space, and that energy was definitely above it. The owner's energy, because of this female, was mostly sealed. Won't he really get hurt? After about 10 minutes of stalemate, the shadow, Tang Ruan, and Hu Che simultaneously looked toward the cave entrance. Because they all felt that the energy had disappeared. Fenshin spread his wings and flew out of the illusionary space. He slowly landed in front of Tang Ruan. He was holding his left chest with his right hand and had just taken a step toward her. Suddenly, he couldn't control his body and knelt on one knee. A few drops of blood dripped from his fingers onto the ground in front of him. In this life, his body was completely useless. They reincarnated, and their souls automatically chose the strongest beast form in the beast world to carry their energy. In the last life, his beast form was a dragon. But in this life, he was just pierced with a hole and bled a little, yet he couldn't control his body. It shows that the beast world now doesn't have many powerful beastmen. Totally useless, he said through gritted teeth. Hearing this, the shadow shivered in fear.
Meow.
Meow meow. What did I do wrong again, master? Fenshin turned his head to look at it. Carry me back. Wait a moment. Hearing Tang Ruan's voice, Fenshin looked at her. She was very nervous as she got down from Hu Che's back. Ignoring Hu Che's attempt to stop her, she walked toward him. Your injury is in your heart. You can't jostle anymore. Psychologically, she must hate him for how he treated Hu Che. But instinctively, she felt heartache. Past experiences probably made her subconscious act up. Rationally, Tang Ruan thought he couldn't die yet, who would save Yanqing and Wolf Hunter if he did. My special power is healing. Tang Ruan crouched in front of Fenshin. She raised her hand, signaling him to move his away, so she could see the wound. Fenshin looked at her lowered brows and eyes. He thought, Aw's power isn't to absorb and release energy. But he still obediently moved his hand away. In that moment, a stream of blood directly splashed onto Tang Ruan's face. She was so frightened she almost fell. Fortunately, as Fenshin caught her, Hu Che also appeared behind her in human form. Burning Sky Fox Che's gaze collided with hers, and both of them turned away in dislike. Tang Ruan placed her hand over Burning Sky's wound to stop the bleeding. She closed her eyes and used her energy. Her sensing ability seemed much stronger than before. She could clearly feel how the wound on Burning Sky's heart was slowly closing. Flesh and blood vessels stretched and made a squeaking sound. She felt chills run down her spine. Lady wife, what's wrong? Seeing Tang Ruan break out in cold sweat, Fox Che nervously put his arm around her shoulder. Burning Sky glared at him angrily, but didn't dare to disturb Ah Wu at this moment. Her special power was still absorbing and releasing energy. Releasing energy naturally helped the injured beast man heal. So Ah Wu saw this as a form of healing. Finally, Burning Sky's chest was completely closed. Tang Ruan suddenly let out a deep breath. She moved her hand away and looked at his smooth chest, feeling like she had survived a disaster. It's strange. She no longer remembered her past with Burning Sky. In fact, those memories might not even belong to her. Maybe they were just memories from her original body, the one she replaced. But she couldn't help feeling concerned about him. Are you hurt anywhere else? Tang Ruan hesitated to ask. No. Thank you, Awu. Burning Sky smiled and reached for her hand, about to kiss it. Suddenly, Fox Che behind her sat down heavily on the ground. Lady wife, I hurt here. Where are you hurt? Tang Ruan immediately stood up. She saw that Fox Che's body was covered with many cuts, big and small. These cuts didn't look like they were made by burning sky, but more like Tang Wan angrily glared at the shadow. Shadow. He was just following orders. The master discovered that once he became the first beast husband, he couldn't hurt her other beast husbands. That's why he had to act. Why was he only glaring at himself? The shadow looked at Burning Sky with a grievance, hoping he would say something for him. But Burning Sky turned his face away, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Tang Wan helped Fox Che to stand up. He sat on the ground, and Tang Wan squatted beside him. He hummed softly and rested his head on Tang Ruan's shoulder. Madam, please be gentle. It hurts so much. Madam, holding you makes the pain less. Madam, why don't you kiss me? Suddenly, a mountain peak in the distance exploded. Hu Che glanced at Fentian, daring to nuzzle on Tang Ruan's shoulder. Madam, you're so kind. Madam, if I die someday, will you think of me forever? Tang Ruan. Stop talking nonsense. Spit, spit. Fentian. Does that mean even if he kills this annoying fox, I will still think of him forever? Fentian clenched his fists with a creaking sound. He stood there, took a deep breath. Suddenly, his ears turned red, and he turned away awkwardly, saying, Ah Wu, I don't feel well either. Tang Ruan looked up at him. Fentian, still haven't decided. Tang Ruan examined him from head to toe and saw no purple aura. I checked you, you're fine. After a simple explanation, she began to carefully heal Hu Che. Fentian stomped his foot in frustration. This fox's energy is really hard to learn. Another mountain peak exploded. Although Fentian allowed Tang Ruan to help Hu Che heal his injuries, he immediately separated the two. Hu Che was locked up again. Tang Ruan was carried back by Fentian and thrown onto the bed. Just because I won't kill that fox doesn't mean I allow you to have other beast husbands besides me. Tang Ruan held her head high. That's not up to you. I signed a contract with a beast god. Fentian sneered. Beast god, huh? I am the beast god. Tang Ruan was a bit startled by his tone. He did say that as long as he mastered the power of the beast god, he would essentially be the new beast god. But he hasn't mastered it yet, has he? Tang Ruan's lips curled into a slight smile, and she looked at him provocatively. Oh, she said in a slow voice. She was just trying to anger him because he bullied her and Hu Che. Fentian was indeed angry. He suddenly pressed Tang Ruan onto the bed. Madam, I tell you, I may not be able to make you forget him, but I can make him forget you. What do you mean? Tang Ruan frowned. Fentian looked at her proudly. You probably think that the beast god created illusion void just to scare people inside. He needs us to destroy the beast world, so he can't let anything harmful exist. That's why everything that could be your weakness is erased from your memory by the beast god. I may not be the beast god yet, he grabbed her chin, inspecting her like an art piece, looking left and right. But the thing used to erase memories is still here. Seeing Tang Ruan raise her hand to hit him, Fentian quickly caught her hand. I won't kill him. He's still your beast husband. He just doesn't love you anymore. Fentian said this and bit her little finger in revenge. Your other beast husbands, he interrupted her. I can deal with them the same way. When Tang Ruan saw Hu Che again, he was standing alone in the cave, lost in thought. She ran toward him, stopping just 2 steps away. Suddenly, Hu Che raised his hand to stop her. Who are you? Hu Che tilted his head, looking puzzled. Tang Ruan's heart felt like it was squeezed. She hurriedly said, I'm your wife. She showed him the beast husband mark on her wrist. Hu Che looked at it carefully. Feeling sad, Tang Ruan looked at him. You really don't remember me? Hu Che nodded and looked away. Can I go home now? Do you want to go back to Red Fox City? Tang Ruan asked. Hu Che asked, Is that okay? Yes. Tang Ruan lowered her head, feeling as if a part of her heart had been emptied. But at least Hu Che was safe now. She comforted herself. Yet, tears still flowed uncontrollably. Why are you crying? Hu Che asked nervously. It's because I don't remember you. Are you sad? She asked. Tang Ruan looked up, pursing her lips as she looked at him. Do you still love me? Hu Che thought seriously. I don't know, but I don't want you to cry. He raised his hand as if to wipe her tears. But in the end, he took out a handkerchief from his space and handed it to her. Use this to wipe your tears. Tang Ruan tremblingly took it. When do you want to leave? Before meeting Tang Ruan, the only place Fox Che remembered was the Red Fox City. He remembered his tribe sailing their boat near Beast God Mountain. It seemed he was going up the mountain to find something. He couldn't remember what happened after that. Was he here on the mountain to find this female? She said she was his wife, and indeed, she had the beast husband mark on her hand. But her first beast husband was so powerful. Why did she accept a mid-level beast man as her beast husband? Fox Che couldn't understand. And her first beast husband seemed to dislike him very much. He thought it would be safer to return to his tribe. But seeing this female crying, he softened his heart. I can wait until you stop crying before I leave. Tang Ruan cried even more painfully. Tang Ruan, feeling defeated, returned from Fox Che. As soon as she entered, she saw that the cave had a new stone table and chairs. There was a lot of delicious food on it. Tang Ruan knew that Tian had gone out, robbing again. She walked to the bed, like a walking corpse, and sat down. Tian carried over a bunch of things. Lady wife, there are many fresh fruits here. Would you like to try one? He offered it to her lips. Seeing Tang Ruan's expression blank and staring into the distance, she showed no interest in eating. Tian picked up a fake flower specially made for females of the Sparrow tribe. I see many females wear this. It looks very nice. He said this and tried to put it on her. But he had never helped a female put on a flower before. In the previous beast world, there were no such mechanical things. Tian tried several times, messing up Tang Ruan's hair, but still couldn't get it right. Tang Ruan looked up. Impatiently, she looked at him. Stop messing with it. I don't like it. Tian was hurt by the disgust to her eyes. He clenched his fists. What do you like? I will go find it for you. Tang Ruan sneered coldly. Didn't you just throw away the things I like? And said you would throw away everything I like. I don't have. Suddenly, Burnt Sky realized that Tang Ruan was talking about Hu Che. He threw the thing in his hand away. He grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. You can only like me. Tang Ruan lowered her eyes. Got it. But got it? He thought she would beg him to help Hu Che regain his memory. Although he currently didn't have that ability. But as long as Ah Wu fell in love with him and he gained the power of the beast god, he could do it. Then, even for that stinky fox, Ah Wu would try to love him. When that time comes, he would have the power of the beast god. The marriage contract with the beast would be null, and he could. Is there anything else? Tang Ruan's cold voice interrupted Burnt Sky's thoughts. He looked at her confused. If there's nothing else, I want to be alone for a while. If you want to mate, go ahead. Anyway, I can't control it. Tang Ruan turned her back and curled up. It seemed she was a little afraid of him. She completely blocked any communication with him. Burnt Sky thought Tang Ruan was just angry. Once a few days passed and her anger cooled, she would be fine. But for more than 10 days, she still behaved this way. It was as if he didn't exist at all. If he stood in front of her, she would go around him. If he kissed her, she would close her eyes. It was as if kissing him was something she had to endure. And then, waiting for him to suffer painfully under her coldness. She only showed a little emotion when she went to see Hu Che. But Hu Che no longer loved her. Every day, he asked her, when do you plan to send me back to Red Fox City? Today, when he asked Tang Ruan again, she finally couldn't hold back and threw herself into his arms.
Okay.
Do you really not remember me? Please, I beg you, remember me, okay? I beg you, I beg you. Burnt Sky had never seen her so humble. It tore his heart into many pieces instantly. However, Hu Che only gently pushed Tang Ruan away. Sorry, did I hurt you? Maybe I should stay a few more days. But you promised me you'd send me away, right? Tang Ruan was struck by a sudden shock. He was willing to stay with her a few more days only, because he was afraid she might change her mind and not send him back. Suddenly, Tang Ruan smiled. She found it very funny. They had been through so much before finally being together. How could he just forget her? Because he had felt the same pain before, he wanted her to experience it too. Now, she was feeling it. It was good, and maybe it was a kind of punishment. That day, Fenshin took Tang Wan out for a walk. She saw a building in the distance that looked a bit like the Beast God Temple. She instinctively headed toward it. Fenshin suddenly blocked her way. Tang Wan, as usual, tried to go around him. "Don't go," Fenshin ordered. Tang Wan didn't want to pay attention to him, but after trying a few times, he still stopped her. She impatiently said, "What? Will I die if I go?" Fenshin's eyes widened. Seeing that Fenshin was silent, Tang Wan wanted to try to go past him again. But Fenshin grabbed her quickly. Tang Wan, annoyed, said, "I don't even have the right to walk around now, do I?" Fenshin, under her cold stare, nervously said, "No." He thought for a moment and added, "You walk too fast and are too far from me. You'll get struck by lightning."
Tang Zuan chúc cờ sốc ti.
"Here, I really don't even have the right to walk around freely." Tang Wan shook him off. Fenshin took a few steps and followed her, saying, "Awoo, I just worry you'll get hit by lightning." "Getting hit and dying? Anyway, living doesn't seem worth it," she replied. A huge sense of disappointment surrounded him. He lowered his shoulders and watched her figure grow further away. Fenshin's barrier expanded along with Tang Ruan's steps. But he didn't follow her. Because Wu disliked him. Keeping her at a distance might make her happier. Did he do something wrong? Fenshin was momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, Tang Ruan let out a sharp scream. He hurriedly stepped in front of her. It turned out she had suddenly started running. Due to Fenshin's barrier, he couldn't keep up with her. This nearly caused her to be struck by lightning. Tang Wanxin stood in place, still feeling scared. She just wanted to sneak into that building while he wasn't looking. She guessed that maybe the thing inside that building made Hucha forget about her. Otherwise, why wouldn't Fenshin let her get close? "Where are you hurt? Did you get hit anywhere? I can help you." Before Fenshin finished speaking, Tang Wanxin suddenly realized. "Can you lift the curse of the beast god now?" Fenshin replied, "On the day Ao entered the illusion, I was worried about him, right? My power has come back a bit. I can handle this kind of curse now." Tang Wanxin looked at him excitedly. Could the flames and wolf hunter be saved? But Fenshin saw her excitement as a memory of their past. "Oh, I really wish I could stay in that moment forever. I wish you would hurt me again. Because only then you cared about me." Tang Wanxin thought for a moment. "Fenshin, I don't really dislike you that much. It's just that your way of loving is wrong." The next night, Tang Wanxin took out lots of delicious food from her space. She poured 2 bowls of her homemade rice wine. At first, she made the rice wine just for fun, without any brewing agent. After 10 tries, she finally succeeded with this batch. She planned to drink it with Yanqing. She called Fenshin over and sat him down. She handed him the rice wine. Fenshin sniffed it. "Are you trying to poison me?" As soon as Tang Wanxin finished speaking, Fenshin choked. "As long as Ao isn't angry, I'll drink the poison too. I'm not angry, and this isn't poison." Fenshin pursed his lips. It really didn't taste like poison. It's very sweet. "What's this?" he asked curiously. "Wine." Fenshin had never heard of it. Tang Wanxin also took a sip. She said, "It's something that makes you brave." There was no other wine, so she used rice wine as a substitute. Fenshin didn't understand. But he didn't need her to explain anymore, because she soon showed him what she meant through her actions. Tang Wan walked around the stone table and sat on Fenshin's lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gently kissed him first. Fenshin was caught off guard but responded with excitement, though he paused now and then, afraid he might misunderstand her intentions. Suddenly, Tang Wan let out a soft laugh. "You're afraid of me." The wine hadn't really made her drunk. She was only pretending, not wanting to face everything too clearly. Fenshin said, "I'm afraid that Awu will never speak to me again." Before he could finish, Tang Wan lifted her eyes and looked straight into his. His eyes were beautiful, though they carried a dangerous edge. Tang Wan kissed his eyelids. After so much coldness, this sudden warmth left Fenshin unable to guess her true feelings. His body trembled slightly, half from nervousness, half from excitement. She slowly moved her lips away from his eyes, leaned close to his ear, and whispered 2 words, "Hold me." The next moment, Fenshin lifted Tang Ruan into his arms. That night, they poured out their emotions to each other without holding back. Fenshin called her name again and again, Awu. My Awu. Later, he even began to call her my wife. He truly loved that word because it defined their bond, but he wanted to keep it for himself alone. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the crystal ceiling and fell across Fenshin's face, he opened his eyes and instinctively looked at the woman in his arms. Last night had been so beautiful, it felt like a dream. He was afraid that once he woke, everything would vanish. He reached out a finger and carefully touched Tang Ruan's cheek. She let out a soft sound and slowly opened her eyes. Fenshin froze, and for a few seconds, their eyes met. She tightened the hand resting on his waist. Only then did a smile appear on Fenshin's face. "Awu, you're awake? Do you want something to eat?" Tang Ruan slowly sat up, her expression as cold as ever. "Last night, were you satisfied?" Fenshin stared at her, not understanding what she meant. But he felt as if his heart had been torn once again. When he didn't answer, Tang Ruan gave a cold laugh. "If you are satisfied, then let's talk about a deal. I will make sure you are satisfied every day in the future." Fenshin frowned. "What do you mean?" Tang Ruan said. "Don't look like you've been wronged. I think you're quite happy. Don't you want me to stay by your side every day? Don't you want only me?" Fenshin's brow suddenly relaxed. Oh, is only his. This temptation was just too strong. Even though her words earlier made him feel strangely hurt. "I have 2 beast husbands, you know." Fenshin clenched his fists and nodded. "They were cursed by the beast god and might sleep forever. That's the real reason I came to the beast god mountain." Fenshin looked down. Even from their time together these days, he had already guessed. Awe didn't come here just to find him. But hearing her say it herself still hurt. He suddenly laughed at himself. So that was the reason she suddenly became so passionate last night. "What do you want me to do? Help them lift the curse," Tang Ruan said seriously. "Huh." Fenshin shook his head lightly. He found it really funny. The only time Ao got close to him these days was to ask him to save other males. She used his feelings for her as a bargaining chip. Seeing Fenshin not answer directly, Tang Ruan felt nervous. She tightly held his hand. "As long as they can recover, she stammered. "What?" Fenshin suddenly sat up and gently placed his hand on Tang Ruan's neck in a teasing way. Even though he didn't press hard, Tang Ruan still felt threatened. She closed her eyes and shouted loudly, "Just let them forget me, like Hu Che did." Fenshin's hand suddenly loosened. He looked at Tang Ruan in shock. For a long time, he saw tears streaming down her face. "Are you willing?" he asked. Just one Hu Che had already made her so sad. What about the other 2? Did she not love them? But if she didn't love them, why did she risk coming to the Beast God Mountain for them? "I am willing." Tang Ruan opened her eyes, and her expression became calm again. The scene was calm, as if everything about her had died. Yesterday, Tang Ruan thought for a long time. If the Burning Sky Society treated Hu Che this way, once he learned about Yan Qing and Lang Lai's whereabouts, he definitely wouldn't let them go. Not to mention helping them lift the curse. Lang Lai and Yan Qing had been asleep for too long. She had no idea how the beast world was now. Could Yan Qing's situation have already been leaked? Could someone be taking the chance to want to harm him? Although the beast world seemed peaceful and respectful of Yan Qing, all peace came from his strength. If he were no longer strong, when he attacked the city, would any of the beast men whose families or friends he had killed want revenge? The more Tang Ruan thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. They had to wake up sooner, and Burning Sky would never agree to help them. Her only bargaining chip was herself. Seeing Tang Ruan's determined gaze, Burning Sky didn't think she was just talking empty words. Besides, hadn't she already planned everything last night? Burning Sky sneered softly again. No matter the reason, at least she belonged to him now. His hand gently touched Tang Ruan's face and rubbed it softly. "All right, I promise you." Burning Sky, Tang Ruan, and Hu Che left the Beast God Mountain together. Tang Ruan first took Hu Che to Red Fox City. Goddess? Huashao exclaimed in disbelief. His gaze fell on Huiche, who was in fox form, in Tang Ruan's arms. He's fine, Tang Ruan said, placing Huiche on the ground. Huiche immediately transformed back into a human form. His expression and movements seemed like a different person. He nodded politely to Huashao. Then he looked around curiously. Tang Ruan briefly explained what had happened.
So,
That's. Huashao looked nervously at Burning Sky, who was standing not far away. They had met privately, without other beast men around. If there had been others, just the presence of this person standing here, radiating a powerful aura, would have made the beast men kneel and bow. Servant of the beast god. Hearing Tang Ruan say these words herself, Huxiao took a deep breath and quickly knelt down to bow. Fenshin casually observed the decorations in the room. It was much nicer than in the past beast world. Huxiao was scared and didn't dare stay long. He took Tang Ruan and the others to the door. He only said one thing. I heard that the central city has been a bit chaotic lately. Yes, Tang Ruan had guessed this and wasn't surprised. She looked at Huxia inside the room. Huxia was also watching her with a confused look. His face showed a little confusion. He opened his mouth as if to say something but didn't say anything in the end. Fenshin confidently wrapped his arm around Tang Ruan's shoulders and took her away from there. On the way, Fenshin carried Tang Ruan in his human form, flying through the air. Tang Ruan thought about Yanqing and Wolf Hunter, who liked to use beast forms. She casually asked, "Why don't you use your beast form? Do you want to see it?" "No, just asking out of curiosity." "Then I'll change for you when I get a chance." Tang Ruan sat on his arm and looked at his side face. She also looked for a chance to say something, as if she really wanted to see it. But after he said that, she became a little curious. With wings, black in color, could it be a crow? They soon arrived at the central city. Floating in the air outside the city, Fenshin was slightly stunned by the scene before him. Holes carved into the mountains, neatly arranged houses, orderly streets, and abundant items displayed. Strong orcs dressed in various clothes walking on the streets, without fighting or stealing because of different races. His eyesight was excellent. He could see on the stone tables in the city many delicious foods and new things he had never seen before. But no orc was fighting or grabbing. They politely exchanged crystals instead. The building in the very center of the city was even more magnificent than the Beast God Palace. Now, the Beast world looked better than any world he had seen before. "Let's go over there." Tang Ruan saw Fenshin staring blankly and felt a little proud. This was the city she and Yanqing had planned together. "Okay, where are they?" Fenshin snapped out of his daze. He suddenly felt that the desolate place of Beast God Mountain didn't quite suit Ao. He should let her have this place. Tang Ruan raised her hand and pointed to the most magnificent building in the city center. "That is where Yanqing is, the king of the Beast Kingdom." Burning Sky's eyes widened slightly. He knew that one of Ao's beast husbands was a descendant of Duanshi and a clan leader. Later, when he sent Huzha back, he learned that Huzha was actually the city lord of Red Fox City. Now, he found out that Ao's other beast husband was the king of the Beast Kingdom. Even though he didn't care about these things during the destruction of the world, a king always commands more respect than other beast men, and they tend to hold on longer when death is near. So, Ao's beast husband was definitely not chosen randomly. No wonder she was reluctant to part with him. It's okay. He would prove to her that all of them combined were not even 1/10 as strong as him. As he was thinking, suddenly outside the central city, there was a commotion. For beast men guarding the city gate hurriedly closed the gate. A crowd was rushing in from all directions outside the city. "Let us in! Let us in!" they shouted loudly. It looked like a group of refugees. Tang Ruan wondered. Refugees usually have designated beast men to help settle them, so why are they being turned away? At that moment, Tang Ruan saw a familiar figure on top of the city gate. Burning Sky looked at Tang Ruan, then flew down following her gaze. "Tang Ruan!" Lang Qi ran excitedly toward her. Suddenly, he was struck to the ground by a force from a distance of 2 meters. The force was so strong that it tore in the ground.
Lang Qi.
Are you? Are you okay? Tang Wan wanted to go over but was afraid Burning Sky would be angry. She nervously looked back at him, and sure enough, he looked displeased.
This
Is a beast man who helped me, my old friend, Tang Wan explained simply. Burning Sky's expression softened slightly. But even without deliberately using his pressure, the aura he casually emitted was enough to make many intermediate beast men crawl. Tang Wan, who is this? Lang Chi struggled to ask. My first beast husband, servant of the beast god, she replied simply. Lang Chi was shocked but immediately understood. He respectfully bowed to the Burning Sky and lowered his head. Although he was already on the ground, the city below was still noisy. What's going on? Tang Wan looked down. All the orcs in the city were instantly knocked to the ground. Burning Sky smirked proudly. Wolf Chi explained, after they entered the city, they stole, robbed, and even hurt people. When we caught them, they refused to say who sent them. Probably, they haven't seen you and the Beast King for many days, and thought something happened to you. So they kept sending people to test. He then looked at Burning Sky. The old folks of the Snake Clan had said that the Beast King and Tang Wan went to check the city. Why did she come back alone? And with such a powerful new beast husband? Wolf Chi continued to complain. They're like bugs, coming wave after wave, and we can't finish killing them. Burning Sky saw that Tang Wan also frowned. Suddenly, he asked, should we kill them? Tang Wan and Wolf Chi spoke at the same time. Tang Wan looked at Burning Sky and softly said, don't always kill people so easily. Burning Sky replied, oh. Seeing that he obediently agreed, Tang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Yanking had rules. Stealing and robbing more than 3 times could lead to death. But every time they came, it was not the same group of people. Since the rules were set, they couldn't be changed easily. Otherwise, some orcs might use this to say that yanking was cruel. Then should we drive them away? Burning Sky saw Tang Wan frowning and, eager to help her solve the problem, showed himself. This small matter won't trouble you, sir. Ah. Wolf Chi hadn't finished speaking when Burning Sky suddenly leapt down from the city gate. He exclaimed, ah, before realizing that this guy had wings. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The sky over the central city darkened instantly. The orcs looked up and gazed at the sky. Is it going to rain? The merchant, hearing this, began packing up. But, in the next second, a series of piercing screams sounded. All the orcs who screamed did not move, because they were all uncontrollably kneeling or lying on the ground, trembling. The snake beauty, who was shopping, fell flat on the ground. A beast husband was pressing down on her. She tremblingly lifted her eyelids and looked again. Is it an orc or a monster? How can there be such a large beast form? Tang Wan also looked up, shocked by the scene before her. In the sky, a giant beast shape floated, as big as half a city. It had the body of an eagle, a dragon tail, and a long horn curling backward on its head. Its 5 sharp claws looked like those of a dragon or an eagle, with black scales, and its long tail had barbed stingers. Its wings spread wide, blocking the sky, and reflected colorful light in the sunlight. It was beautiful, fierce, magnificent, and also frightening. What exactly was its beast form? Tang Wan instinctively reached out her hand. The beast in the sky, seeing her move, responded. Her hand touched its tough tail tip. That's when she remembered she could sense the species of plants and animals, but not the beast form of a monster. In an instant, the beast turned back into a human shape. He held Tang Wan's hand and gently kissed it. Do you like it? Tang Wan nodded lightly, more shocked than pleased. That feeling was an instinctive respect for a strong being. What is your beast form? Tang Wan asked. My beast body's mother was the last female of the Bug Eagle tribe in the beast world. Because of some reasons, she fled to the beast god mountain. I was born from her egg. He spoke of his mother, without any emotion. Tang Wan thought that perhaps, in the eyes of the beast, all other beasts besides the 4 of them were inferior animals. Bug Eagle. Tang Wan thought for a moment and suddenly remembered, the classic of mountains and seas. What? Asked the beast. Tang Wan awkwardly smiled. Nothing. When she was in high school, she was obsessed with legendary divine beasts and repeatedly read the classic of mountains and seas from the school library. But it was an old, classical Chinese text without illustrations, and she only understood parts of it. She never expected to see a real version. The beast deliberately lowered its intimidating presence. Below the city gate, the beasts that had been lying on the ground suddenly screamed and ran away. They probably would never want to come to the central city again. The situation inside the central city was similar. Amidst the screams, Tang Ruan left the city tower. When she was walking on the street, it was completely empty. However, many brave orcs were still secretly peeking outside through door cracks and windows. Suddenly, Tang Ruan stopped and said to Fenchen, "Fenchen, hold me." Fenchen paused and smiled. He happily picked up Tang Ruan. His wife must think he looked very mighty just now. So she wanted everyone to know he was her beast husband. Tang Ruan thought, "Let these orcs know I have such a strong beast husband. No one will dare cause trouble when Yanqing is not here." Lang Qi followed behind. When they entered the Beast King's palace, he remembered something. Where is the city lord of Chihu City? He was also Tang Ruan's beast husband. He thought he was following Tang Ruan and Yanqing together. Why hasn't he come back? The more he thought, the stranger it seemed. That orc was very possessive of Tang Ruan, but she spoke to him cautiously. Could it be he killed all her other beast husbands and took her away? Thinking of this, he stepped back. His gaze happened to fall on Lang Yu, kneeling in front of the Beast King's palace. He hurriedly said, "Lang Yu, you're quick. Go to Chihu City and invite Lord Hu Che." Lang Yu also found it strange.
Weit, lang si suddenly grab bit Lang Yu.
Let's first find Lang Feng. The two of them really couldn't figure it out. It's better to let Lang Feng decide. Fenchen moved smoothly and without obstacle. No one dared to stop a beast man stronger than the Beast King. Tang Ruan got out of Fenchen's arms. When she entered the basement, the three old shamans were already kneeling below. "Goddess, please come this way." These three experienced old beastmen had seen a lot. Although they had never seen Fenchen, they guessed that such a powerful beastman could only come from the Beast God Mountain. They entered the room where Yanqing and Lang Lai were. Both of them were still sleeping, with no change from when she left. In a daze, Tang Ruan felt like everything that had happened before was just a dream. Fenchen frowned and carefully observed these two males. The black-haired person is of a higher rank than any orc he has seen before and looks more attractive. It also seems to be more useful than that fox. But in the end, he is just an ordinary orc. Fenchen's brow furrowed even more. His features are quite similar to Duansher's. He didn't expect that Duansher wouldn't compete with him, but his descendants would compete with Ah Wu. Seeing that Fenchen was unhappy, Tang Ruan quickly hugged his arm and softly asked, "Can it be lifted?" Fenchen looked at her. He impatiently raised a hand, and a red light spread from his palm, covering both of them. The lightning-shaped mark on Yanqing's chest, like withered vines, slowly shrank until it disappeared completely. Seeing the curse on Yanqing disappear, the three shaman doctors exchanged glances and all smiled. "Thank you, Lord Beast God." They all knelt and bowed. "What do you call him?" Tang Ruan asked curiously. An old shaman with a long beard excitedly said, "Only the Beast God can lift the curse of the Beast God." "Does the goddess not know this?" Tang Ruan blinked. "So, this is how orcs define the Beast God. As long as someone has the power of the Beast God, anyone can be called the Beast God." She looked at Fenchen, smirking proudly. It seemed she liked this new title very much. Tang Ruan didn't mind much, but she was a little worried. Fenchen was gaining more and more power of the Beast God. One day, could he easily revoke the contract of marriage with Yanqing and them? Fenchen signaled the three shamans to leave. After they left, Tang Ruan carefully moved closer to Yanqing. But Fenchen suddenly grabbed her. "What are you doing?" He looked down at her with a commanding gaze. "I want to see. Is it beautiful?" Tang Ruan nodded. "Yes, it's beautiful." Tang Ruan asked, "Why haven't they woken up yet?" "They will wake up in a few days." Tang Ruan's eyes flickered. "Are you deliberately making them wake up later?" Fenchen didn't answer directly. "If I hear them call you wife, I can't promise I won't impulsively kill them, Tang Wan was honest. She only dared to watch Yanqing and Langley from afar, with a dreamy look in her eyes. This was enough to ignite a fierce anger. I've seen enough. Now I will take the next step, said Fan Tian through clenched teeth. Let them forget you before they wake up. Fan Tian took out a purple glowing sphere from the space. The sphere floated between Yanqing and the wolf hunter. He leaned down and whispered in Tang Ruan's ear, raising an eyebrow. When the sphere turns transparent, they will forget you. Tang Ruan clenched her fists, trying to stay calm. Do I need to use the illusion space? No, Fan Tian said confidently, straightening up. The illusion space is just to help the beast god find their weakness. I only need to control swallow memory to make them forget the loved ones. Tang Wan looked at swallow memory. Fan Tian immediately warned, don't go over there, or you'll lose your memory too. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple sphere suddenly shone brightly, filling the room with blinding white light. Tang Wan staggered back 2 steps, nearly falling. Fan Tian instinctively reached out to help her, but she stepped back to avoid his hand. A complex emotion surged in his heart. He knew Awu must be very sad and upset with him right now. But as long as these people didn't bother her, she would eventually understand that in this world, only he was worth her love. Tang Wan lowered her head and slowly retreated, almost to Yanqing's feet. Suddenly, she looked up. A cruel smile appeared on her face. Then why don't I forget you too? As she spoke, she reached out to touch Swallow Memory. Swallow Memory can absorb the memories of beastmen. Getting too close would cause her to lose a large amount of her memories. Not only would she forget loved ones, but she might also lose all her memories of her, becoming like a walking corpse. Fan Tian immediately activated his supernatural power. A loud bang sounded. Swallow Memory shattered into countless purple star-like dust particles. They slowly fell onto Yanqing and the wolf hunter. Tang Ruan's hand was cut by the explosion of Swallow Memory, bleeding heavily. But she showed no intention of healing herself. She turned around and looked at Fan Tian, who was holding her, with a smile. That's better. It's less painful than remembering everything alone. Awu, why are you doing this? Fenshin covered her wound, his whole heart trembling. Just now, he almost lost her again. Ao, who has lost all memory, won't remember him even if she is reborn. He held her tightly in his arms. Tang Ruan, like a puppet on strings, let him hold her. Fenshin, from now on, I will only be yours. You can do whatever you want, but even though they don't remember me, I also don't remember them. And I will never remember you. Now, are you satisfied? She said with a cruel smile. Fenshin's eyes widened slightly. What does all mean? Does she mean that she loves him too? She doesn't know that Tongyi will erase all a person's memories. She only thinks she will forget the people she loves. Fenshin felt a surge of joy. Oh, you won't forget me, because Tongyi has already been destroyed by him. The memories it absorbed recently will also return to their original owner. He held her tightly, wishing he could embed her into his body. Seeing his reaction, Tang Ruan thought, it's settled. She had actually taken a gamble earlier, betting that Fenshin wouldn't stop absorbing the memories of Yanqing and Langley for her. She also deliberately hinted that she loved him too, to confirm whether their memories could be preserved after Tongyi was destroyed. Now, she already had the answer. Tang Ruan deliberately said, didn't you say that everyone you love will forget?
So?
Are you exempt? Oh, I don't know you. Hearing her say she loved him, Fenshin felt both joy and pain. He saw that she still wouldn't heal him. He anxiously called the witch doctor outside the door. The 3 old witch doctors, seeing this, hurriedly helped Tang Ruan stop the bleeding. After some fuss, Tang Ruan remained expressionless, as if she felt no pain at all. Fenshin's heart was like being cut by a knife. All loved him, but she was so angry that she wished she could forget him altogether. Did he do something wrong? That night, Tang Ruan saw Fenshin appear in her room. She walked past him with a blank expression. Fenshin suddenly stood up from the chair and tightly embraced her from behind. Awu, who are you? I don't recognize you. Go away. she deliberately said.
Au.
It's me, Fenshin's voice softened. He used almost half his energy to destroy the swallow memory. There was no way she could forget him. She was still angry with him. Ah Wu, don't ignore me. He clung to Tang Ruan like a piece of gum. Tang Ruan, you've been hurting me all along. Why should I care about you? I won't hurt you any more in the future. He buried his head in her neck. Tang Ruan took a deep breath. She sneered, no need to wait for the future. Aren't you hurting me right now? Fenshin trembled. Tang Ruan pushed his hand away. In the next 10, 20, or 30 years. As long as I remember, it was you who made me lose my 3 beast husbands. I will always hate you. Even if I have a little love for you, it's not enough to outweigh my hatred. Seeing Fenshin standing there like struck by lightning, she took a deep breath, relieving her conscience, pain. Tang Ruan knew that using others was wrong. She used to hate people who exploited others' feelings the most. But now she had to do this. Ah Wu. Tang Ruan turned her back. Although my heart isn't yours, my body still is. This is our exchange. As she spoke, she began to undress. Fenshin quickly grabbed her hand. He helped her put her clothes back on. He felt that if he possessed her in this situation, it would be a kind of disrespect. Ah Wu, I know you're very sad. But I really can't accept other males taking you away. Fenshin looked at her pleadingly. He didn't want Ah Wu to hate him, nor did he want her to be sad. But he couldn't accept that Ah Wu wasn't his alone. Seeing him like this, Tang Ruan knew he was wavering again. She raised her hand, her delicate fingers tightly holding Fenshin's. Fenshin, have you ever thought that for Wolf Hunter, Yanqing, and Hu Che, you are the male who stole their wife? If you hadn't appeared, we would have been happy together for a lifetime. Tang Ruan spoke about the one thing he had been avoiding these days. Even if they were partners in their past lives. But Ah Wu has already forgotten. For her, he is the one who came later. The one who disrupted their life. Tang Ruan gently explained, when Yanqing was with me, he already knew about the wolf hunter. He helped me find him for 5 years. In the end, he risked his life to bring him out of the beast god mountain. Later, to save him, he slept alongside the wolf hunter. Because he knew that loving someone means making her happy. Giving her what she wants. Not taking away what she likes. Ah Wu. Tang Ruan continued, Hu Che knew me longer than Yanqing. Back then, his clan was destroyed. He had to put his feelings aside for a while, but during the 5 years we were apart, he sent me gifts every year. He was always thinking, get stronger quickly, come back to me. He even signed a contract with Yanqing to be with me. It had to be me who took the initiative, or there could be no progress. Do you know why Yanqing did this? Fenshin asked. Because he loves you and doesn't want you to be taken by another male. He held her hand gently. Tang Ruan smiled and shook her head softly. He was just afraid that Hu Che didn't truly love me. But in the end, he realized we liked each other. He agreed for me to be with Hu Che. Even before he fell into sleep, he entrusted the entire Beast Kingdom to Hu Che. The Beast Kingdom, his lifelong effort and dream. Fenshin listened with a frown. This is different from my love, he said passionately. Tang Ruan looked into his crimson eyes and said, Fenshin, this is called loving the person and everything she loves. Fenshin wanted to say he could do it, but as he thought about sharing Ah Wu's love with another male, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Tang Ruan answered for him, You can't do it. Because liking is selfish, but love is selfless. Perhaps you don't love me as much as you think. You just want to possess me. Tang Ruan let go of his hand. It was like giving up, losing the last bit of hope. Is Ah trying to deceive me and accept them? Fenshin clenched his fists. Tang Ruan said indifferently, I'm tired and want to sleep. If you want to stay, you can. Of course, you can also go out for a walk. See if I'm lying. Tang Ruan lay on the bed, turned her back. Soon, she heard Fenshin open the door and leave. She suddenly let out a breath of relief. Tang Ruan was glad that during those years of working part-time, she had been experienced in manipulation. She managed to brainwash and manipulate Fenshin from all sides. Fenshin actually very simple. In his life, only killing mattered. He never had time to experience feelings before moving on to the next cycle. Even if he once had family or friends, they were erased by the beast god before he awakened. So, the eternal companion that always stayed with him became very important. Honestly, Tang Wan felt a bit guilty about manipulating Fenshin, but she could only do this. The next day, just before dawn, Tang Wan heard urgent knocking on the door. "Tang Wan, it's me." The voice was deliberately lowered. Tang Wan opened the door and saw Lang Feng kneeling outside. "Lang Feng, why are you here?" Lang Feng looked around to make sure no one else was nearby. Then he said, "Can we find a safe place to talk?" Hu Che was inside the cave in the central city. Lang Feng and Tang Wan sat facing each other. Outside the door, Hunyu and Shimu guarded like door gods. "Lang Yu suddenly came to see me. What happened?" Lang Feng was one of the smartest in the wolf tribe and had been managing their affairs for years. Tang Wan didn't hide anything and briefly explained what happened. Lang Feng thought for a moment. "He is strong, cares about you, is simple, and doesn't understand this world." His words were always direct and to the point. Tang Wan thought for a moment. "Yes," she then said, "last night he probably already went to sea. But most females don't care about their mates. I'm afraid what he saw might be a bad example." "Bad example?" Wolf Wind asked curiously. "It means discovering that having multiple mates isn't always good." Wolf Wind thought for a moment. "My wife and her other mate are actually here too. They can help." Tang Ruan's eyes widened slightly. "You mean?" She suddenly stood up.
No.
"That person is unpredictable and too dangerous. At worst, I will be forever separated from Wolf Hunter. At least he can stay alive." As she spoke, tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes. She quickly wiped them away. "Now is not the time to cry. Tang Ruan," Wolf Wind said sincerely, "if the leader wakes up and finds you gone, he will look for you just like you look for him. And the Beast King is truly a loyal beast. He even helped the Wolf clan rebuild their home for Tang Ruan." Tang Ruan wanted to say more. Wolf Wind interrupted her. "I'm doing this not just for you. Think about it. If the Beast King finds out what happened, would he risk everything to get you back? If he gets angry, the entire beast country, even a whole beast world, might cease to exist. So, peaceful coexistence is the only choice." Tang Ruan gasped in shock. She really hadn't thought this through. She thought it was only about life and death with a few people, but didn't realize it was also about the survival of the beast world. But if the Burning Sky truly wants to destroy a world, he is professional at it. "Let's try," Wolf Wind said firmly. After wandering around the beast country for a day, Burning Sky returned with many good things. He planned to find Tang Ruan. Along the way, he saw many beast families. Some families loved and helped each other, but most females scolded their mates. However, a Wu probably wouldn't hit them. Thinking of this, Burning Sky felt a bit angry. Why doesn't a Wu, unlike those females, scold or hit them, but only cares for him? If it were like that, he could accept it. But he thought again, if Ah Wu only favored one person, it definitely wouldn't be him. It must be that stinky fox. Although that stinky fox isn't as strong as any of them, he just felt sure it was like that. While he was angry at himself, something suddenly bumped into his leg. It was a small creature, not even as tall as his waist, sitting on the ground with a plop. He rubbed his head and looked up, his young face full of confusion, with a pair of wolf ears on his head. The little creature looked at Feng Tian with displeasure. Suddenly, it screamed. He wanted to stand up and run away, but Feng Tian's unintentional display of pressure made him unable to stand. Feng Tian thought, "So annoying." He raised a finger, recalling Tang Ruan's words, "Don't always kill people casually." He lowered his finger, spun on his heel, and planned to walk past. Suddenly, two orcs staggered from the end of the corridor. One was a high-level orc, looking very much like the little creature, and the other was a low-level orc. Both of them knelt down with a thud in front of Feng Tian. "Orc God, have mercy. The little one bumped into you. I am willing to die to apologize." The low-level orc drew a knife, ready to cut his own neck. The high-level orc grabbed the low-level orc's hand, holding the knife. "This child is mine. If he dies, I will die too. It's none of your business." The low-level orc held onto the knife. What will happen to my wife if you die? I am just a low-level orc and can't protect her. You are her first orc husband and the most important to her. Our whole family depends on you. Brother, I've been relying on you to take care of the wife and the little ones all these years while I was away. If you die, the wife will be sad, but you are stronger. You should stay alive to protect the children. But she loves you more. She loves you too. She loves you. She loves you. Feng Tian looked around. He understood now. This was a female with 2 orc husbands fighting over who would die to apologize for bumping into him. Could they really get along so well? But he didn't have time to watch anymore. He was eager to find Tang Ruan and impatiently asked, who should die? Or should we all die together? Low-level orcs. Upon hearing this, the young one cried even louder. Tang Ruan, standing around the corner, was about to come out. Wolfing's wife took the lead first. She rushed from the other side. If the beast god wants to kill us, then take our whole family away. If anyone dies, I can't go on living. The young one ran into the female's arms. She held Wolfeng with one hand and grabbed another beast husband with the other. She closed her eyes, appearing calm, as if accepting death. Fenshin looked impatient and said, "This is your own doing." A red light gathered in Fenshin's palm. 2 males protected the wife and the young one together. Fenshin! Tang Ruan suddenly shouted loudly, her voice echoing in the corridor. The red light in Fenshin's palm disappeared instantly. He shifted his gaze to Tang Ruan at the end of the corridor. Oh! He bypassed the other beastmen and happily ran toward her. Fenshin opened his arms, and Tang Ruan naturally hugged him. She clenched her fists behind his waist, her palms sweaty. Wolfeng tried to communicate through actions, hoping Fenshin would understand the feelings of ordinary beastmen. But for him, this was too difficult. Just a moment ago, the whole family almost paid the price here. Where did you go? She deliberately changed the subject. I went to many places and brought back a lot of good things for all. When Fenshin smiled, he showed 2 sharp tiger teeth. His handsome and wild features added a touch of cuteness. Then let's go back to the house and see. She grabbed his hand and hurried upstairs, fearing Fenshin might look back. Fenshin opened his face, and a flurry of items poured out. They piled up into a small hill about waist-high. Among them were many gemstone products, which looked quite valuable. You went looting again? Tang Ruan's mouth twitched. No, I exchanged things, Fenshin replied. Tang Ruan was a bit surprised. Fenshin had actually become more civilized. He rummaged through the pile and pulled out a fist-sized blue gemstone. Here, this is for you. Tang Ruan instinctively reached out to catch it. The gemstone was dozens of times heavier than a normal crystal, causing her to stumble instantly. Burning Sky quickly reached out and helped her steady herself. At the same time, a strong energy surged into Tang Ruan's body. Tang Ruan stabilized her stance and asked in surprise, "What is this?" Now she not only felt energized all over but also found herself suddenly liking Burning Sky more. I don't know. I got it many years ago. It contains a lot of energy, which should help Awu become stronger, Burning Sky replied, turning around and squatting down. He continued to search through a pile of things. Many years ago? Weren't you still in an egg then? Tang Ruan asked curiously. That was in my previous life as a dragon. Tang Ruan was slightly shocked. Burning Sky's previous life was as a dragon. She actually liked dragons quite a bit. Suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound. It was that little hill being knocked down by Burning Sky. He reached out and picked up a small box, casually tossing it behind him. With a loud bang, it hit Tang Ruan's window, tilting it. Tang Ruan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. In the future, they would live together. She must teach him well. No more throwing things around. Don't make the house messy. Suddenly, she was startled by her own thoughts. Why did she suddenly think about living with Burning Sky? She looked again at the gemstone, holding it up in front of Burning Sky. Do you really not know what this is? Burning Sky would not lie. His movements paused. He raised his face, pressed his lips tightly, opened his eyes wide, and looked at her innocently. seeing Tang Ruan's expression change from bright to dark. After being stared at deathly for 3 seconds, Burning Sky honestly explained. It's a trial love stone. Tang Ruan's eyes widened slightly. Like the love chaos grass. As she spoke, she was about to throw the gemstone in her hand away. Burning Sky hurriedly stood up and said, "No. I won't give Ah Wu that kind of thing again." Tang Ruan froze. So he also knew that doing so was wrong. Burning Sky, feeling nervous and a little shy, placed one hand on the trial love stone. The elders of the Dragon Clan once said that the trial love stone can strengthen the feelings between partners. If both touch it together and the stone turns pink, it means they like each other. Tang Ruan lowered her head. The gemstone really turned pink. But that was impossible. When did she start liking Burning Sky? Why doesn't she know? Burning Sky looked happily at the stone. Ah didn't lie to him. Ah truly loves him. What if we don't like each other? Tang Ruan asked. This stone probably only turns pink when two people touch it together. Like some tarot readers or fortune tellers who say couples are destined to be together. Couples often don't like each other that much. But because they believe what the fortune teller says, they take care of each other. In the end, they really get married. It seems very accurate, but it's actually just a psychological effect. It will turn black, Burnt Sky said, pulling Tang Ruan back to reality. Oh, she thought maybe she should try with someone else next time. By the way, what are you looking for? Tang Ruan asked. Your birthday gift. He said this and continued to squat down and rummage through things. After a moment, he moved dozens of items onto the table. The rest were quickly put back into his space. Madam, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. Please take a look and see if you like it, Burnt Sky said, pulling Tang Ruan over. There were about 20 or 30 gifts on the table. I like it, Tang Ruan said sincerely. Why did you suddenly think of giving me a birthday gift? Burnt Sky opened his mouth but didn't want to say that annoying name. Tang Ruan slapped her forehead. Because I told you yesterday that Huxia gave me a gift. Burnt Sky nodded silently. Tang Ruan was a little touched. Burnt Sky, if you could accept Yanqing and the others, I really want to live a good life with you. She held his hand and gently shook it. At least he's very handsome, strong in battle, and loyal. Just these 3 points already make him stand out among 99.99% of males in this world. Burnt Sky snorted coldly. Tang Ruan wondered, does he suddenly seem a bit moody? He's not really angry, more like acting spoiled. These 2 are for them. Burnt Sky pointed to 2 red gemstones in the corner of the table. The energy inside is enough for them to return to their original state. Tang Ruan's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but hug his neck and give him a kiss on the face. Burnt Sky, you're so good. Burnt Sky shyly cleared his throat. I'm naturally very good. Tang Ruan. But aren't there 3 of them? Hutch was beaten quite badly by you. All right, just 2 scars. Tang Ruan quickly put away the items and secretly observed his expression. Seeing he seemed in a good mood, she asked further. So, have you accepted them? She tried even harder. After a while, Fenchen suddenly said, I love everything about her. Tang Ruan. He's quite quick to learn. Fenchen was still wearing the first skirt she helped him sew that day, with no shoes on his feet. This kind of energy-level beast man had reached a point where he was almost spotless. But although not dirty, this outfit looked very simple in the city center. And he himself was rather casual. His hair was a bit messy. Tang Ruan suddenly waved at him. Fenchen, come here. Fenchen walked over. Tang Ruan pulled him to sit on a stone chair, then circled behind him and took out a comb from her space. She thought his hair would be difficult to comb, but it was thick and smooth, and she finished combing it in just a few strokes. Suddenly, Tang Ruan had an idea and tied his hair into a high ponytail. It looked awkward, so she changed it into a braid, then into a bun. Fenchen let her do as she pleased, but his heart was pounding nervously. Does Ah Wu think his hair is ugly, so she wants to help him style it? After half an hour of fiddling, she kept his original hairstyle. Fenchen naturally suited this wild, free look. But she was a little envious of his thick hair. After finishing his hair, Tang Wan went to the corner and opened a large box. Inside were many clothes from the Sparrow tribe for Yanqing. Some he didn't like, so she casually left them there. She looked around for a while and found a deep red set, then waved for him to come over. She gestured on him. "Try this." Fenshin obediently put it on. He was muscular, and the Yanqing clothes were a bit tight on him. His bronze-colored chest muscles bulged out from the dark red V-neck. Tang Ruan's height was just right to look at his chest muscles. It made her want to gasp. This feeling is exactly the same as the first time I saw him in my dreams, when I was hit hard by hormones. Tang Wan changed into a new outfit for him. He still looked a little thin. She couldn't help but think, Burning Sky is really strong. Burning Sky was happy to see Tang Wan helping him pick clothes. But when she thought about these clothes being in her room, probably belonging to one of her beast companions, he felt a bit unhappy. However, he didn't want to reject Tang Ruan's kindness. After trying on more than 10 sets, Tang Ruan gave up. "I'll make you a set another day," she said. Burning Sky, who was feeling conflicted, brightened up. Tang Ruan, he really is quite straightforward. Burning Sky happily hugged Tang Ruan, pressing her against his chest. He kissed her on top of her head. Tang Ruan, pressed against his chest muscles, thought. Once she started paying attention, she realized he really is quite big. That night, Tang Ruan had many dreams. In her dreams, she was herself, or rather Yongwu, and she went from knowing to loving Burning Sky. The dream deliberately blurred the bloody battle scenes, making the whole atmosphere very peaceful and romantic. Tang Wan realized that her early interactions with Burning Sky were very much like siblings. He trusted and depended on her deeply. So, in reality, when he found out he had been deceived, he was angry and wanted revenge. In the dream, he was also reckless and impulsive. But he listened to Yongwu's words. His values were almost built around Yongwu. Therefore, in real life, he naturally made some changes based on her wishes. This dream changed Tang Ruan's view of Burning Sky a lot. When she woke up and looked at him sleeping beside her, she found him much cuter. She instinctively reached out and gently brushed the small bump on his nose. Burning Sky's eyelashes fluttered, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, not sure if he was awake. Tang Ruan's gaze fell on the test love stone between their pillows. To verify, the test love stone is a real stone, not one that glows pink whenever it sees someone. To verify whether everything she dreamed last night really happened, Tang Wan decided to test a few people. First, she saw Hunyo and then caught Snake Mu nearby. "Snake Mu, hold this."
"Hunyo, put your hand on it," Tang Wan said.
The two looked at each other and, without understanding why, followed her instructions. The test love stone immediately turned pink. "This stone really has a problem," Tang Wan exclaimed. "Big sister Tang Wan, what do you mean?" Hunyo asked curiously. Tang Wan explained the purpose of the test love stone to Hunyo. Hunyo and Snake Mu both lowered their heads at the same time. Hunyo's face was very red. Snake Mu was also blushing all over. "You too. Could it be?" "Oh, big sister Tang Wan, don't say such things." Hunyo punched Tang Wan in the chest, almost making her cough up blood. Then she covered her face, shyly ran away. Tang Wan clutched her aching chest and looked at Snake Mu. Snake Mu returned the test love stone to her and stammered, "Goddess." "See you again," Tang Wan replied. "See you again." Snake Mu quickly ran off. These two already had issues. She needed to find someone else to try. Tang Wan found Lang Chi after hearing about the test love stone. Lang Chi crossed his arms. "I won't try. This stone looks suspicious," he said. "Just try it. I trust you." "Not many people can help me test," Tang Wan urged. Reluctantly, Lang Chi held out his hand and placed it on the stone. The gemstone immediately turned pink. He looked at Tang Wan excitedly. But she frowned, looking confused. In an instant, the stone changed back to its original color. "It's really true," Tang Wan muttered to herself. Lang Chi withdrew his hand, looking a bit disappointed. "Maybe you should find a few more people to try," she suggested. Next, she found 3 old witch doctors. This time, the stone turned black. This was definitely not just a simple, red warmth stone. Were everything she dreamed about truly real? She found Lang Feng and handed him and his wife the test love stone. The next day, Lang Feng brought the stone to Tang Ruan. Everything in the dream really happened. Wolf Wind returned the love stone to Tang Ruan. As the heavy gemstone fell into her hand, Tang Ruan's mood also grew heavier. If everything that happened in the dream was real, then from the perspective of Burning Sky, she was truly despicable. She could even be described as someone who turns her back on others without a second thought. Got it. Thank you, Wolf Wind hurriedly called out to her. Tang Ruan turned back. Since you really loved him, then treat him well. All negotiations are based on trust. Tang Ruan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. But Burning Sky no longer trusted her. She had said her beast husband was dead. She had said that Hucha was her pet. She had also said that Yan Qing and Wolf Hunt should forget about her. But she hadn't done any of those things. There was no longer any trust between them. While thinking, Tang Ruan suddenly heard footsteps approaching. She looked up and saw Wolf Qi in beast form, jumping and landing in front of her and Wolf Wind. Wolf Wind, Tang Ruan, something's wrong. At the city gate of the central city, thousands of beast men had gathered densely, and more were arriving with imposing looks. They still dare to come. Wolf Qi clenched his fists. He thought that after Burning Sky's attack, no more reckless ones would come. It's probably not the same group, Wolf Wind said. Although he wasn't in the central city earlier, he had heard Wolf Qi mention. Most of those beast men were low-level without leaders. But these here had high-level beast men in front, mid-level in the middle, and low-level beast men holding sticks at the back. It was clear they had planned this attack to siege the city. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the front, where a slender, handsome male beast stood. Fox Clan? Are they from Hucha? Wolf Qi exclaimed in surprise. He also realized that the leading beast man was probably their leader. The Fox Clan's appearance was quite distinctive. Most of them were handsome, with skin lighter than usual males, and their hair and eyes had a reddish hue. It's not Hucha's people, Wolf Wind said, and Wolf Qi suddenly understood. This was the earliest force that split off from the Red Fox clan. Didn't they get surrounded and attacked? Wolf Qi asked curiously. Initially, the Beast King ordered everyone to be killed without mercy. Even those who managed to escape were out of the Beast Kingdom. How did they grow so many people in just a few months? The leader of the Red Fox clan passionately declared, "Take over the central city. Everything inside is yours. You no longer have to live in the hot land. And the females inside, whoever gets them is the winner." His beast men cheered loudly. Tang Ruan watched the scene below. She guessed roughly what was happening. In TV shows, it's common to see stories about a relative or outsider being driven out of the country, then gathering some refugees or poor people under the banner of the emperor, using their hope for a better life to start a rebellion. And these people usually think, if I have nothing, I have nothing to lose. They fight fiercely and recklessly. Can we handle this outside the city? Tang Ruan asked Shimu. Leading the group, behind him stood the beast men who had been sent to learn in the central city months ago, arranged by Yan Qing. Tang Ruan just learned about this too. Their orders were, before the Beast King returns, they must stay inside the central city. So, these beast men are now the protectors of the city. With enough strength, as long as more don't come, we can handle it. But the city gates are weak and someone might sneak in, Shima replied. Inside the central city, there is a beast cub school. If bad people sneak in, it could harm the young ones. Beast men fight using the old ways from her world's ancient times. In real battles, both sides must agree beforehand and attack together. Even when Yan Qing attacks alone, she is to say, "Let's begin," but Tang Ruan doesn't follow traditional rules. For the safety of the cubs, she plans to strike first. She was about to give an order to Shimu. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. The city tower shook violently. The ground beneath Tang Ruan cracked, and she twisted her ankle. Suddenly, someone grabbed her waist and lifted her into a safe area. Her back hit a strong chest. She suddenly felt incredibly safe. Without turning back, she already knew who it was. Tang Ruan looked back at him. Should I kill them? Burnt Sky asked with a frown. His gaze fell on the city gate, where a few elephant-like beast men were banging their heads against the wall. Tang Ruan didn't expect them to be even more ruthless than her. Only keep the females. Kill all the males and their babies. Haha, shouted the leader of the Red Fox tribe excitedly. Hearing this, Tang Ruan, who had been hesitant, was now trembling with anger. As her voice fell, Burnt Sky spread his wings and flew in front of the enemies. Outside the city, the beast men saw Burnt Sky coming alone. They thought he was here to negotiate. The Red Fox tribe member stepped forward excitedly.
What?
Did that snake really get into trouble? They even sent a crow to negotiate. Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly. He saw water bubbles forming on his once clear skin. Blood hissed as it boiled. His eyes bulged out. Then, with a loud bang, he exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. The nearby beast men were splashed with blood. Hot flesh and blood immediately burned blisters on their skin. The beast men retreated in fear, but some brave ones still charged forward. Yanqing is dead. We are many, so we're not afraid of him.
Charge.
Before he finished speaking, the beast men suddenly felt the ground beneath them ignite. The soil seemed alive, crawling up their legs. It burned away their flesh, leaving only stark white bones. The bones cracked and broke easily. But the people didn't die. Instead, they disappeared bit by bit in pain. Screams of agony echoed everywhere. Burnt Sky looked at this hellish scene, a faint smile on his face, feeling a long-missed thrill. The beastmen on the city tower watched the scene, feeling chills down their spines. Even though many of them had seen Burnt Sky attack the Beast God Mountain before, he had only turned the beastmen into ashes instantly, without causing them any suffering. Burnt Sky's way of fighting was pure torture, and he seemed to enjoy it. Tang Ruan watched the scene below, her joy of victory quickly replaced by fear. She had seen Burnt Sky deal with monsters on the Beast God Mountain before. But monsters and orcs are still different. It's like the feeling of killing chickens or ducks compared to killing humans. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea. She turned away and vomited. Outside the city, on the scorched earth, only a pile of bones remained. Some limbs that hadn't burned completely still twitched with nerve reflexes. Fenshin heard Tang Ruan's voice. In a blink, he flew back to her side. "Ah Wu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He nervously supported her. "Fenshin, don't let me see. Even though these people deserve their punishment among them, there must be those who were deceived by the Red Fox tribe. They are to blame, but their death was too cruel." Fenshin understood what Tang Ruan meant. He looked around, and his gaze settled on the frightened tiger girl. "Come here. Support her," Fenshin said to Tiger Girl. Hearing this, Tiger Girl knelt down hurriedly, climbed to Tang Ruan's front, knelt, and raised her hands to support her. Other orcs, regaining their senses, also knelt down. Fenshin flew again into the air, gently flapping his wings. Suddenly, the ground outside the city cracked open. Like a giant mouth, it swallowed all the orc remains. Lang Feng then realized the true meaning of what Tang Ruan had mentioned during their conversation. They four are the weapons that the beast god used to destroy the heavens and earth. Millions of people,
Just like that.
disappeared? The beast king took half a day, and how long did it take him? Leaving him in the central city was too dangerous. Until Fenshin left with Tang Ruan, the orcs on the city tower didn't dare to stand up. Fenshin placed Tang Ruan on the bed, put a cushion behind her waist to make her comfortable. He went to the table, picked up a jar, and poured a bowl of water. "Ah Wu, drink water." Tang Ruan drank it all in one go, finally suppressing her nausea. Fenshin turned around, planning to pour her another bowl. Suddenly, Tang Ruan grabbed his hand. "Fenshin, come here. Let me hold you for a while." She pulled him over. Her head rested on his abs. The scene just now still haunted her mind. She tightly hugged his waist and asked, "Fenshin, when do you think Yanqing and Langley will wake up?" She felt his abdominal muscles suddenly tense. But this reaction was expected by Tang Ruan. She continued, "Do you not want me to see them? So, you haven't let them wake up? I asked the shaman, and their condition is very good. Yes. Fenchen turned his face away. He didn't want to discuss this topic with her. Tang Ruan paused and said, Actually, not letting them see me doesn't necessarily mean they have amnesia or are in a deep sleep. Tang Ruan looked up and met Fenchen's confused eyes. She forced a smile and said, Just take me to a place where they can't find us, and that will be enough. Fenchen looked at Tang Ruan with surprise and joy. Are you willing? Tang Ruan nodded gently. But I have a condition. We will live together for a year. During this year, I won't contact any other beast companions besides you. After a year, if you want, we can go back together and live with Yanqing, Langley, and Huzha. If you don't want to, I will stay with you forever. Fenchen almost agreed, without thinking. In a year, he would make all love only him. Moreover, a year is enough for Ao to forget her feelings for the other beast companions. Even if after a year, Ao still misses them, he still has the right to refuse and can continue living alone with her. This proposal was very beneficial for him. Fenchen's eyes and brows were filled with a happy smile. However, Tang Ruan felt a bitter taste in her heart. She knew she was gambling. But she had no other choice. The Red Fox clan, which had been expelled from the Beast Kingdom, dared to gather some minor forces to make a comeback. It showed that the rumor, Yanqing is dead, had spread throughout the Beast Kingdom. And the previous constant harassment from those orcs in the central city was clearly not from the Red Fox clan. If they were working together, they should know that Fenchen was in the central city. With Fenchen's strength, no orc would dare to challenge him. If Yanqing doesn't wake up for a day, such situations will only become more common in the future. The Beast Kingdom will unknowingly fall back into chaos. Burning Heaven is very strong, but he doesn't know how to govern. Letting him handle things would probably just lead to everyone being killed. If he ends up disliking the current beast world, he might even destroy it completely. Thinking of this, Tang Ruan felt a cold chill rise in her heart. She pressed her head back against Burning Heaven's abs. It's strange. Those fears are all caused by this person in front of her. Yet, she feels that being close to him makes her feel safe. Moreover, Wolf Hunter has been sleeping for too long. She really misses him so much. She wishes he would wake up sooner. She knows she can't change Burning Heaven's mind quickly. Instead of wasting time, she might as well take him away first, so Yanqing and Wolf Hunter can wake up earlier. If in the end she can't change Burning Heaven's thoughts, at least they can live well. Tang Ruan instinctively clenched the ghost crystal on her neck. Little one, maybe only you can keep company with Mom in the future. Tang Ruan gathered all the beast men who knew about Yanqing and Wolf Hunter. If they wake up, tell them I left with the beast god. I am the destined wife of the beast god. This is my fate for the sake of the beast world. Don't look for me. No, Wolf Chi was the first to stand up. You can't leave him. Standing behind him, Wolf Feather also nodded desperately. Tang Ruan looked at them calmly. So, do you want me to watch the beast country become more chaotic? Or do you want to see him get angry someday and disappear from this world? Wolf Chi didn't speak. He clenched his fists, feeling only self-blame for his helplessness. The three elder shamans, Snake Mu, and Wolf Feng agreed with Tang Ruan's plan. From a big-picture perspective, this was the best choice. Tang Ruan returned to her room to pack her things. She had everything in her space. There wasn't much to bring. After looking around, she finally put the box that Hu Che gave her into her space. When she went out, she bumped into Wolf Mo, who was rushing over. Seeing her, Wolf Mo immediately knelt and paid his respects. After getting up, he said worriedly, I have brought the city lord of Red Fox City. Do you want to meet him? Tang Ruan lowered her eyes and shook her head. It's better not to meet him. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. Lang Mo stepped aside. Tang Ruan walked past her. Suddenly, Lang Mo asked, Are you really sure about this? Boss and the Beast King won't give up on finding you. Tang Ruan replied, Take good care of them for me. Fenchen held Tang Ruan's hand and led her out of the Beast King's palace. Hurrying footsteps sounded behind them. A figure, Red Fox, hurried over. When she heard those words, Tang Ruan couldn't hold back her emotions and tears streamed down her face. She turned around, wanting to run back. Fenshin quickly grabbed her. Did you forget what your wife told me not long ago? This is the last time I will trust you. If you make me think the beast world isn't trustworthy, then maybe it's better to destroy it and start over. Hearing Fenshin's threat, Tang Ruan finally hesitated. She slowly stepped back to his side. Just as Red Fox was about to take a step forward, a loud bang echoed. It was the tallest building in the Beast King's palace, breaking apart. That was Fenshin's threat. At the same time, the entire central city of beastmen was overwhelmed by his pressure, falling to the ground. Fenshin lifted Tang Ruan and leapt into the air. He transformed into a beast-shaped midair. The huge beast shadow covered the sky and blocked the sun. Tang Ruan, on his back, was so small she could hide in his feathers. Such a large beast form seemed like a miracle. It made all the beast men in the city firmly believe that day was when the beast god took the goddess away. Tang Ruan burrowed into Fenshin's feathers, feeling like she was diving into a giant quilt. She tightly hugged one of his feathers and peeked out, just in time to see the beast god mountain passing beneath her. A merchant ship floated on the sea surface, possibly belonging to Huiche. She couldn't help but feel sad. She wondered if they could still be together in this life. Outside, the wind was strong. Fenshin's voice came like thunder. The wind is strong outside. Tang Ruan then burrowed inside again. After exploring for a long time, she finally climbed onto his head. The horn of the burning sky, in Tang Ruan's eyes, looks like a big pillar. It is covered with horizontal lines, just right for gripping. Where are we going? Tang Ruan asked while standing on his head. She blinked and guessed, your previous home. It's our home. At Burning Sky's request, Tang Ruan crawled back inside. She was sleeping in Burning Sky's arms. Are we there? Tang Ruan rubbed her eyes and sat up. The surroundings were lush and green, and it seemed they were in a forest. Yes, rest a bit. I'll go find the entrance. Burning Sky helped her sit up and then stood up himself. Tang Ruan asked, don't you know where your home's entrance is? Burning Sky looked in one direction and said as he walked, when I was in the sky earlier, I saw the entrance. I also felt the presence of my people. So I came down to check. Burning Sky looked to the right, while Tang Ruan looked to the left. They searched together, which was faster. Tang Ruan pushed through the thick branches of a big tree. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Burning Sky, here. Ahead, there was a hole just big enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Inside the hole was dark, and the walls were covered with white, fluffy plants. On the ceiling of the hole, there were 2 stone horns shaped like dragons. Because of age, one of the horns was broken. Curious, Tang Ruan approached the hole and reached out to touch the white plants. They felt a bit like corn silk. No words appeared in her mind. Tang Ruan closed her eyes, preparing to sense more. Suddenly, she heard Burning Sky's voice behind her. Ah Wu, where are you going? Hearing this, Tang Ruan quickly took 2 steps back. She saw that the hole, which could hold 3 people before, had now shrunk to only fit 1. The entrance was slowly closing inward, making a sound. It sounded like some kind of insect juice. Tang Ruan felt a shiver run down her spine. Could it be that this isn't a hole, but the mouth of a monster? She hurriedly ran away and bumped into Burning Sky, who was rushing over. Are you okay? Burning Sky held her tightly, frowning as he stared at the hole. Tang Ruan thought that in the next moment, he would activate his special power and up that thing. However, he just stared, watching the cave entrance get smaller and smaller. At the edge of the entrance, vertical lines appeared, like lips tightening. Even because of the force, it trembled slightly. Is this monster blind? She was clearly no longer there, yet it still tried to close its mouth, as if to swallow her. Burning Sky looked for a while, suddenly sighed, and pinched his brow. Long bow enough. Tang Ruan. Is that a rude word? Burning Sky's way of insulting is quite special. She was just thinking about it when suddenly the ground trembled. Burning Sky picked her up and flew into the air. Tang Ruan looked down. She gasped in surprise. Where she had just stood, there was no cave at all. Instead, there was a giant brown-gray dragon, about 100 meters long, lying straight on the ground. Its head was just between two mountain peaks. It was opening its mouth, but it seemed to have no teeth, with white beard and white hair covering its face. That's why it looked like a cave. Tang Ruan felt a chill. If she had just walked in, she would have been eaten. Long Bao, stop messing around, Burning Sky said again. His voice was soft but echoed through the valley. Only then did Tang Ruan realize he wasn't calling Pouch, but Dragon Pouch, such a strange name. She curiously asked, "Do you know each other?" "My younger brother," Burning Sky said casually. Tang Ruan's eyes widened in shock. She looked again at the giant dragon rolling on the ground, causing landslides and earthquakes. Burning Sky still had relatives alive from his past life. But his brother from that life was at least a few hundred years old. And yet, he looked like a little kid throwing a tantrum. Could it be that dragons mature slowly? The giant dragon rolled for a while, but seeing Burning Sky ignoring him, he lifted his head and looked at them. His white hair covered his eyes. Tang Ruan, what a hairy dragon. She didn't know if she saw them clearly. Suddenly, the giant dragon disappeared from her sight. It probably transformed into a human form. Burning Sky brought Tang Ruan back to the ground. Not far away, there was an old beast dressed in plain clothes, with white hair and a white beard. The old beast's hair covered his eyes and ears, and his beard covered his mouth. Only his nose was visible outside. He stroked his beard, looking like a wise immortal. He slowly walked toward them. Tang Ruan, Tian's younger brother, indeed. He's very old. She wondered how he would feel if he saw his brother like this. Before she finished her thought, suddenly, she screamed, breaking away from Tian and jumping back half a meter. It turned out that Long Bao had somehow slipped between them. He was hugging Tian's leg and squatting on the ground. "Big brother, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Although it was an old man's voice, it sounded as cute as a 3- or 4-year-old child. Tang Ruan's mouth twitched. She looked at Tian. "He's confused," Tian explained simply. "Tang Ruan, I see." She slowly walked over to him. "Is this sister your partner?" "Yes," Tian answered seriously. Long Bao looked at Tang Ruan. She raised her hand and waved hello. "Hi." Suddenly, Long Bao pulled out a dried-up frog from his space. "Gift for sister." Tang Ruan was startled and immediately hid behind Tian. "Baby. Sister doesn't like frogs." Tang Ruan, baby? So it's not Long Bao, but Long Bao. When Tian called him baby, his tone carried a hint of helplessness and affection, as if he had become a different person. Tang Ruan found it strangely funny. She peeked out from behind Tian. She reached out her hand to Long Bao, saying, "If you want to give it to me, I might just take it." Long Bao hesitated suddenly. "But sister, you can't eat it. It's my good friend." "Long Bao doesn't eat meat," Tian whispered. "That was his pet when he was young. It should have died and been kept in the space ever since." Tang Ruan's understanding was once again refreshed. "There are dragons that don't eat meat?" Long Bao, with his old hand, carefully handed the dried frog to Tang Ruan, reluctant to part with it. His beard-covered lips trembled, as if he was about to cry. Tang Ruan's hand rested above Long Bao's. Suddenly, his palms sank, and beside the frog, something else appeared. "Rose cakes are very tasty. You should try one." Tang Ruan isn't the kind to disrespect elders or dislike children. Long Bao picked one up and took a bite. Tang Ruan couldn't see his eyes, but from his head-shaking movements, he probably liked it a lot. "Thank you, sister," Long Bao said happily. "Let's go home." Fenshin held Tang Ruan's hand and pulled Long Bao along. Suddenly, Tang Ruan leaned close to Fenshin's ear and asked, "Fenshin, are you taking me back to Long Valley to live because of him?" Fenshin didn't stop walking. "Before I came here, I didn't even know he was still alive." The testing stone was brought back from Long Valley by Fenshin. So when he said before, he meant the last time he visited. He found out his brother was still alive. That's why he chose this place to settle down, partly because he wanted to take care of him. Tang Ruan suddenly felt that Fenshin wasn't completely emotionless. Fenshin led Tang Ruan into a large cave. The inside was bright, with sunlight shining through the top. illuminating the stone bed at the back. The bed was already covered with animal pelts. It was probably arranged by him earlier. Tang Wan looked up at the ceiling and felt that this scene seemed strangely familiar. The cave has a protective barrier, so you don't need to worry about rain, Fenchen explained. Suddenly, Tang Wan remembered where she had seen this place before. It was in her dream. The scene where Huzha turned into a little fox and asked her for help. In the dream, a group of beasts was chasing Huzha. Tang Wan threatened them with her beast husband and scared them away. She remembered those beasts saying, "Don't forget the beast husbands of the goddess." Does this mean Fenchen accepted Yanqing and the others in the end? All the beasts living here knew she had 4 beast husbands. Even Huzha would live here with her. Tang Ruan's excitement grew. Her eyes sparkled. Fenchen looked puzzled. "What are you thinking about?" Tang Ruan quickly composed herself. "It's nothing. Can you take me around?" She wanted to confirm whether this place was really from her dream. She had run for a whole day and night to escape the dream, but she still remembered the surroundings. Burning Sky didn't think much and carried Tang Wanfei out of the cave. He flew around the Dragon Valley at a low altitude. The more Tang Wanfei looked, the tighter her brow became. Tang Wanfei's geography grades are quite average. She really couldn't tell if this was the place she dreamed of. So, she asked Burning Sky to take her down and walk around again. "Is Awu looking for something?" Burning Sky asked. "Just trying to understand the surroundings. After all, I plan to live here long-term." "Huh," Tang Wanfei said nervously. Hearing that Tang Wanfei wanted to stay here long-term, Burning Sky immediately felt better. He didn't ask any more questions. She found the lake she remembered, but there was no grassland across the water. All she saw were tall bushes that couldn't be eaten, stretching as far as the eye could see. There wasn't even a single beast-man shadow. While she was thinking, suddenly she heard a crunch-crunch sound ahead. She looked closely and immediately changed her mind about her previous thoughts. She saw a disheveled male deer tribe member squatting nearby, digging something. He was only wearing a torn animal skin skirt. When he heard Tang Wanfei and Burning Sky's footsteps, he turned his face. His face was dirty, and his mouth was stuffed with tree roots. Seeing Burning Sky, who was the brother of the dragon treasure, he immediately lay on the ground, trembling. "Why are you eating this?" Tang Wanfei blurted out. She had already sensed that this type of tree could only have edible roots, but the roots were slightly toxic, and eating too many could cause headaches. The orc was trembling on the ground and didn't answer. Burning Sky was about to say something. Suddenly, Tang Wanfei grabbed his hand and examined the orc. Most male creatures in the beast world are strong, but the one in front of her could be described as emaciated. After a few seconds, seeing that he still didn't answer, she didn't press further. She took out a few steamed buns from her space, wrapped them in leaves, and placed them in front of him. The orc looked up in surprise. Tang Wanfei gestured to her mouth. "You can eat." The orc looked at Burning Sky behind her, then suddenly lay on the ground again, covering his head with his hands and trembling even more. Tang Wan helplessly looked back at Fentian. Fentian appeared innocent. He had hidden his pressure. After leaving, Fentian saw Tang Wan with a worried expression. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Tang Wan said, "He seems to be very afraid of you. That's normal." Tang Wan suddenly stopped walking and turned around. "How is that normal?" Yen, she wanted to say that now, the beast men in the central city wouldn't fear Yanqing, because they knew Yanqing was the king who could protect them. This is Long Valley, where weak beastmen and powerful dragons live together, and they should have been protected too. Why, then, do they still fear Fentian, who is deliberately hiding his strength? But as she was about to speak, she swallowed her words. She was afraid Fentian would get jealous. Fentian explained proactively, because they were originally food for the dragons. She looked at Fentian with some disbelief. "Food," she confirmed again. Fentian nonchalantly added, "In my previous life, my beast form father liked to eat beastmen. There were many of them raised by the dragons. Later, he died. And these beastmen continued to live here. Then you also." Tang Ruan instinctively took a few steps back. She really couldn't accept a beastman who had eaten beastmen. Fentian knew what she was thinking and quickly pulled her back. I don't have that hobby. Tang Ruan heaved a sigh of relief and suddenly remembered that he said Long Bao doesn't eat meat. Is it because Long Bao doesn't like your father eating beast men that he doesn't eat meat? Yes. Fentian looked into the distance, seeming to fall into memory. Long Bao has a little female friend, who is a sheep tribe. One day, her father thought she was very tasty. Tang Ruan's stomach churned, covering her mouth, almost vomiting. How could a father be like that? Fentian gently patted her back. Ah Wu, don't be afraid. I have already killed him. Hearing him casually say, I have already killed him, Tang Ruan felt a complex mix of emotions. But thinking that Fentian was now in an awakened state. He must have seen something more terrible than killing his father, so she felt it was nothing. But isn't Burning Sky not concerned about the fate of the beastmen? Because your father ate beastmen, so you killed him? She asked curiously. Burning Sky's expression changed slightly, and a look of disgust appeared between his brows. Because he ate beastmen for a long time, the dragon race was punished by the beast god, and his lifespan was almost cut in half. He heard that drinking dragon blood could grant long life, so he locked away the dragon treasure. Tang Ruan couldn't help but curse, interrupting Burning Sky's words. Next, she understood what he was about to say, without him needing to explain. As a servant of the beast god, Burning Sky must have been extremely powerful even before awakening. His father naturally wouldn't choose him as a blood sacrifice, but would select the young son. No wonder the dragon treasure said to him, You finally came back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Burning Sky is the only family she trusts. When Tang Ruan and Burning Sky returned, it was already dark. From afar, Tang Ruan saw a small old man with white hair and a white beard squatting at the cave entrance. The old man saw them and hurried over. He skillfully squatted down, hugged Burning Sky's little leg, and stopped moving. Big brother, big sister, you're finally back. Tang Ruan couldn't help but feel a little sad. After Burning Sky killed the beast god, he could have come back to find her. But he sacrificed his life to save her, along with Heng Zhou. The dragon treasure has been waiting here for hundreds or thousands of years. He's even grown old and confused, still waiting for his big brother to return. Dragon treasure, why don't you go inside and wait? Tang Ruan bent down and asked in a gentle tone suitable for a child. The night in the Dragon Valley was quite cold. Dragon treasure wants to see big brother and big sister sooner. Dragon treasure prepared food for them. Dragon treasure stood up, grabbing Tang Ruan with one hand and Burning Sky with the other, leading them into the cave. Inside the cave, there was a very long stone table, neatly set with 4 items. A root, a stone, what looked like dried meat made of wood or wood like dried meat, and a pair of deer antlers. Dragon treasure picked up the dried meat and tried to feed it to Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan looked at the piece of zombie meat and instinctively shrank back. Burning Sky raised his hand to stop her. Dragon treasure, you can't eat this meat. Dragon treasure looked up at Burning Sky. He was slightly hunched and shorter than Fenchen by a head. When he heard Fenchen scold him, he lowered his head and his shoulders trembled helplessly. Tang Ruan saw that he seemed about to cry, so she quickly reached out and took the meat. Thank you, Long Bao. I was just hungry. Fenchen snatched the meat from her hand. This meat has been frozen in ice for thousands of years, Tang Ruan thought. It really is zombie meat, he said aloud. This meat has been frozen in ice for thousands of years. But then he opened his mouth and took a bite. After chewing twice, the taste was no different from rotten wood, so he forced himself to swallow. Tang Ruan wondered, will he get sick from eating it? She looked down and saw a swirl of purple energy flowing down his throat. Long Bao saw Fenchen eat and happily picked up a deer antler from the table, offering it to Tang Ruan. Tang Ruan thought he wanted her to eat it, so she quickly waved her hand to refuse. She really couldn't eat that, it was uncomfortable to bite. Unexpectedly, Long Bao suddenly said, this was sent by Lu Rong. He said thank you for the food you gave. Lu Rong. Could it be the male she met in the forest during the day? Over the years, Long Bao has been living with them. They're afraid of me but not of Long Bao, Fenchen explained simply. He looked a bit unwell, as if he had a stomach ache. Tang Wan instinctively reached out and gently rubbed the purple energy on his stomach. When she was in college, she had poor eating habits and suffered from stomach problems. She didn't want to spend money on a doctor, so when it hurt, she just rubbed it like that. But now, she used her special powers. Soon, the purple energy disappeared. The warmth in her palms spread from her stomach to Fenchen's heart. He looked down at her, with a happy smile in his eyes and on his face. Tang Ruan's gaze, however, fell on the pair of deer antlers. They looked like they had fallen off naturally. Although not valuable, they were probably the most precious gift the deer tribe beastman could give. Tang Wan looked at Fenchen and asked, "How many beast men live here?" Fenchen replied, "Not many." Longbao interrupted, 13. 1 mute, 2 with disabilities, 2 males, 1 female, and 1 female. Now there are 2. There are 15 in total. 1 mute, 2 lame, and 2 others. Tang Wan waited for Longbao to finish talking to himself. Then she asked, "What do you usually eat?" Tang Wan, "We really only eat tree roots." No wonder that male looks pale and thin. Actually, Longbao should also be very thin, but his thick fur makes him look rounder. Plus, his beastman level is probably high. So, he doesn't need to eat food every day to survive. Tang Wan thought for a moment. The food in Long Valley is now scarce, very different from the rich land she dreamed of. If he, Yanqing, Lang Lai, and Hu Che could reunite when Long Valley becomes prosperous, then she needs to act quickly to make it prosperous. Tang Wan took out many buns and steamed bread from her space, easy food to fill her stomach, and placed them on the table. The warm, fragrant wheat smell made Long Bao drool immediately. Tang Wan placed a vegetarian bun in front of him. "These are yours. Share the rest with everyone. Tell everyone for me. If you want delicious food every day, come find me early tomorrow." While Tang Wan was speaking, Long Bao couldn't wait and stuffed 2 buns into his mouth. He stored the rest in his face. Then, he ran away quickly. His speed was so fast, it didn't look like an old dragon at all. Fenchen curiously asked, "Why did you call those beastmen here?" Tang Wan winked at him with her left eye. "Secret, Fenchen. Ah Wu is so cute." The next morning, the sound of beastmen rustling at the cave entrance was heard. Fenchen opened his eyes and looked down at Tang Wan in his arms. Seeing she was still asleep, he raised his hand and covered her ears. But because of this action, Tang Wan woke up instead. "Did anyone come?" Tang Wan rubbed her eyes and sat up. Fenchen looked unhappy. A bunch of annoying bugs. On their first day enjoying a quiet moment with Ah Wu, someone came to disturb them. Tang Wan was worried he might get angry and destroy those beastmen. She hurriedly said, "It was me who asked them to come." Fenchen helplessly sat up. "I know." His tone was still cold, but it seemed he was no longer angry. Tang Wan suddenly realized that since arriving at Long Valley, her personality seemed to have improved a lot. She stepped out of the cave and briefly introduced herself to the orcs in Long Valley. Then she found a stick and started drawing a plan on the ground. "There's a lake here, and there must be fish in it. I'll teach you how to weave nets so you can catch fish to eat it first. Later, when the bone kingfish grow up, you'll have enough meat. The trees here can't be eaten, so cut them all down and plant wheat." Tang Wan kept talking nonstop, sharing her dream scenes with them. The orcs looked at each other, seeming not to understand anything. A tall male orc raised his trembling hand. "Sir, do you mean that the fish in the lake can be eaten? We can turn the plants in Long Valley that can't be eaten into edible ones." Tang Wan nodded. "Yes, that's what I mean." The male orc lowered his head, secretly glancing at Tang Wan with his eyes, hesitating to speak. Other orcs whispered among themselves. "How do we eat the fish? The spines inside can hurt us. How do we turn the plants into edible ones? I don't understand." Exactly. Tang Wan was about to explain again. Suddenly, the orcs fell silent. She turned her head and saw burnt sky come out of the cave. She knew that even if she explained again, they might not understand. So she simply summarized, "In short, listen to me. I promise you will be full every day." "Okay." Long Bao raised his hand and shouted loudly. The other orcs, seeing Long Bao take the lead, also raised their hands. Burnt Sky spun around and saw that Tang Wan didn't need his help. He was about to walk back. Suddenly, she called out, "Burnt Sky, come help." Burnt Sky flew into the air. His red energy infused the ground, which suddenly split open. The land surged like a tide, carrying burning plants with it. In an instant, it was swallowed by the earth. What replaced it was flat land and soft, charred soil. The orcs in Long Valley were so frightened that they all hid behind Tang Wan. At her command, an old man with white hair stepped out from behind her. In a flash, he transformed into a giant dragon, flying to the lake and taking a big gulp of water. He flew over the land, and water from his mouth sprayed out like a fountain, evenly wetting the hot ground. White smoke rose up. What normally would take weeks of busy work to level the land was done in just half an hour. Tang Wan couldn't help but think, it would be so great if we could bring Tian and Longbao back to the beast country to farm. However, for planting seeds, there's still no easier way right now. Tang Wan took out sweet wheat seeds from her space, taught the orcs how to plant them, and then started working together with everyone. While working, she saw the ring that Yanqing gave her was stained with mud, so she gently wiped it clean and stored it in her space. These seeds had been nourishing inside her space all along and grew very quickly. They started planting in the morning, and by evening, the entire field was planted. The earliest seed she planted had already sprouted. That night, Tang Wan and everyone had dinner together. After returning to the cave, she took out a sheepskin scroll and used some mineral stones to plan her work. Tomorrow, she would fix the fish pond, and the day after, she planned to bring some animals out of her space to teach them how to raise them. Suddenly, Tang Wan remembered there was a row of empty land around the field. It was perfect for planting grapes. Hu Che loved eating grapes, and she liked them too. When Hu Che and the others came to find her, the grapes should be ripe. She thought happily and closed her eyes, her spiritual awareness wandering inside her space. She didn't know if everyone's space was as big as hers. Her spiritual awareness flew over a wheat field, chased after a quacking duck, and entered the grape vineyard. She was about to use her special power to pick grapes when suddenly, a fiery red figure darted past her eyes and slipped into another row of grapevines. How could her space have? It must have been her eyes playing tricks on her. Unsure, Tang Wan hurriedly chased after it and looked again. She saw that fiery red figure suddenly jump up and pull down a bunch of grapes, then lie under the tree and start eating. Its fiery red tail wagged happily.
Uke?
Tang Wan exclaimed in shock. No, this isn't Hu Che. How could there be a beast man in her space? Beast men simply couldn't enter her space. But she hadn't even put a fox into her space. So, how could this be? Could it be that her space has grown a fox on its own? It's like how grapevines sometimes grow little bugs. But none of these bugs are intentionally placed in her space. Tang Wan circled around it twice. Animals inside the space can't see her. To the animals inside, Tang Wan is more like a ghost. They can't see or hear her, but she can touch them with her spiritual sense. One day, she might even catch them. Tang Wan used her spiritual power to gently touch the little fox's back. The little fox immediately jumped up, nervously looking around. Her gaze fell on its paw white. It looked exactly like Hu Che's beast form, but there was no beast aura on it. Could it be that she misses Hu Che so much that her space sensed it and grew a fox to comfort her? Tang Wan decided to look around and see if any other animals had grown there. Just then, she heard a voice, as if coming from a distant universe. "Awu, are you asleep?" Tang Wan suddenly opened her eyes. She was lying on the table, entering her space. That's why Fin Tian thought she was asleep. She lifted her head from the table and deliberately rubbed her eyes. Yeah, a little sleepy. She knew very well that he couldn't know what was happening inside her space. She wasn't even sure if that fox was really Hu Che. But she still felt nervous, her palms slightly sweaty. Fin Tian had said this was his last time trusting her. If he thought she had only been in Long Valley for 2 days and was hiding a fox in her house, she would be doomed. Wash up before sleeping, Fin Tian said, rubbing her head and stepping back. He pointed his palm at an empty spot inside the cave. A huge square tub flew out from his face. With a loud thud, it landed on the ground. The tub was big enough for 3 adults to lie in, shining golden like pure gold. It was encrusted with colorful gemstones. Tang Ruan's eyes widened at the sight. How much gold must that be? Fun Tian saw her shocked expression. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Dragon clans usually bathe in the river. But you don't like cold water and there are no hot springs here. I thought about using this to hold water." Tang Wan looked inside, but there was no water. It seemed that Burnt Sky understood her idea immediately. He opened his space again. Hot water poured out quickly. It filled the golden basin in no time. Tang Wan was surprised and slightly widened her eyes. His water wasn't stored in a container to bring back. Usually, beastmen don't store water in their spaces. Because water is flowing and hard to control inside a space. It would spill everywhere, and when taken out, it's difficult to gather it all together. Unless the water is kept in a container and then stored in the space. But in that case, the water would come out with the container, not just the water itself. How did he do it? "Come here." Burnt Sky extended his hand to her. Tang Wan obediently walked over. He immediately picked her up. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, so he put her back on the ground. He quickly took off her clothes. Then, like holding a small animal, he gently lifted her by the waist. He placed her into the basin. Tang Wan didn't even have time to feel shy. She was already in the water. Tang Wan picked up a fallen leaf floating on the water and asked, "Burnt Sky, can your space store water? Isn't it hard to control? You haven't had your space for long, but you're so skilled." "I've never seen a beast man who can control water without a container." She was a little envious. With this skill, she wouldn't need to boil water and could take hot baths every day. Hearing her praise, Burnt Sky smiled proudly. "Oh, we are different from other beastmen. Once your energy increases, you can do this too." He pointed to the gemstone on the container. "These gemstones have strong energy. In the future, if you use this to wash every day, your energy will grow quickly." But Tang Wan was thinking about something else. "Do you mean our space is different from that of ordinary beastmen?" Tang Wan, holding the edge of the basin, asked anxiously, "Can we store beastmen inside?" "Yes." Tang Ruan's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. "So, what exactly is in her space? The fox or the fox spirit?" Burning Sky tilted his head, looking at her in the water with confusion. Tang Wan felt guilty and pressed her lips together. Suddenly, there was a loud splash. It was Burning Sky jumping into the tub.
"What are you?"
"What are you doing?" "Burning Sky. Washing with you." Tang Wan was terrified, thinking he might have guessed her secret. Wu doesn't want to?" "We used to wash together," Burning Sky said with a slight frown. Tang Wan. No, that's not what I meant. Then why does Wu look so scared of me?" "I was just surprised that you can bring beastmen inside. All the beastmen I know told me it's not allowed. If you take me out in the future, I can just hide in your space. Hee hee." Tang Wan was busy fixing Burning Sky's hair while talking nonstop. She realized that when people are nervous, they really do get very busy. Suddenly, Burning Sky grabbed her hand. Tang Wan was startled and awkwardly laughed. "Why not? Is there something in your space I can't see?" Actually, it was her space where he couldn't see certain things. But her words came out differently. Tang Wan really wanted to slap herself. She saw Burning Sky's expression turn serious. She was afraid his next words would be, "Then come see my space?" "I'll see yours too." However, Burning Sky just took a deep breath and patiently explained, "A normal beastman's space is just a hole created by supernatural power. Our strength comes from the beast god, who created the beast world. So, our space has the ability to create itself, like another world. Another world." Tang Wan was slightly shocked. She had guessed some of this before, like the small bugs in her space or the plants she hadn't planted. Now, even a fox had appeared. Then why can't beastmen be inside? Because a person can only exist in one world, Burning Sky said seriously. Tang Wan didn't understand. When someone enters a space world, they naturally leave the original world. Why does he look like that when explaining? Before she could speak again, Burning Sky then said, "In the future, when I use the space, Stay far away. Do not get pulled in. Every space world has its own rules. If you stay inside too long, even after you leave, you might forget who you are. Tang Ruan opened her mouth. Trying to stay calm, she explained further. That means if there are no beastmen in my space world, then any beastmen who enter will turn into animals. Over time, even if they come out, they will forget they were once beastmen. Burning Sky nodded happily. My space doesn't have anything good. Oh, you must not go in. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. It seemed he thought of something terrible. But Tang Ruan couldn't control herself and started trembling. Oh, do you feel cold? Burning Sky asked. Tang Ruan quickly nodded. Yes, a little. A red barrier appeared immediately around the golden jar, and the temperature rose a few degrees. But Tang Ruan still trembled. If the fox in the space was really Hu Che, then it meant he had forgotten he was a beast man. Had he truly become just a fox? Tang Ruan couldn't wait to release it and see. But Burning Sky clearly didn't plan to give her that chance. He flirtatiously bit her earlobe. If the wife still feels cold, we can do something to warm you up. Burning Sky, I'm a bit tired today. She had no mood for anything now. She had to find a way to release the fox. However, he showed no intention of stopping. An energy flowed into Tang Ruan's body. It made her, already not very tired, feel even more energized. He nudged her face with his nose and softly said, Don't worry, wife, just close your eyes and rest. I'll take care of everything. Burning Sky kept his promise. He didn't let her move a finger the whole time. Even when she was on top, he controlled everything. Burning Sky was primal and passionate in this. Tang Ruan's mind quickly went blank, unable to think about Hu Che anymore. But after she fell asleep, her mind found a chance to become active again. She dreamed of entering the space once more, but she couldn't find the fox that looked exactly like Hu Che. Instead, there was a group of colorful foxes lying on the grassland. They looked like fluffy cotton candies, all pressed together. Tang Ruan could only crawl into the fox pile, calling his name over and over. Later, in anger, she threw all the foxes out of the space. Cluck, 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 flap, 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 quack, quack, quack. Tang Ruan was awakened by the loud sounds of chickens and dogs. The moment she opened her eyes, a small hen flapped its wings and flew over her head. Tang Ruan was startled and instinctively moved back. Looking carefully, she realized this chicken looked a bit familiar. And that duck. And the fish swimming in the golden basin. Tang Ruan's lips trembled. Is she dreaming? She subconsciously looked down and found herself dressed neatly. It must be a dream. It couldn't be that she opened the space just by dreaming. Tang Ruan finally relaxed a little. Suddenly, Long Bao peeked out from behind the golden basin.
Tang Zuan.
Big sister, there are so many things in your space. You can't even finish dropping them all, Tang Ruan. So she really did open the space while sleeping. And the fox too. She looked around but didn't see the fox. Could it have been taken care of by Fenchen? Tang Ruan nervously asked Long Bao. Where is Fenchen? Brother said you like hot springs, so he plans to dig one for you. Tang Ruan. So she didn't send the fox away. But she was still worried. Long Bao, did you see a fox fall out of my space? Long Bao thought carefully. The white one? Red. No, only the white one. He pointed to a duck nearby. Tang Ruan sighed in relief. It seemed she really didn't see a fox. What's a fox? Long Bao asked curiously. Tang Ruan thought she shouldn't answer, expecting he would forget later. What's a fox? What's a fox? Fox. 5 minutes later, Long Bao asked his question for the 4th time. It's a kind of animal. Is it cute? Tang Ruan suddenly took out a stack of flour cakes from her space. Long Bao, these are for you. Long Bao sniffed, about to take them. Tang Ruan immediately pulled them back. But I have a condition. Tang Ruan, today our conversation must stay a secret from your brother. About the fox. Tang Ruan was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Long Bao to be so clever despite being a bit forgetful. I won't tell him. He doesn't like foxes. How do you know that? Today, when your brother asked me to watch over you, you were talking in your sleep. Tang Ruan gasped sharply. What did I say? Long Bao thought carefully. You called out Hu Che. And your brother looked very unhappy. Tang Ruan. Haha. Is there anything else related to the fox? Long Bao. What kind of fox is Hu Che? Did I say anything else in my sleep about the fox? Tang Ruan asked again. Long Bao. No. Nothing else. Tang Ruan let out a breath of relief. In any case, today's matter is our secret. If one day you find a red fox, hide it well and secretly tell me. Promise. Tang Ruan waved a flour cake under Long Bao's nose. Long Bao sniffed like a little dog, his head following the cake. Promise not to tell your brother. Hom. Hom. Finally, after sending Long Bao away, Tang Ruan carefully searched her space. Her space had grown larger as her energy increased. Last night, burnt sky gave her a lot of energy, plus the nourishing effect of the testing stone and that big golden jar. Her space expanded dozens of times overnight. She could no longer see the edges of her space clearly. She wandered inside for several hours, but she still didn't see the fox again. She began to wonder if she had accidentally released it and burnt sky had taken it away. Suddenly, Tang Ruan saw a 2-story stone building ahead. She repeatedly confirmed. In her space, there was originally a 10-square-meter room used to store some miscellaneous items. It had unexpectedly upgraded into 2 levels along with the space. Tang Ruan walked in. She checked everything that could fit a fox. Suddenly, her gaze fell on a red gemstone ring. The ruby on the ring shone with a flame-like glow. Tang Ruan picked it up. This was a ring given to her by Yan Qing. Why was it in the space? She remembered that she took it off while doing farm work yesterday.
So,
the question is, she didn't wear this ring with the preventive effect yesterday. But she and Fenshin. It's okay, it's fine. She was scaring herself. After a moment of self-brainwashing, Tang Ruan continued searching. But in the end, she couldn't find the fox. She was afraid that if she kept looking, Fenshin would become suspicious when he returned. So she left the space first. The moment her consciousness returned to her body, Tang Ruan felt someone pinching her chin. She opened her eyes and just happened to meet a pair of blood-red eyes. Have you been liking to stay in the space these past 2 days? Fenshin raised an eyebrow, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Tang Ruan awkwardly smiled. Really? Yes, Fenshin said firmly. What is in the space that makes you so reluctant to leave? Could it be that you've hidden someone inside? No. Tang Ruan immediately replied. Oh? Then what is attracting my wife to stay in the space all the time? Fenshin grabbed her hand, which she had hidden behind her back. He pried open her fingers. In her palm, there was clearly a red gemstone ring. This ring she had been wearing since he met her, and she never took it off. Last night, when I was working in the fields, I put the ring into the space and couldn't find it afterward. Fenshin recalled that she indeed didn't wear it last night. His expression softened slightly. Is this ring very important to you? Tang Ruan didn't hide it either. Her immediate goal was to divert his attention from the space. This is a gift from Yan Qing. Fenshin's expression grew visibly darker. Last night you were with me, but after you fell asleep, you called out Hu Che's name. You even searched for the ring another husband gave you? Before Tang Ruan could answer, he sneered. You really keep yourself busy, don't you? Tang Ruan steadied her breath and said seriously, Fenshin, I only promise to live with you. But who I think about in my heart is my own choice. You can't control that and you never will. She finished speaking and, without waiting for his reaction, walked straight past him and headed outside. Tang Ruan looked calm and confident, but inside, she was nervous. She was afraid he might chase after her, drag her back, and force her to stay. She walked quickly, and only after a long while did she dare to look back. He hadn't followed. She felt relieved, but also uneasy. Could it be that Fenshin's temper had really changed? Tang Ruan went to check on the sweet wheat she had planted yesterday. The plants had already grown half a foot tall. At this rate, in less than 2 months, she could harvest the first crop. By then, she could teach the beastmen here how to make food. But before teaching them, she needed to build a small kitchen and prepare a full set of cooking tools. She had these things in her storage space, but if she used them now, she wouldn't have them for emergencies. She thought about asking Yanqing to make more sets. As for Fenchen, she quickly dismissed the idea, remembering how she had just argued with him. She was a proud woman, like an eagle soaring in the sky. She would never lower herself. Tang Wan then went to the area she had planned for raising animals. The ground had already been leveled yesterday, and now it needed fencing. At that moment, she thought, if only Fenchen were here. But she quickly shook her head. She was strong and independent. She could do it herself. The nearby trees had already been cleared yesterday. She walked for a long time before finding a patch of trees near a stone wall that would work for building a fence. Tang Ruan summoned her power, forming a glowing sphere in her palm. With a loud bang, the tree snapped from its roots.
Tang Zuan sa mai Pudi Li,
who said her ability was only for healing. She continued to up a few more trees and felt a little tired. Actually, using her special powers like this consumed a lot of energy. It was like fighting and throwing money at someone. But she had no other choice. After a while, Tang Wan felt she had reached her limit. Moreover, after bringing the trees back, she still had to cut them into suitable sizes and assemble them. However, these tasks could be done by the orcs in Long Valley. Tang Wan opened her space. The fallen trees floated into her space one by one. She let out a breath of relief. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly noticed a hole where she had blown up the pile of trees. On the other side of the hole, it looked like a field of blooming flowers. Could there be a hidden map in Long Valley that she didn't know about? Tang Wan lay on the ground and looked into the hole. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Everywhere were colorful little flowers. White butterflies fluttered among the flowers. In the distance, a few large trees could be seen, seemingly bearing fruit. It really was a hidden map. Tang Wan crawled back and planned to make the hole bigger. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the stone wall didn't seem naturally formed. It looked like it was made of several large stones pieced together. But over time, dirt and sand filled the gaps, making it look like a single solid piece. Why would the dragon race hide such a beautiful place? Tang Wan instinctively reached out to touch the stone wall. She paused and turned around. She saw Tianyan standing behind her with a blank expression. For some reason, she felt relieved that he had finally caught up. Tang Wan tilted her head and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Tianyan tried to sound as gentle as possible. "Don't run around. Does Long Valley have some secret?" she asked, mimicking his earlier sarcastic tone. She thought that as long as she appeared a little angry, Tianyan wouldn't keep dwelling on what happened yesterday. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Tang Wan raised her voice slightly. "Because I don't know, don't run around." Surprisingly, she felt that what he said made a lot of sense.
Got it.
Longbao asked me to ask if everyone will eat together again today. Tang Wan nodded and headed back along the path she came from. Burning Sky did not follow immediately. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind Tang Wan. She quickly turned around. She saw that the row of trees in front of the stone wall had all been uprooted and had entered Burning Sky's space in an instant. She had spent the whole morning trying to up just a few of them. They ate lunch together. The spare food in Tang Ruan's space was enough for them to eat for more than a month. By then, sweet wheat would have just grown enough to harvest. During the meal, Tang Ruan saw a young female, about 11 or 12 years old, who was very beautiful. She was carried over by a tall male beast man with a long face from last time. When she got closer, Tang Wan noticed that she had no legs. Her lower body was covered with a large piece of beast hide. Long-faced male beast man approached Tang Wan and knelt down. "Master, water sound can't work. Can she eat with us too? We've discussed it, and each of us will give her a little." Tang Wan suddenly felt everyone's eyes on her. She looked around and realized everyone was watching her nervously. She immediately stood up. "Of course. You don't need to share. I'll give her a little more. From now on, she'll eat with us." The beastmen's faces brightened at her words.
"Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master."
"Master, you are truly the best beast in the beast world." The beastmen cheerfully thanked the young female, making Tang Wan feel a bit embarrassed. It's just one more person to eat with. She's disabled. If I don't allow it, am I still human? The young female bent down and bowed deeply to her. Her lower body was only above her knees. Just as Tang Ruan thought she was about to fall forward from the bow, her lower body twitched and, surprisingly, she stood up again. Tang Ruan wondered, could her beast form be a snake? Longbao saw Tang Ruan's surprised expression and whispered in her ear, Shuyin is from the merfolk. Isn't that amazing? Merfolk. Tang Ruan was shocked. Aren't merfolk the proud and wealthy rulers of the sea, looking down on land animals? How did they end up living with these ordinary beasts? It seemed she sensed her confusion. Shuyin spoke up voluntarily. My people abandoned me. When I was very young, they cut off my tail and left me on the shore to fend for myself. Brother Ma found me and took me home. We all raised me together. Tang Ruan frowned slightly. I see. The merfolk are so cruel. But according to her understanding, these beasts probably never left the Dragon Valley. It's far from the ocean. How did they find this little female? Big sister, eat quickly. Longbao shoved an egg into Tang Ruan's mouth, interrupting her thoughts. Eat your fill. Afterward, I'll take you to my secret base. After lunch, Tang Ruan took out tools like an axe from her space. She taught the beasts how to build a fence. Then Longbao hurriedly pulled her away. As they walked, she felt increasingly familiar with the place. Finally, they arrived at the spot where they had cut trees that morning. Longbao looked at the hole blown in the stone wall. His beard trembled. Who blew a hole in my secret base? He muttered. Tang Ruan said, it should be fixable. She and Longbao moved a large stone together and managed to cover the hole. She let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she hadn't completely blown it open earlier. Otherwise, she would have been disrespectful to elders and unkind to the young. Longbao pulled her around to the back of the stone wall. Just a few meters away, there was a door. They entered, but it wasn't the place she had seen before. Her gaze fell on a distant stone wall. It turned out that this wall divided the area into two parts. The part she blew open was on the other side. But Longbao didn't seem to know this. She looked at Longbao. He was stroking his beard and talking to the perfect, intact wall. Longbao is so clever, fixing it so well. Suddenly, Tang Ruan had an idea. Longbao, what do you want to show me? She asked, deliberately changing the subject. Oh, Longbao clapped his hands as if he just understood something. Sister, come with me. Tang Ruan followed him forward. Be careful. Longbao suddenly pulled Tang Ruan back. She looked down and saw a 2-meter-wide hole in the middle of the flower bushes. The inside of the hole was dark and seemed endless, surrounded by plants and flowers. Look, sister, Longbao knelt down and shouted into the hole. Ah, 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 ah. His voice echoed inside the hole. Beast God, brother is back. Brother is back. Come back. Hearing this, Tang Ruan's nose felt a little sore. When she was a child, she also used to make wishes at a water well. Usually, it was a well she dug herself, with smooth walls that made her voice echo. If it was a natural cave, the rough interior would absorb the sound, and there would be no echo. Sister, do you want to shout out your wish? Shout it out, and the beast god will help you make it come true, Longbao said seriously. Tang Ruan hesitated. Her wish, the beast god wouldn't help her fulfill, because she wanted to live happily with her beast husbands. And Fun Tian was the closest to the beast god in the beast world. My wish, the beast god won't agree, she said softly. Just then Fun Tian, who had just reached the door, heard this. Why? Longbao asked, confused.
Tang Zu answered my bitterly.
Because the beast god doesn't like my wish. No. The beast god will help good beast men realize their wishes. If I don't say it out loud, how will the beast god know? Longbao said anxiously. Tang Ruan replied, he knows, but he won't help me. She squatted down sadly, staring at the hole. She really missed them. Then it must be that the beast god didn't understand. Say it again, Longbao insisted. He was waiting for his brother, thinking the beast god would help fulfill wishes. Tang Ruan didn't want to ruin this child's innocent hope for a better life. She stood up again. Then I thought to myself, the beast god is so powerful, Surely it can hear what I am thinking? She closed her eyes and made a sincere wish. Big sister, you need to shout it out. The beast god can't hear you if you don't shout. Longbao hurriedly pulled her arm. Fenchen's angry voice sounded. Tang Wan opened her eyes and turned around. She saw him walk over to her in a few steps. Fenchen opened his mouth, wanting to tell her that as long as her wishes weren't about her other beast husbands, he could help her fulfill them. But besides this wish, what other wishes did she have that the beast god didn't want to help her with? In the end, it only turned into 3 words, I'm going home. In the days that followed, Tang Wan was busy transforming the Dragon Valley every day. Occasionally, when Fenchen was not around, she would secretly enter the space to look for the fox. But she never saw it again. Tang Wan took the first batch of ripe fruits from the Dragon Valley and went to the stone wall. She parted the tall grass and slipped inside. She deliberately let the grass grow thick here, hiding the entrance. This place had now become her secret base. She could be here alone, reminiscing about the past, without worrying about being discovered by Fenchen. She needed these memories to nourish her, so she could get along well with Fenchen, hoping that one day he would change. Tang Wan lay on a wooden lounge chair, closed her eyes, and entered the space again. Suddenly, she noticed a change in a small mountain inside the space. A hole had appeared at the bottom of the mountain. A rose was blooming at the entrance of the hole. Tang Ruan's heart suddenly raced. Her spiritual awareness quickly entered that cave. She saw a small, fiery red fox sleeping soundly on a tiny bed. Tang Ruan suddenly grabbed its neck. She suddenly opened her eyes. There was a small fox in her secret base. It was arching its back and snarling at her. She excitedly knelt on the ground. Don't you recognize me? Look at me. You really don't recognize me? Tang Wan reached out her hand toward it. The little fox suddenly pounced and bit her index finger. Smelling the blood, it suddenly woke up, its amber eyes wide with surprise. She released her grip and saw a small hole on Tang Ruan's finger. She was very anxious and kept turning around. I'm fine, Tang Ruan said, and the wound healed visibly in a short time. The little fox looked at her with wide, surprised eyes, then looked at the wound again, full of admiration. Tang Wan reached out and patted its head. The little fox closed its eyes happily and soon rolled onto its back. Tang Wan, it really is a fox. The little fox got up, shook its fur, and tilted its head to look at Tang Ruan. Its expression seemed to say, I'm not a fox, what am I? Actually, being a fox is pretty good, Tang Ruan said with a small smile. If it really was Huiche, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Fenchen. But the fact that Huiche appeared in her space was already strange. As for that small room, it was probably part of her space, created by her thoughts, just like the fox. She was really overthinking things. Tang Wan took out some food from her space. She planned to keep the little fox here for now, seeing it might help her feel less lonely for Huiche. She left the secret base and brought a big stone to block the hole. Suddenly, she instinctively called out, Huiche, see you tomorrow. The little fox suddenly lifted its head from the pile of food and ran toward her. The little fox ran up to Tang Wan. It curled its paws and frantically scratched her legs. She picked it up, and it wagged its tail, licking her face. Finally, she managed to hold it in her arms. The little fox turned its head sadly and looked at her with a faint expression. Its eyes even looked a little moist. Tang Wan was surprised and asked, If you are Huiche, just nod your head. The little fox snorted softly and nodded. Tang Ruan's breath caught in her throat. It must be a coincidence. How could Huiche appear in her space? Suddenly, she had a flash of insight, recalling what Lang Mo said when she left Central City. I brought the city lord of Red Fox City. Do you want to meet him? That meant, at that time, Huiche was already in the Beast King Palace. She only took away Huiche's box. Did he hide inside the box at that time? Why did he hide inside the box? Tang Wan couldn't understand. She placed the little fox on the ground. Actually, it's easy to tell if it's a beast person or a fox. She just needed to use her special power outside the space to sense it. She can sense the animal's information, but not the beast person's. Tang Wan put her hand on its back. The little fox seemed to know what she was about to do and cooperated well, not moving anymore. Tang Wan closed her eyes and used her special power. She sensed twice, but found nothing. She sensed a third time, still nothing. Tears slid down Tang Ruan's cheeks. The little fox stepped onto her knees and licked away her tears. He really is Hu Che. Then why did you keep hiding from me? Hu Che tilted his head, seeming not to understand her meaning.
Suddenly, Tang Zuan Zilit.
Inside the space, Hu Che couldn't see her. So, he wasn't exactly hiding from her. And even if he could see her, he might not recognize her immediately. Everything inside the space follows its own rules. So, in the space, Hu Che is truly just a fox. He still has the habits he had as a beast person. For example, liking to eat grapes and planting roses. But he doesn't know why he does these things. Can you still change back into a human form? Tang Wan asked worriedly. Hu Che hugged her knees and rubbed against her. Hearing this, he looked up with a face full of sadness. He really wants to become human again, but he doesn't know why he can't. Tang Wan patted his head. It's okay. Even if you can't change back, it's fine. Hu Che was so anxious he rolled around on the ground. Seeing that it was getting late, Tang Wan hurriedly said, Hu Che, I can't let Tian Hor find you now. Is it okay for you to stay here alone? Or do you want to go back into the space? Hu Che immediately shook his head and backed away. Inside the space, he had completely forgotten who he was. When he came out, it wasn't until Tang Wan called his name that he suddenly woke up. He never wants to go back there again. He wants to be with his wife. Be good and stay here. I will come to see you tomorrow. Fox Che nodded sadly. Tang Wan took out many animal skins from the space for him. She hurried to the cave entrance. After thinking for a moment, she decided to block the entrance with stones. When Tang Wan returned to Fenshin, it was already dark. Fenshin was about to go out looking for her. Ah Wu, where have you been? He looked worried. Nothing much. I fell asleep under the tree, she said, deliberately rubbing her eyes and yawning. Little napper, Fenshin said, reaching out to pat her head. Recently, Ah Wu had been a bit sleepy. Seeing Tang Wan about to go into the cave, she quickly reached out to stop her. Wait a moment, wash up first, then sleep comfortably. Tang Wan blinked, looking at him confused. Then she suddenly understood. My hot spring is ready. Fenshin looked proud. Come on, I'll take you to try it. He carried her horizontally and eagerly flew into the air. When Fenshin first said he was going to build a hot spring for her, Tang Wan thought it was just digging a simple hole and filling it with water. She also wondered why, with his abilities, it took so long. Later, she found out. Because Long Valley is by the sea, separated from the land of the Beast Kingdom by a whole stretch of ocean. So, he first had to carve a river from the Beast Kingdom, flowing along the coast to this side. During that process, he had to make sure different landforms wouldn't swallow or block the river. After bringing the water over, he built a small volcano nearby to keep the water at a comfortable temperature all year round. Finally, he waited for the lake water to settle and become clear. Long Valley's lake connects to the sea. He had considered using the water here directly. But the orcs in Long Valley found that after washing with this water, their skin itched. He heard about it and thought the water was toxic, so he gave up that idea. Actually, it was just that the seawater had too much salt. The orcs in Long Valley usually drink rainwater stored in stone pits on the mountain during rainy days. Tang Wan couldn't help but feel a bit strange again. Since they had a special place to store water, why did she and Long Bao's secret base both have a hole? At first, she thought it was a water well. The sound of burning heaven pulled her back to her senses. Tang Wan stood on the mountain peak looking down. This isn't a hot spring, it's a whole lake. Wow, this is amazing. She couldn't help but marvel. Burning heaven truly has the power to create worlds. Do you like it? Burning heaven raised an eyebrow. He looked eager for praise. I love it so much. Burning heaven, you're incredible, Tang Wan said, wrapping her arms around his neck and standing on tiptoe. Burning heaven leaned in naturally. Tang Wan gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. He turned his face away. It was clear he wanted more, She hadn't kissed him fully yet. Just as she was about to kiss him again, he suddenly turned his face straight ahead. That kiss landed on his lips. Burning Heaven's lips curved into a smile, his eyes darkening. Master wife, do you like me a little more now? Yes. Tang Yuan nodded softly. Suddenly, Burning Heaven hugged her waist and leapt down. Tang Yuan screamed in fright. She thought he was going to take her to die together. But the next second, he floated above the water and carefully placed her into the lake. He also retracted his wings and jumped into the water himself. The water just covered Tang Yuan's shoulders. Underwater, he helped her remove her clothes. Holding her hand, he led her toward the shore. Tang Yuan asked, "What are you doing?" Burning Heaven reached the edge of the lake. "Be careful of your footing." Tang Yuan looked down and suddenly saw beneath the clear water a beautiful staircase, made of white stones. The edges were smoothed and rounded. Was he worried she might hurt herself? Tang Yuan was truly touched. She didn't expect Burning Heaven to be such a gentle and thoughtful person. Suddenly, she felt she should tell him the truth about Huiche. After all, she really didn't know how he had come here. Sending Huiche back to the Red Fox City. Though she couldn't see him anymore, at least he was safe. Staying here, if Burning Heaven found out, she wouldn't be able to explain. Burning Heaven. She had just said 3 words. Suddenly, Burning Heaven pulled her. Tang Yuan staggered, almost falling. He immediately turned around, holding her waist, and slowly sat down on the steps. In this way, their positions changed, with Tang Yuan on top. Fenshin lowered his head and kissed her eyelids. "Since you like me a little more, maybe I should reward you a bit more." If Tang Yuan had not become Fenshin's wife, she would never have imagined that a beast man with such strength and appearance would believe in the female supremacy principle. However, she didn't need to put in much effort each time. But even without her effort, being with a beast man of unknown strength level, the outcome would always be that Tang Yuan begged for mercy. Then, Fenshin would agree to let her go. Finally, he would find another way to continue. Fenshin carried Tang Yuan with one hand and walked out of the hot spring. "Wife, are you thirsty?" Tang Yuan leaned on his shoulder and shook her head listlessly. "Are you hungry?" She shook her head again. "Should we keep going?" Suddenly, Tang Yuan snapped awake. "I'm so sleepy." Fenshin's lips curled into a happy smile. "All right, then sleep first. When you wake up, we can continue." Fenshin probably hadn't heard Tang Yuan praise him in a long time. Every time he saw her showing signs of waking, he would take the opportunity to mess around. In the end, Tang Yuan slept with her sleep schedule all mixed up. When she woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. She suddenly woke up with an alarm. Tang Yuan hurriedly covered her mouth and looked around. Seeing that Fenshin was not there, she finally relaxed. Huiche must have been waiting for her for a long time. Tang Yuan hurriedly ran out of the cave. Coincidentally, she met Long Bao. Long Bao was holding a stone tray with a large piece of roasted meat on it. "Where are you going, sister?" Tang Yuan suddenly stopped, remembering she hadn't arranged for everyone to eat together today. Her gaze fell on the meat in Long Bao's hand. A gurgle came from her stomach. She was really hungry. Long Bao ran over happily. "Brother asked me to bring this to you. He went hunting outside today and brought back many fruits. Fenshin actually cares about what the beastmen eat?" Tang Yuan was momentarily stunned. Is he still the same Fenshin she knew, who looked down on beastmen as insignificant? Tang Yuan took the plate from his hand and stored it in the space. "I have something to do. If Tianwen asks, just tell him I went to feed the ducks." Long Bao nodded. Before he could say anything else, Tang Yuan hurriedly ran to the secret base. As he pushed open the stone door, a fiery red figure jumped out from the entrance. Tang Yuan caught it with his hand.
Tang Yuan fens wildly.
He also made a displeased snorting sound.
"Sorry."
"I got a little delayed." Huiche snorted twice. Then he turned his face away, ignoring her. They had become foxes, still acting like they used to, playing small tricks. He no longer cuddled her. Huiche thought Tang Yuan would coax him, but unexpectedly, Tang Yuan suddenly lowered her head, buried her face behind his neck, and took a deep breath. Tang Ruan, smells a bit like a cat.
Orchid.
Hui was dazed by the inhalation, looking at her with a blank expression. Could she really be treating him like a small animal? He struggled wildly and jumped out of her arms. He squinted his eyes slightly at her. Tang Ruan, you're so petty, you can't even let me take one breath. Not wanting her to keep inhaling him, boo-hoo. Seeing Hui look so aggrieved, Tang Ruan stopped teasing him. She straightforwardly said, Hui, I've decided to tell Tianwen about you. Let him send you back to Red Fox City. Hui looked at her in disbelief. Suddenly, he made a series of calls. It seemed like he was protesting. Tang Ruan placed her hands under his armpits, lifting him up to prevent him from running away. Hui, listen to me. I promised Tianwen I would stay with him for a year. During this year, it will just be the two of us. I can't break my promise. If I don't tell him proactively, and he finds out you're here, he definitely won't let you go. Hui made another series of protests, sounding very unconvinced. Tang Ruan patiently comforted him. Hui, if you get hurt again because of me, I would really be sad for a lifetime. I truly love you. Please just do this for me, okay? When he heard her say she loved him, Hui finally calmed down. But he still kept his head down, looking reluctant. Believe me, maybe in a year, all of us can live together, Tang Ruan said. But she wasn't very confident. Right now, it seemed that Fentian still had a strong possessiveness over her. Tang Ruan promised Hui she would visit him again tomorrow. She comforted him and left some food. She looked for a chance and hurriedly left. Back at the cave, Fentian was sitting at a stone table, studying the plan she drew on the sheepskin scroll. Where did you go? Fentian asked casually. Feeding the ducks. Did you feed yourself first? His tone was a little reproachful. Tang Ruan's stomach seemed to understand his words. It made a gurgling sound. Fentian pulled her over and sat her on his lap. It looks like you didn't, he said, touching her hair. Did you not eat the meat I roasted for you? Tang Ruan immediately replied. Just now, she took out everything to comfort Hui. Now she suddenly remembered she also took Fentian's roasted meat. Is it tasty? Don't you have any comments? He wasn't good at cooking. In this life, before rebirth, he had never eaten food cooked over fire.
Tang Ruan took seriously.
She had to give some feedback to seem like she had really eaten. It's a bit salty. No, I misspoke. The meat is a bit coarse. Fentian frowned and looked at her. Tang Ruan nervously looked at him. After a while, his expression softened. Next time, I'll roast it for a shorter time. Tang Ruan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, almost giving herself away. Your wife doesn't like to eat it, does she? Fentian suddenly asked. Tang Ruan didn't expect this matter to still be unresolved. She said, No, I like it very much. It's been a long time since I ate beef. That was crocodile meat. Tang Ruan, from the color, she thought it was beef. I haven't eaten crocodile meat before. I thought it was beef. Fentian's gaze fell on her hair, and he slowly took a deep breath. You must be tired. Rest early tonight. Tang Ruan felt that Fentian must have noticed something. She was anxious all night, gathering her courage to confess. But when she opened her eyes, he was gone. After leaving the cave, Tang Ruan asked around, but no one had seen him. Tang Ruan thought, this is a good chance to watch Hui. She hurried to find Hui. But Hui was not there either.
Tang Ruan suddenly panicked.
Oh no! Will Burnt Sky find out? Has he already silenced Hui? How did he discover it? Suddenly, Tang Ruan noticed a strand of her loose hair on her chest, which was stained with a shiny, golden fox fur. Tang Ruan was struck with shock. Hui was harmed because of her. Boo-hoo. At that moment, from the nearby flower bushes, there was a sudden commotion. A flash of bright red tail appeared. Tang Ruan exclaimed happily, Hui! She ran toward him. But Hui suddenly leapt out from the bushes, snarling and lunging at her. In a nearby farm, an orc was cleaning animal waste. He heard a sound coming from this direction. Monster! It must be a monster, he muttered to himself. He dropped his tools and hurried to find Longbao. The Long Valley has many caves leading outside the valley. In the past, monsters occasionally sneaked in. Dragon Bao would handle them, but as he took a few steps, he saw a figure fall from the sky. The orc immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. "Sir, what's wrong?" asked Fenshin. "It seems there's a monster over there." Fenshin looked in the direction the orc pointed. He squinted his eyes. That was the place all liked to stay. The orc saw Fenshin didn't answer and thought he was waiting for an explanation. He said, "The caves here, I don't know where they lead. Sometimes things come out of them." We also found water sounds at the cave entrance, but when he looked up, the figure was gone. Does the master not want to deal with it? Never mind. He should quickly inform everyone to find Long Bao. Inside the secret base, the monster had been hit by Tang Wan more than 10 times. But it still showed no sign of retreat. Healy crawled up from under a tree. After a brief fainting spell, it lunged again at the monster. In a moment of desperation, it transformed into a giant fox. With its increased size, Healy's attack power became much stronger. Its strikes were always precise and fierce. It bit the monster's most vulnerable spot at the back of its neck. Using its claws, it pressed down on its head, teeth caught on some hard scales. Blood splattered out along with the scales. Healy's mouth was also cut, but it showed no hesitation, biting again into the monster's fragile neck where there were no scales. The thrashing monster finally quieted down. Healy released its grip. It turned to look at Tang Ruan. Its face was covered in blood. It staggered toward her. Just a few steps away from Tang Ruan, it suddenly transformed back into a human form and collapsed. Tang Ruan barely caught him. Carefully, she helped him turn over and laid him on her lap. Pain, 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 pain. Hu Che rested his head on Tang Ruan's thigh, rubbing his head against her stomach, curling up uncomfortably. Tang Ruan said, "You hurt your ribs. Don't curl up. There might also be internal bleeding. I will help you heal." Hu Che tightly hugged Tang Ruan's waist, not letting go. "Just healing like this, holding my wife, and I won't feel pain anymore." Tang Ruan sighed and carefully reached out to gently place her hand on Hu Che's curled-up body. Suddenly, Hu Che let out a sharp hiss. "What's wrong?" Tang Ruan asked nervously. Hu Che pouted and said, "It hurts here." Tang Ruan said, "Hold on, it will stop hurting. My mouth hurts," Hu Che said pitifully, lifting his head. He saw a deep cut on his pink lips, probably from biting the monster earlier. The bleeding wasn't serious. "This isn't serious. I'll treat your injuries first," Tang Ruan said.
O que su dele became anxious.
"Not serious? If I get a scar, my wife won't want to kiss me anymore." Tang Ruan ignored him and continued to treat his injuries. Hu Che rubbed his head against Tang Ruan's stomach, acting very cute. "Treat my mouth first. It's more serious." Suddenly, he had an idea. He looked at Tang Ruan's lips with anticipation. "Your wife, when you kiss, can you also help heal me? Or maybe you can kiss me to help." Seeing Tang Ruan ignore him, Hu Che started to wiggle like a fish. "Kiss me. I want a kiss. If I don't get a kiss today, I won't be okay." Tang Ruan felt like hitting him. What should she do? This person was badly hurt, for broken ribs and serious internal bleeding. And he was still twisting around like that. Just as Tang Ruan was about to lose her temper and get angry, she suddenly saw Hu Che's eyes turn sharp. He sat up suddenly, tightly hugging Tang Ruan and shielding her in his arms. At the same time, her ring emitted a red light. A golden glow appeared in her abdomen. 2 beams of light collided with a purple glow that appeared behind her. But the purple light still pierced through these energies, hitting Hu Che's back directly. He let out a painful scream and trembled all over. He had no intention of letting go. Tang Ruan quickly pushed him away. That was when she noticed another monster had appeared behind Hu Che, though she didn't know when. It looked somewhat like the first one, but had 3 heads. The largest head was gathering energy in its mouth. Tang Ruan had never seen a monster that could use energy before. She was stunned for a moment. Hu Che struggled to crawl in front of Tang Ruan, trying to protect her again. At that moment, the 3 heads of the monster suddenly let out a loud cry. In an instant, The ground beneath them was burned away. Hui and Tang Ruan looked up together and saw burning sky descending from the sky. His cold gaze fixed on Tang Ruan and Hui. How is he here? Burning Sky asked angrily. You come here every day because of him. Last night, he saw the red fox's orange fur in her hair. But he didn't want to ask her directly. So today, he went to the Red Fox City. He found that Hui was not there. When he returned, he saw this scene. Burning Sky was furious. It was because she came here every day to see that annoying fox that he got into danger. The ground beneath Hui suddenly turned red. Tang Wan hurriedly ran over and tightly hugged Hui. Burning Sky, if you're going to kill him, then kill me too.
Tang Zuan shouted.
Tang Wan looked at Burning Sky with determination. Seeing the anger in his eyes grow stronger, all the flowers, grass, and trees around them started to burn. Tang Wan suddenly closed her eyes, showing a fearless look. Burning Sky's heart felt like it was being stabbed repeatedly by thousands of blades. She was willing to die with this fox. She thought he would really kill her. How terrifying was he in her heart?
Tang Ruan tightly hugged Hui, trembling all over.
Hui struggled to get up. He broke free from her and crawled toward Burning Sky. Burning Sky's eyes flickered, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The beast man she protected with her heart was just a coward who feared death. Now, he was about to abandon her and beg for mercy. He had seen too many males who, in the face of life and death, abandoned their wives and fled. This is not surprising at all. Burning Sky proudly lifts his head, looking down on Hui with disdain. Suddenly, he pulls out a sharp blade from his face. Instinctively, Burning Sky steps back, but Hui directly stabs the blade into his own chest. Hui groans softly, blood slipping from the corner of his mouth. Burning Sky is shocked as he watches this scene. Tang Ruan stumbles over. Burning Sky raises his hand, creating a barrier that keeps her at a distance. He bends down, angrily grabbing Hui's chin. What do you mean? Do you want my sympathy? He asks. Hui, using his last strength, pushes away his hand and smiles cruelly. Please do one thing for me. After I die, don't trouble my wife. He tightens his grip on the dagger and pushes harder. The sound of the blade piercing flesh is heard. Burning Sky's eyes widen slightly. Hui falls to the ground, barely breathing.
Hui.
Hui. Tang Ruan screams desperately, hitting the barrier again and again, nearly breaking down. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the entrance to the secret base is blown open. Long Bao, who came with the beastmen, sees the scene just as it happens. Long Bao, wanting to help Tang Ruan, is stopped by Burning Sky, who scolds him. Do you think this will make her remember you forever? Burning Sky crouches down, holding Hui's dagger. That was his plan all along. Since they can't be together, he wants her to remember him forever. Burning Sky looks at Tang Ruan, who keeps falling back against the barrier. Her hair is messy, her throat hoarse, as if she's gone mad. He suddenly feels himself laughable. He is just an outsider. He will never let this fox succeed. He tightens his grip on the dagger and pulls it out. Blood arcs through the air in a red curve. At the same time, a golden light suddenly shines from Tang Ruan's abdomen, fighting against Burning Sky's red barrier. With a loud, the red barrier shatters like broken glass, drifting into the air. It gradually disappears. Tang Ruan rushes over, pushes Burning Sky aside, and presses her hands on Hui's chest. His heartbeat had already stopped. Tang Ruan's face turned pale, and a wave of dizziness hit her. Fenshin reached out to support her. She pushed him away roughly again. Go away, she shouted. She got up and placed her hands on Hui's chest once more. She clenched her lips tightly and used her special power. Golden energy flowed continuously into Hui's wounds. Her body kept trembling, but she didn't shed another tear. She wanted to save all her strength for Hui, to give him everything she had. Hui's heartbeat appeared again in Tang Ruan's palm. She smiled through her tears. The surrounding beastmen also breathed a sigh of relief. Huiche's heartbeat grew stronger under Tang Ruan's hands. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand.
Don't, Huiche said weakly.
Don't move. You're not fully recovered. I still have energy. It's almost time to be sent back. I don't want to leave my wife. I won't say foolish things. You need to stay alive. Huiche forcefully tried to pull her hand away. I don't want to leave you. I won't let you go. My wife always keeps her promises. Tang Ruan didn't have time to make a promise with him. She was terrified. His heart wound was sealed, but his internal organs had been shaken by the two attacks, leaving no good place. Whether it was internal damage or heavy bleeding, either could cost him his life. Seeing Tang Ruan ignoring her, Huiche suddenly extended his little finger to hook her pinky. Then it settled. If I have to leave, I will die by your side. Sniff. Long Bao wiped his tears. Finally, he couldn't hold back and burst into tears. He started the tears first. The other beastmen couldn't hold back either and immediately started crying. So pitiful. Sir, please fulfill their wish. Females are not limited to having only one mate. I've long noticed that Lady Tang Ruan has 4 mate marks. So Lady Tang Ruan is... Fenchen shot a glance at him. All the beast men instantly fell silent, as if struck by an electric shock. Tang Ruan helped Huiche treat his wounds for more than half an hour. Finally, all his injuries were healed. However, he still looked a bit weak. He needed Tang Ruan's support to stand up. Huiche looked up at Fenchen. His face was expressionless, and his eyes showed determination. Tang Ruan immediately took a step forward. A glowing ball of light appeared in her palm, as if protecting someone. Fenchen's face was full of self-mockery. His eyes were slightly red. Is my wife so annoyed with me? Tang Ruan saw the redness at the corner of his eyes. It didn't seem like anger, but more like he was about to cry from feeling wronged. She avoided his gaze and took a deep breath. Fenchen, whether you believe it or not, I didn't bring Huiche here on purpose. I didn't mean to deceive you. Even this morning, I was planning to tell you about it openly so you could help me send him back to Red Fox City.
Wife.
Huiche tightly held her hand. I won't leave.
And what about now?
Fenchen sneered. Tang Ruan said, I've realized something. I can't be without them. If you insist on forcing us apart, I'd rather die with them. I believe none of my beast husbands are cowards who fear death. I've had enough of living in constant fear. Her voice grew louder as she spoke. Even Fenchen was momentarily stunned by her presence. But then he showed a mocking smile. The first beast husband contract. The beast husband and wife must live and die together. The first beast husband cannot hurt the other beast husbands of the wife. He loudly recited the contents of the contract, staring at Tang Ruan with interest. Wife, you probably think that these words can really control me, right? I have the power of the beast god. The beast god's contract is with me, so it's nothing. He forcefully waved his hand. A faint golden shield appeared around Huiche and him. What is this? Tang Ruan asked. It's the power of the beast god's contract, which you think can bind me, Fenchen replied. He suddenly clenched his palm. A red light spread from his body. With a loud snap, the scene ended. He shattered the protective shield around him. All the orcs were shocked to see this. He has destroyed the beast god contract. Someone in the crowd shouted this. Fenchen stepped closer to Tang Ruan. Now, what are you still daring to say? Do you want to die with them? Tang Ruan sneered. What's there to be afraid of? She saw shock on Fenchen's face. For some reason, Tang Ruan felt a bit proud. She stood up and pushed aside Huiche. Don't you think I'm threatening you? Do you think I'm trying to scare you into dying together? I didn't even think about the first beast husband contract just now. With each word, she moved closer to him. Finally, only one step away. She looked up and met his gaze. Fenchen, you don't understand what love really is. You just want to possess. But I am free. Tang Ruan made a move to open the space. He remembered Huiche doing the same thing just now. Fenchen suddenly panicked. He grabbed her hand tightly. What are you trying to do? Let you see that I'm not threatening you. Fenchen opened his mouth but didn't make a sound. He was actually wavering. He would rather accept others sharing Aw's love than see her hurt himself. But he couldn't say it out loud. Lord Tangruan, Ma Er's voice suddenly called out. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Shirin Inyan looked nervously and widened her eyes. Carefully, she said, please. Don't argue with Fenchen anymore. It's not good for the baby in your belly. Hearing this, everyone looked in shock at Tang Ruan's stomach. Tang Wan instinctively reached out to touch her belly. Was she pregnant? Why didn't she feel anything? And she didn't see any blue light when she was pregnant. Shirin Inyan saw everyone's gaze turn back to her. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, my special ability can see the condition of pregnant females and their babies. Tang Wan has an egg in her belly, about the size of a fist. Everyone else also started to speak for Shuain. Sir, what Shuain said is true. Before Shuain arrived, the females here only had 4 babies, and only one survived. The only female orc who looked middle-aged stepped forward and said, Sir, Shuain can see the condition of the babies. I absorbed the ones that didn't look good. That's why I had enough strength to give birth to a second baby. Shuain's gaze fell on Tang Wan and Hu Che, then looked at Fenchen. He dared to say, the egg should belong to Lord Fenchen. Fenchen's eyes flickered. A strange feeling rose from his heart. No wonder Ah Wu was pregnant. It's his. Tang Wan was just as shocked as he was. She remembered the golden light that appeared twice in her abdomen earlier. She thought her special ability had evolved. Now she realized it was exactly the same as what the baby had done at that time. She gently touched her belly. She never expected that just one day, without wearing her ring, she would get pregnant. But Fenchen had said her current energy couldn't produce a baby with him. Would he, like the wolf hunter, hope she absorbed the baby? Tang Ruan's eyes suddenly became more alert. Because this was not just about a baby. It was also a chance for the baby to be reborn. Fenchen pursed his lips. He looked down at her. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Fenchen, take your pet with you. Tang Ruan suddenly smiled through her tears. Her tense emotions suddenly eased. A dizziness hit her again. Hu Che quickly transformed into a giant fox, jumped behind her, and caught her. He just turned back into a human form, ready to hold her. Suddenly, his palm was empty. Tang Wan had already appeared in Fenchen's arms. He was nearly a head taller than Hu Che, looking down at him. He sneered, Mistress, you can't be shaken anymore. Behind him, a pair of black wings appeared. Holding Tang Wan, he flew steadily into the air. Hu Che, is this annoying bird showing off how steady he is? Inside Fenchen's cave, Shuain placed her hand on Tang Ruan's belly and carefully examined her. The egg is developing well, and the female's body has plenty of energy. So, she was not affected by releasing energy earlier. She nervously glanced at Burnt Sky, then looked at Hu Che standing nearby. If Lord Tangwan had been hit by that monster, we don't know what would have happened. This implied that Hu Che saved his child. Burnt Sky didn't look at Hu Che. He then asked, can her beast form handle this? Lord Tangruan's beast form is a giant creature, even larger than yours. So, just nurturing the egg should be fine. The egg hatches outside the body, which requires a lot of energy, but not necessarily from Lord Tangruan himself. Hearing this, both Tangruan and Burnt Sky were surprised and happy. Tangruan didn't expect Shuain to see her beast form. The witch doctor said my beast form is sealed and can't be seen. How did you figure it out? Tangruan asked curiously. Shuain smiled proudly. It's not hard. The seal on you comes from the Shark clan. My mother, she paused suddenly. Then softly said, my mother is a witch doctor of the Shark clan, so I know a little. Burnt Sky finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He and Awu had missed so many lifetimes. Now they could finally have their own children. Hu Chase saw Tangruan happy, and he was happy too. He ran over and jumped onto the bed, holding Tangruan's hand tightly. Madam, I will take good care of you. Hu Chase suddenly felt a cool sensation at the back of his neck. Turning around, he saw Burnt Sky looking at him coldly with lowered eyes. Hu Chase forced a small laugh. As a beast husband, I want to help the first beast husband. Burnt Sky was about to say, no need. Tangruan sat up and pulled Burnt Sky over. With both of you here, I am so happy. Burnt Sky, I love you. Tang Ruan pecked his lips. Burnt Sky, he hadn't agreed yet. Burnt Sky, I love you so much. Tang Ruan blinked. You're the best first beast husband in the world. Huiche, Hucha. Big brother, just tell me what you need. Fintian. Get lost? Hucha jumps up. Okay. Wife. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you. Tong Ruan. I want something sweet. Hucha. I'll make more, so we can eat together with Big Brother. Fintian. That's not what I meant. Tong Ruan gently presses Fintian's face with her hands. She then wraps her arms around his neck. I'm so happy you can accept them. I will love you well. And I will give birth to our child. Our child will be the boss among the kids. Tong Ruan keeps talking about their happy future life. She doesn't give Fintian a chance to speak. Fintian's hands tighten around his sides. In Fintian's mind, a voice keeps echoing. Why did you give a Wu to them? A Wu belongs to me. These lowly beast men don't deserve a Wu. Suddenly, Tong Ruan seriously calls his name. Fintian snaps back to reality. He looks down and sees Tong Ruan staring at him seriously. Next time, they will forget about me. Only you will remember forever. So, just consider this my last wish, okay? You came too late for me. Looking into her amber eyes, Fintian slowly loosens his grip. A Wu is right. They can only have her for one life, but a Wu belongs to him forever. Finally, he raises his hand and pulls her into a tight hug. Although Fintian doesn't answer directly, he silently accepts Hucha's presence. Hucha is very clever and never provokes him intentionally, only visiting Tong Ruan when he's not around. He quickly becomes friends with the beastmen in the Dragon Valley and even has his own cave. Longbao loves him very much and gets many toys from him. One day, Shui-in comes again to check Tong Ruan's health. Mar places her in front of Tong Ruan and then stands guard at the cave entrance. Just as Shui-in is about to speak, she suddenly hears Mar shout at the door. Hucha, sir. Hucha smiles slightly. Just call me Hucha, Meyer hurriedly said. That won't do. I heard you are the city lord. As a low-level orc, we wouldn't dare call your name directly, he added. Hucha replied, don't say that. In Red Fox City, orcs are treated equally. If there's a chance to go out, I can invite you to settle in Red Fox City and arrange a place for you. Really? Ma-er's eyes lit up. Really? Hucha blinked. You are all friends of my wife. No matter who goes to Long Valley, I will make arrangements. Meyer said, Sir, just for your words, when Shui-in comes out later, I will guard for you. After hearing the quiet at the cave entrance, Shui-in softly said, The egg is developing well, but the growth is slow. It will probably take about half a year before it can produce. Tang Ruan asked curiously, When I was pregnant before, I could see a blue glow on my belly. Why can't I see it now? Shui-in smiled slightly. What you saw was the spiritual energy of the baby. Only babies with a soul can have it. Eggs are special. They only gain a soul during hatching. But that day, the light from my belly saved me, Tang Ruan said. That was you saving yourself, Shui-in explained. It was your instinct to release energy to protect the egg inside you. I see, Tang Ruan sighed in relief. She had been worried that the baby in her belly might, like the little one who saved her before, consume too much energy and be unable to sustain itself. Shui-in's gaze fell on Tang Ruan's neck. Do you want the soul inside the ghost crystal to enter this egg? Shui-in suddenly asked. She was surprised that the young girl knew about ghost crystals. It seemed she saw through Tang Ruan's question. Shui-in said, I was abandoned when I was 9 years old. I have seen many since I was young. Where are there many ghost crystals? Tang Ruan asked before she could finish her thought. Shui-in continued, Don't rush to tell Lord Fenshin about the rebirth of your previous child. Whether the soul inside the ghost crystal is willing to be reborn in this egg depends on its choice. So, you can wait until it makes its decision before talking to Lord Fenshin. Tang Ruan was a bit surprised. I didn't expect that water sound, at such a young age, would know so much and be so thoughtful. Previously, Burning Sky did say he was willing to help her revive her child. But that was based on the assumption that Wolf Hunter was already dead. Now, she knows that the child has his own father. Would he still let the child, who is born from an unknown father, take his place? He seems to care a lot about this egg, and she doesn't want to hurt him again. If only Burning Sky could accept Wolf Hunter, the child would definitely want his original father. But what if the child chooses this egg instead? You should rest more. Water Sound's voice interrupted Tang Ruan's thoughts. She looked at Water Sound. Thinking about how Water Sound had stepped forward for her at a critical moment, she was moved and asked, "Water Sound, why are you so kind to me?" Water Sound looked at her for a moment. Suddenly, she tilted her head and thought, "I think you look a lot like someone I know. But I can't remember clearly. The more I look, the more you resemble." She reached out and traced Tang Ruan's eyebrows and eyes. A look of confusion appeared on her face. Tang Ruan couldn't help asking, "Where is that person now?" She truly didn't know who the original owner of this body was. She had no memories at all. If it weren't for her supernatural abilities and beast form, she would doubt she was wearing someone else's body. "I see, yes." Water Sound lowered her head, looking very sad. Suddenly, a long, snowy white hand appeared in front of her. In the palm, there were a few small, shiny amber-colored orbs. Honey crystals, very tasty. Hu Che's voice was as pleasant as a clear spring. When he smiled, his slightly curved eyebrows and eyes were even more handsome than the males of the Shark clan. Water Sound hurriedly took the honey crystals from his hand. "Thank you, Lord Hu Che. Just call me Hu Che, brother." "Have you finished checking?" Hu Che asked with a cheerful smile. "Yes, Lord Tang Ruan is very healthy." Hu Che's smile grew wider. He shouted toward the cave entrance, "Brother Ma-er." Ma-er immediately ran in and carried Water Sound away. "Sorry for the trouble. Why are you being so polite to me, Lord Hu Che?" Watching Ma-er and Water Sound's figures disappear at the cave entrance, Hu Che rolled into Tang Ruan's arms, carefully avoiding her belly. "Madam, hold me tight. I miss you so much. I almost died." Hearing his urgent tone, Tang Ruan quickly hugged him. Hu Che let out a breath, as if he had finally taken the antidote before dying from poison. He obediently stayed in her arms for a while. Then he propped up his upper body, adjusted his position, and pressed his lips to Tang Ruan's. "Tang Ruan, didn't you say hug? You didn't say kiss." Hu Che tossed and turned, pouring all his longing over this kiss. When he lifted his face, Tang Ruan was slightly breathless from his kiss. A faint blush appeared at the corner of his eye. "I miss you so much." "Mwah mwah 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 mwah." Hu Che cupped her face and kissed her fiercely again. He also rubbed her hair and kissed her again and again. Finally, he didn't leave any part untouched. Yesterday, he was upset with her for treating him like a small animal. He was no different himself. But Tang Ruan was still a little worried, afraid that the fiery one she just comforted might come back and see this scene. You should leave quickly. Don't provoke him these days. He won't come back for a while. He's gone to set up the incubation cave for your eggs." Tang Ruan was surprised. "How do you know?" "He didn't tell me. He told his brother." "Tang Ruan. I see." Hu Che's gaze fell on the ghost crystal on Tang Ruan's neck. He propped his chin and asked, "What's his name?" "Zizai." Tang Ruan said, "Wolves and I haven't had time to name him yet." "Zizai," Hu Che interrupted her. He reached out and took the ghost crystal from her neck. Gently and seriously, he looked at it and said, "If you don't like this fierce big dad, you don't have to rush back to see your mom. You can wait to be my cub. By the way, you should call me 1, 2, 3. Hu Che counted backwards, and his anger grew. He could have been second. Because of that snake's provocation, he left for 5 years and came back to be third. He could still be third. As a result, the smelly bird became the first beast husband. In the beast world, the rule is that no matter when the first beast husband appears, he is ranked first. So he became the fourth. However, according to the smelly snake, Tang Ruan will have 5 beast husbands. Fortunately, he is not the last one.
Uke comforted himself.
He loudly said, "Fourth dad. Of course, if you want to be my child, just call me dad." Fourth dad, dead dad. That sounds pretty bad. It's better to call me fourth father. Hu Che was talking to the ghost crystal stone. Suddenly, The ghost crystal stone emitted a faint blue-purple glow, as if it understood his words. Tang Wan looked at him with emotion and reached out to pat his head. Hu Che is still the best.
Oh.
By the way, Hu Che suddenly remembered something. He took out a fluffy big pillow from the space. He lifted Tang Ruan's head and placed it under her. Tang Ruan immediately felt like she was lying on a cloud, so comfortable. In the past, the beast men also had pillows, but they were made of stone or wood. Tang Ruan taught the beast men to use beast fur filled with a plant similar to cotton to make soft pillows. But Hu Che's pillow was especially soft. She didn't know what was inside. Before she could ask, Hu Che took out 2 or 3 more pillows and placed them behind her waist. Tang Ruan's belly wasn't big enough to cause back pain or need support yet, but the pillows behind her felt quite comfortable. She was surprised that he even knew this. Hu Che saw Tang Ruan looking at him with gratitude and reached out to scratch her nose.
Don't look at me like that.
This was used when I was preparing to give you the baby, and when I have my own children, I'll prepare better ones. Tang Ruan wondered, were these the things he originally prepared for their future children? During the 5 years Hu Che was gone, how did he manage everything? He even prepared her maternity supplies. Hu Che lingered at Tang Ruan's place for a while longer. He guessed that Burning Sky would be back soon, so he left. Tang Ruan also got up, planning to check on the fields and the breeding farm. Lying around every day was making her feel like she was wasting away. Before leaving the cave, he saw that Burnt Sky had returned. Where did you go? He asked with a serious look. Tang Ruan replied, just went for a walk. Burnt Sky said, you need to rest now. He didn't understand how to take care of a pregnant female. But he thought that beast men were fragile, and female beast men even more so. The pregnant female must be even more delicate. Even now, he learned that Ah Wu's beast form was still from her past life. But her energy hadn't awakened yet. Anyway, he always felt she might get hurt at any moment. Tang Ruan kindly said, Burnt Sky, during pregnancy, you should move around properly. Otherwise, giving birth will be difficult. And I haven't reached the point where I need complete rest. Burnt Sky frowned. Really? Tang Ruan said, if you don't believe me, ask a female beast. Burnt Sky thought for a moment, seeming to think it was a good idea. Tang Ruan asked, can I go out now? Are you sure it's okay? Burnt Sky confirmed again. No. Tang Ruan was about to get angry. Seeing her good spirits, he thought she was really fine. Burnt Sky suddenly grabbed her hand. If you really want to go, I'll take you somewhere. Burnt Sky carried her and flew over rugged mountain peaks. Between 2 mountains, he suddenly swooped down. They entered a cave located halfway up the mountain. The cave was so hidden, and the entrance was so tricky to find. Only Burnt Sky, and perhaps one other person could find it. After entering the cave, Tang Ruan saw a bright light ahead. It looked like a crystal lamp was shining. As they got closer, she realized it wasn't a lamp. It was countless pieces of gold, ore, and energy crystals. It was dazzling, almost blinding her eyes. Among the treasure of gold and silver, which made walking difficult, there was a large bird's nest made of straw. Around the nest, there were big crystals about the size of watermelons. Inside the nest were tiny crystals, about the size of a fingernail, layered densely. They looked quite smooth and even. From now on, I'll put the eggs here, Burnt Sky said, stepping forward and gesturing. Tang Ruan. Her future child is truly born in a place full of gold, silver, and gems. But this seems a bit uncomfortable for the baby. However, Fintian didn't seem to think of that. He just wanted the egg to have enough energy. Tang Ruan hesitated, afraid to hurt Fintian's enthusiasm. In the end, she still praised Fintian kindly. She thought that when the time was close to birth, she would find a chance to add some soft things. Having received Tang Ruan's approval, Fintian happily took her back to the cave. Suddenly, he noticed a few square objects on their bed. He frowned slightly. This is very soft. I feel comfortable lying on it. Tang Ruan brought over a pillow, placed it in Fintian's arms, and let him feel it. It was indeed more comfortable than the furs he had laid out. Even though he guessed where these things came from, He held back his dissatisfaction and said nothing. That stinky fox was annoying, but he had to admit, he could produce many good things. Even his younger brother liked him a lot. Maybe that's one of the reasons A Wu liked him too. As long as he could make A Wu feel more comfortable, he would endure everything else. Suddenly, he remembered A Wu in the incubation cave, with that hesitant expression. The round little crystal stones he arranged in the nest, no matter how neat, couldn't compare to these soft, fluffy things. Brother, sister, mealtime. A joyful voice came from the cave entrance. Today, Brother Hu Che made fruit soup and meat pies and Dragon Bao's favorite vegetable pancakes. Tang Wan looked at Fentian. Since Hu Che came, he learned about Tang Ruan's habit of eating with everyone. He naturally took on this role. Usually, to avoid meeting Fentian, he would have Long Bao deliver the food to the cave. Of course, Fentian didn't try any, because he was angry. But today, unexpectedly, he called them over. If you don't want to go, I'll go, Fentian interrupted Tang Ruan. Just then, he had something to ask him. When they arrived at the dining place, Tang Ruan was stunned by the scene before her. Fox Say not only reinforced their dining shelter, but also added high-quality tables, chairs, and benches underneath. He also taught all the orcs how to use chopsticks and spoons. Usually, the orcs look very rough. But now, each one sits calmly on soft cushions, eating slowly and peacefully. The bowls and utensils they use are carved wooden ones. Compared to this, the environment inside the Burning Sky cave seems quite simple. Burning Sky's gaze falls on Shui Yin's seat. That cushion is the thickest, probably to support her injured body. The living conditions of these low-level orcs are better than what his future children will have. Burning Sky clenches his fists. Tang Wan sees his tight fist. She looks up and sees Fox Say helping everyone serve food. She quickly pulls Burning Sky aside. Let's sit over there. Tang Wan pulls Burning Sky, turning her back to Fox Say. She thought they could peacefully finish their meal. But unexpectedly, Fox Say comes over and sits between them, separated by two orcs. He asks Shui Yin, is the cushion comfortable? Do you need another one? Shui Yin shyly replies, thank you, Brother Fox Say. It's very comfortable. Burning Sky's gaze crosses several orcs and lands on Fox Say. Tang Wan hurriedly feeds Burning Sky a meat pie and smiles as she turns his head toward herself. Is it tasty? Burning Sky replies absent-mindedly, During the meal, Burning Sky's eyes keep flickering to Fox Say 3 times. Finally, they finish eating. Fox Say and the other orcs start tidying up. Tang Ruan pulls Burning Sky away. Burning Sky, let's go for a walk. The last time the field grew very well. But now, the Dragon Valley is still far from the lush fields, grasslands, and fish ponds she dreamed of. She wants to see where the next improvements should be made. Surprisingly, Burning Sky refuses her. The incubation cave isn't fully ready yet. I'll take you tomorrow. Thinking about the small crystal stones in the bird's nest that irritate her, she realizes it's not finished yet. She was overthinking. Tang Ruan returns to the cave. Continuing based on her memory, she improved her plan. Unknowingly, she became immersed in it. She used a few sharp small stones to pin the finished sheepskin scroll to the wall. She stepped out of the cave and stretched lazily. The sunset in the sky was a bright orange-golden color. It was already so late. The world was surprisingly quiet. She felt like something was missing. Something was missing, Fox Che. Fentian hadn't appeared all afternoon, and neither had Fox Che. She felt a little uneasy inside. Suddenly, she saw Long Bao rushing over in a hurry. He tripped over a raised stone about 5 meters away from her. He fell face down on the ground. Tang Wan quickly reached out to help him. But Long Bao did a push-up and stood up straight. Tang Wan thought, he's in great shape. Long Bao's nose was red as he ran up to Tang Wan. He squatted down, grabbed her leg, and started crying loudly. Big sister, something's wrong. Brother Fox Che was eaten by brother. Brother Fox Che was eaten by brother. Tang Ruan's mind went blank. She wobbled and almost fell backward. Luckily, Long Bao held her tightly, so she didn't fall. After calming down a bit, Tang Wan thought that Long Bao's words might not be entirely true. After all, he himself was confused. Did you see Fenchen eat Fox Che with your own eyes? They went in as two, but when they came out, only brother was left. I went inside to check, and I didn't even see Fox Che's shadow. Where is Fenchen now? Long Bao cried, choking on his tears. I don't know. He flew away. Tang Wan tried to stay as calm as possible. She asked other beastmen in Long Valley about it. Some had seen Fenchen leave the valley by flying. When everyone heard that Fox Che was missing, they started searching for him on their own. Tang Wan sat exhausted on a stone chair, her scalp tingling. But she believed that Long Bao's story might be wrong. If Fenchen had killed Fox Che, she would believe it. But if Fenchen ate Fox Che, she thought he wouldn't do such a thing. A beast man hurriedly ran up to Tang Wan. Lord Tang Wan, we have searched everywhere, but we haven't seen Lord Hu Che, big sister Tang Wan. He's not here either, Shui Yin and Ma Er replied as they returned from another direction. He's not here either. He's not here either. Could he have left the valley? Leaving Dragon Valley isn't that easy. Otherwise, we wouldn't be trapped here. Besides, no one saw him go out of the cave. He just disappeared. Listening to their conversation, Tang Ruan's mind spun quickly. Suddenly, she stood up from her chair. She thought of a possibility. Outside Red Fox City, on a low, lush hillside, Fenchen opened a space portal. A swirl of black mist shot out from the portal. As it landed, it transformed into a nine-tailed black fox. Its eyes were golden with blood-red pupils. It bared its white teeth and growled at Fenchen. Already forgot who you are? Fenchen looked at it with disdain. The nine-tailed black fox suddenly howled and lunged at him. Fenchen sidestepped to avoid it. The fox's sharp claws cut through a large tree behind him. You seem more useful than before, Fenchen sneered. After the tree fell, the beautiful scenery of Red Fox City appeared. The blood-red pupils of the nine-tailed black fox gradually turned reddish-brown, and its iris changed to a golden orange. Its black fur quickly faded to a reddish-orange, and its tail shrank to just one. Transforming into a human form, Hu Che knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Fenchen enjoyed watching him look so helpless. All because he kept competing with him for the lady. So, how is it? Isn't the scenery in my space nice? He asked. Hu Che turned his head. He glared at him but said nothing. He didn't hear him beg for mercy. Fenchen looked a bit angry. Then he said, surprised, right? Not everyone's space is like a Wu's. When you hid in the box, did you ever think about this outcome? This stinky fox even admitted that he deliberately hid in the box and was taken away by a Wu. Does he not fear that he might be killed? Hu Che. I didn't think about it. Fenchen was slightly stunned. Fox Che continued softly. At worst, I will die. Just a few words. They made Burnt Sky feel very upset. He always wanted to prove to Awu that beastmen are not trustworthy. But this lowly fox, again and again, with a fearless attitude and indifferent tone, made him so angry. At that moment, Fox Che really didn't think much. After suddenly regaining his memory, he hurriedly followed Lang Mo to the central city. Outside the gate, he overheard Tang Wan talking to Lang Qi and the others. At that moment, he only had one thought: follow her. He remembered the legend that the goddess space could nurture all things. He guessed that Tang Ruan's space might be able to hold a beast man. But could he really go inside? What would happen after going in? He didn't have time to think. He hurriedly went to her room, turned into a beast form, and slipped into the box he had given Tang Ruan. Because he firmly believed she would take that box with her. Now you know. When you go back, play nicely with the monsters in my space. Burnt Sky cruelly laughed. He looked forward to seeing fear on Fox Che's face. However, Fox Che only took a deep breath and said one word, okay. Burnt Sky angrily walked toward Fox Che. Fox Che spoke first. Big brother, it's getting dark. If we don't buy things for the little one soon, the shop owners will close. Hearing Fox Che say this, Burnt Sky felt a sense of frustration, like punching cotton. But he had no choice but to follow Fox Che into the city. Because only he knew best where to find what he wanted. Many merchants in Red Fox City knew Fox Che. They hadn't seen him in a long time. Plus, the Shark Clan and the Red Fox Clan had ended their cooperation. People in Red Fox City were saying that Fox Che might be in trouble. Now that they saw him, everyone was happy and reluctant to take his crystals. But Fox Che didn't forget to give them some. It's my fault. I quarreled with the Shark Clan, which affected everyone's business. Please hold on a little longer. I will find a way, Fox Che said. City Lord, please don't say that. You are the one who led us to a good life. The Shark Tribe is so proud. We've long disliked them. We can't sell to them. The beast country is so big, there are plenty of other beast men who want to buy. The merchants all agreed. Burning Sky stood behind him, watching coldly. Suddenly, Hu Che saw a tall male with silver-gray hair standing far behind the first stall owner. He wore a string of beast teeth around his neck, a collar used by wolf tribes. Hu Che lowered his head and picked up a piece of white otter fur. Boss, how much for this? 1 crystal stone. Although this white otter fur is fine, it's not thick enough. Usually, it's used for lining clothes for newborns. It's for the cubs. He asked quietly, is your wife pregnant? Since the Beast King woke up, he announced that the goddess had 4 beast husbands. They are himself, Hu Che, the new city lord of Fox City, Wolf Hunter, and the legendary beast god. He also said that to pray for the beast world, the goddess temporarily left with the beast god. Why did she suddenly come back? And she's pregnant?
Uke answered softly.
The stall owner suddenly realized a big secret. His heart pounded with excitement, and his gossip-loving soul burned brightly. Is the cub male or female? We have different colored cotton. I can help you choose. But the wife calls him cub, Hu Che thought as he deliberately raised his voice. The wolf male, who had been facing away from Hu Che, suddenly shivered. He immediately turned around. His icy blue eyes narrowed slightly. They clashed with Hu Che's orange eyes. Hu Che quickly lowered his head and kept shopping. That should be a male. Some females can sense whether the cub is male or female, the stall owner said excitedly. The wolf male was about to come over. Suddenly, a very tall male with bronze skin appeared beside Hu Che. He hurriedly stopped and blended into the group of beastmen. Burning Sky raised his hand and stored all the white otter fur from the stall into his face.
Hey!
You beast! The stall owner was about to speak, but was stopped by Hu Che's hand. He placed a pink crystal stone on the stall. This is my older brother. Hu Che explained simply and clearly. The vendor immediately saw that the male was definitely not from the Red Fox clan. But since the city lord called him Big Brother, and he was so tall and handsome, he must be of a high rank. So he said nothing more. Hu Che picked out quite a few items. The vendor insisted on a lower price, and Hu Che, being kind, agreed. After paying with crystal stones, they moved on to the next place with Fenchen. After they walked away, the vendor tidied up the disorganized fur. Suddenly, he found a small crystal stone, about the size of a fingernail, hidden under a piece of fur. Under the crystal, there was also a small piece of sheepskin. Thinking about Hu Che's earlier searching movements, the vendor slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, it must be left by the city lord." He was about to call out to them. Suddenly, a large hand covered his mouth. Quickly, the sheepskin under the crystal was taken away. The matter of the goddess's pregnancy is a secret, warned Lang Lai. The vendor was stared at by his icy blue eyes. He instantly froze.
He knew Lang Lai.
These days, he often saw him walking around with wolf clan members in Red Fox City. He was curious about what was going on. It turned out he was here with the city lord. The vendor hurriedly nodded. I know. Red Fox City Lord's residence. Lang Lai quickly ran to the room where Yan Qing was. Shimu was standing at the door. Hu Yang heard the noise outside. The door opened, and Hu Xiao came out of Yan Qing's room. Yan Qing looked at Lang Lai and said seriously, "Not long ago, someone looked for Hu Che in Red Fox City." Lang Lai walked over and sat confidently on a stone chair opposite Yan Qing. I saw Hu Che. Hu Che. Yan Qing was surprised and stood up. Where is he? Lang Lai. He has already left. He followed and saw them fly away from Red Fox City. Lang Lai added, "He came with the beast god." Yanqing slowly sat back down, understanding why Lang Lai didn't bring Hu Che along. Fighting the beast god directly would only lead to death. They could only use clever tricks. "Are you sure?" Yanqing asked. "I haven't seen Hu Che or the beast god myself, but I am sure that person is Hu Che. I have never seen such a handsome male. Moreover, he deliberately looked at me." Leaving behind this, the wolf hunter tightly clenched the sheepskin in his hand, placed it on the stone table between the two. Yanqing quickly unfolded it.
It was a small map.
He knew every city, mountain, and river of the Beast Kingdom by heart. But he was sure he had never seen this place. "Are the people around him really the beast god?" Yanqing asked while thinking. "They look similar to what the beast people told us. Also, I can feel that he is deliberately hiding his aura. Except for you, no beast in the Beast Kingdom needs to hide their aura when traveling." Yanqing raised his head and looked into the wolf hunter's eyes. The wolf hunter said carefully, "The wife should be pregnant. How is that possible?" "She wears that ring, it's impossible." He paused and suddenly understood. "If the beast god insists she takes it off, what can she do?" The wolf hunter clenched his fists. "The wife can't handle this pregnancy. We need to find her quickly and persuade her to absorb the baby." He knew her very well. She simply couldn't bear to part with the baby in her belly. And the more advanced the beast baby, the more it can control the female and make her give selflessly. Yanqing thought of something, and his hand holding the map trembled slightly. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his blue eyes returned to their usual calm. Shimu rushed in from outside the door. "Hold this sheepskin map and make 300 copies. Distribute them to the city lords and find this place. Have each city lord redraw the map. I'll go with you." The wolf hunter stood up and left the room first. "Wolf hunter," Yanqing suddenly called him back. "Yanqing, thank you for your hard work." The wolf hunter smiled bitterly.
She is also my wife.
"Although I haven't spent as much time with her as you have, I love her just as much." Yanqing, she feels the same. After waking up, he heard Wolf Chi and others say many times, the Beast King helped the wolf tribe rebuild their home for his wife. With the strength of the entire beast country, they searched for his whereabouts. Later, to rescue him from the mountain of the beast god, he was badly injured. Even to make him wake up, he gave his life for him. But the premise for the wife and the Beast King being together was to find his whereabouts. And they wrote finding him into their beast husband contract with the Beast King. This must have hurt the Beast King a lot. Even though they had been together for nearly 6 years, they should have developed real feelings by now. But sometimes the Beast King still feels that the wife is willing to be with him because of him. Wolf Hunter's gratitude to the Beast King cannot be expressed in words. Whether it's his strength or his feelings for the wife, in Wolf Hunter's heart, he deserves the top spot as the beast husband. No one can compete with the beast god. But he is willing to spend his life supporting this king. In the end, all his gratitude turned into one sentence. Wolf Hunter vows to serve the Beast King forever. He knelt on one knee, then stood up. Quickly transforming into his beast form, he ran outside. Even if it costs his life, he will bring her back to be with him. Tang Ruan sat at the cave entrance, hugging her knees, staring at the sky without moving. Finally, a dark shadow streaked across the sky. Tang Ruan suddenly stood up. But the shadow did not fly toward her. Instead, it landed on a low mountain nearby. "Tang," Ruan called out. The shadow seemed to glance in her direction. But it did not fly over immediately. Instead, it opened a space and released something. In the night, Tang Ruan couldn't see clearly what it was, only feeling it was dark and blurry. A larger nine-tailed black fox leapt out from the space of burning sky. The first thing it did was rush toward him. This time, Burning Sky did not dodge or hide. He raised his hand and grabbed its throat. The nine-tailed fox twisted painfully, gradually transforming into Fox Che. Fox Che held onto Burning Sky's wrist with both hands, his cheeks turning pink from suffocation. His fair, slender hands showed prominent blue veins. Burning Sky enjoyed watching prey struggle in his hands. A small smile appeared on his face. You're more interesting than I thought. Suddenly, a loud shout came from below the mountain. Burning Sky immediately let go. He saw Tang Ruan climbing onto a rock and had already taken 2 steps upward.
Ah woo.
He hurriedly flew down and pulled her away from the mountain. At this moment, Huiche also transformed into a giant fox. After a few leaps, he landed in front of Tang Ruan and changed back into a human form.
Wife.
Huiche happily called out. There was still a red mark on his neck, left by Burning Sky's grip. Tang Ruan pulled Huiche behind her. She questioned Burning Sky. What do you want to do? Burning Sky looked innocent. I was just joking with him.
Tang Zuan Lauget and Billy.
Jokes are only funny if both people think so. Huiche doesn't find it funny. And I don't either. After saying this, Tang Ruan took Huiche's hand and walked away, no longer avoiding him. Burning Sky knew Tang Ruan was angry. He quickly followed. I didn't use much strength. In the past, he often pretended to kill beast men in front of Ah Wu. She never got angry. Sometimes she even smiled at him, because those were rare fun moments in their dull beast lives. But he forgot that the beast man in front of him was different. Ah Wu liked him. Ah Wu was no longer the same as before. She had lived with beast men for so long that she cared about them deeply. Realizing this, Burning Sky felt very regretful. He took a few quick steps and blocked Tang Ruan and Huiche's way. I won't joke with him anymore. I was just playing. Not funny, Tang Ruan said sharply. She pulled Huiche to keep walking, but he stopped her again. I don't dislike him as much as before, so I played with him, Burning Sky said with a hint of sadness. Tang Ruan suddenly remembered the boys in elementary school who would deliberately pull her braid just to play with her. Did they really not know that it was very annoying?
Woke looked surprised.
Burning Sky actually said he didn't dislike him that much anymore. It seemed he wasn't completely cold and heartless. Perhaps he truly doesn't know how to be a normal orc. Not fun. Tang Ruan muttered these words and pulled Huiche to keep walking forward. Fenshin watched their backs grow smaller and disappear into the distance. His hands slowly clenched into fists at his sides.
Suddenly, Uke grabbed Tang Ruan.
Big brother took me shopping today for the little ones. He bought many things needed when they hatch, are born, or are a bit older. Tang Ruan looked at him curiously from head to toe. What do you mean? Huiche said. Big brother is actually very caring. Maybe he just doesn't know how to get along with orcs normally. He doesn't know how to show he likes someone. Maybe we can teach him. Hearing this, Fenshin, who was about to get angry, suddenly let go of his hand. That silly fox was actually defending him. He ran over happily.
Yes.
Ah Wu, I don't understand. Can you teach me? He was so tall, but he frowned, pressed his lips tight, and looked at Tang Ruan with sad eyes. It made her heart soften. She didn't know who he learned it from. She turned her head and saw Huiche, who was also staring at her with wide eyes and hope.
Oh.
He learned it from Huiche. It didn't look like he learned much, but the contrast was even more noticeable. It made people feel more relaxed. Then you can't bully others anymore, Tang Ruan said reluctantly. Fenshin nodded eagerly. Fenshin, Tang Ruan, and Huiche arrived at the hatching cave. Fenshin took out the things he bought yesterday from his space. They were piled up into a small mountain with a crackling sound. Huiche quietly went over, squatted down, and started organizing. Fenshin thought Tang Ruan would be happy to see these things. But when she saw the tall pile, her face immediately fell. It wasn't until Huiche started tidying up that her expression softened. Then he went over and, imitating Huiche, carefully folded the items. Although his folding was messy, he had already improved a lot. Tang Ruan tilted her head, watching Fenshin's broad back. He was really trying hard to learn. So, she approached with an encouraging attitude and gave a thumbs up to the Burning Sky. Nice stacking. Her tone completely mimicked a kindergarten teacher. Burning Sky looked up. With blood-red eyes, he looked at her with a bit of confusion. Just as Tang Ruan thought that her praise, which was a bit childish, might upset him, Burning Sky suddenly stood up. He hugged Tang Ruan into his arms. My wife praised me. I'm so happy. Tang Ruan. She really is just like a little kid. After sorting things out, Hucha took out a clean sheepskin and used a mineral stone to draw a design on it. After the cub is born, will he need to stay here for a while? Hucha asked. Burning Sky. Yes, yes. Let him get stronger. Then I will take him away. Hucha. Then we need to make him a small bed. What is this drawing? Listening to their back-and-forth discussion about setting up a little nest for the cub, a wave of happiness rose in Tang Ruan's heart. She reached out and gently touched the ghost crystal on her neck. When Burning Sky looked up, he just happened to see this scene. His face darkened. Wu wants the ghost crystal to be born from our cub's egg? Burning Sky asked directly. He found it hard to accept. Thinking about the possibility that his and Wu's eggs could hatch other beastmen's cubs, and that those beastmen still live in this world, and that Wu was constantly thinking about them, he couldn't help but feel angry. No, Tang Ruan said softly. She could clearly see that Burning Sky cared a lot about that egg. He used to suggest helping the cub be reborn because he thought the wolf hunter had died. He thought that doing so would make her a little happier. But now the situation is different. I've discussed with Hucha. In the future, we will use Hucha's cubs. I just don't know how to control the cub, so he doesn't enter the egg. Do you have any ideas? Tang Ruan asked seriously. Hearing that she was considering using Hucha's cubs for rebirth instead of their own, for some reason, Burning Sky still felt very unhappy. Hucha replied, most of the Fox clan have multiple offspring at once. Maybe, when the time comes, our little ones will be born together. Oh. No. Little one is also my child. Hucha walked over and picked up the ghost crystal on Tang Ruan's neck. He held it tightly in his palm, as if covering a child's ears. Don't be angry, little one.
Dad, didn't mean it that way.
You're also Dad's little treasure. Tang Ruan smiled happily at Hucha. Fenshin looked at them, feeling a surge of jealousy in his heart. Actually, if you really want to use ours, we can have more in the future. Fenshin hesitated. He wanted Tang Ruan to pay more attention to him, but also felt reluctant to part with his own child. No need, Hucha interrupted him. Fenshin clenched his fists suddenly. He was talking to Ao, and this annoying fox butted in. He was about to rush over. Hucha continued, your energy is too strong. The child's level must be very high, and will need a lot of energy. This time, the wife is carrying an egg, which is already very lucky. If she were to carry a child directly, who knows what kind of absorption would happen? Fenshin suddenly remembered that Awe hadn't awakened yet. Indeed, that would be too dangerous. He had forgotten that just now, and was even thinking of having Awe give him another child. He realized he had thought too little. That annoying fox is so weak. His child is definitely safest with him. Fenshin said nothing more. The others resumed their work. Hucha took out a stone knife and cut open the beast hide according to the design. He took out a bone needle, sewing and stitching. Tang Ruan helped him make it. Fenshin watched them, holding a thin bone with a string tied around it. He pushed the needle in from one side and pulled it out from the other. Back and forth, he finally made a small bag. Then he stuffed the fluffy cloud-like thing they bought into it. A soft cushion was finished. Fenshin also wanted to try, but the tiny bone needle in his hand was harder to control than any monster he had ever encountered. He focused intently, his face turning red from effort, but only managed to make a few crooked stitches. He pulled the thread forcefully. Snap. Tang Ruan snatched back the seemingly good white otter skin from his hand. I'll go. Suddenly, Fentian felt useless. He watched the two of them busy working and could only wait anxiously. Is there anything I can do? Fentian asked. Tang Ruan thought for a moment. Go cook with the orcs. I'm a little hungry. Fentian immediately agreed and quickly flew out of the cave. After some time, Tang Ruan's stomach made a gurgling sound. She silently took out 2 buns from her space and shared one with Hucha. Why is Fentian so slow? I'm almost starving. Hucha said, I'll go check. Just as they were talking, they heard a series of bang 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 sounds from afar. Tang Ruan and Hucha hurried to the cave entrance and looked up. They saw Fentian standing above the clouds. The space opened up, and a dozen goats kept falling from the sky. From the sound, it seemed they landed in the original stream of the Dragon Valley. But at this height, they probably fell to their deaths.
Phen Tian, Tang Zuan shouted loudly.
They all fell and couldn't be eaten, but they could be raised. Hearing her voice, Phen Tian happily flew down. Where have you been? You've been gone so long. Such a long way. I'm going to catch some sheep for you. You used to love eating sheep, he said proudly, curling his lips like a child waiting for praise. Tang Wan couldn't remember if she used to love eating sheep, but now she quite liked it. She hadn't had lamb skewers in a long time. Thinking of that taste, she couldn't help but swallow. Did you throw all the sheep down? Phen Tian nodded. Yes, Tang Wan said. All right. Seeing her slightly pouting with round cheeks, he felt itchy and pinched her face. I'm going to roast some lamb for you. Wait a moment. Tang Wan hurriedly stopped him. Let's just have a quick lunch now and eat again tonight. Phen Tian didn't understand. He thought she was hungry because he was gone too long and felt a little guilty, saying, I can roast meat quickly. Tang Wan explained, but marinating takes time. Tang Wan hadn't made lamb skewers in a long time. Phen Tian was responsible for handling the sheep, removing the wool, taking out the internal organs, discarding the inedible parts, and then washing the meat thoroughly. Never before had Tian ever handled prey so carefully and precisely. Tang Wan was speaking as he worked. After watching the entire process, Tang Wan leaned against the wall and vomited. Wu, what's wrong? Tian hurried over, his arms and face covered in sheep's blood. Tang Wan said, Tian, you should take a bath. How could he do such bloody work so easily? She realized Tian's rough and careless nature. She only asked him to handle cutting the sheep into large pieces. Hui Che and the other beastmen used small knives to slowly cut the meat into smaller pieces. Most beastmen have a big appetite, especially the beastmen from Long Valley, whose appetites grew larger thanks to her and Hui Che's feeding. So this task was quite big. Tang Wan watched everyone cutting the meat, but progress was slow. Suddenly, she missed wolf hunting. Wolves also had sharp claws, but they could work quickly and carefully. She wondered if he and Yan Qing had gone to find her after waking up. After finishing cutting the meat, Tang Wan took out her treasured, Tang-style marinade. She had made this marinade back when she was with the groundhog tribe. She put a lot of effort into making the grass bamboo rat taste better. But it wouldn't spoil no matter how long it stayed in the space. Tang Wan evenly sprinkled the marinade into a large barrel of meat. She looked up and saw Tian sitting sadly aside. She called out, Tian, help me stir it. His eyes lit up immediately and he ran over. Tian stretched his strong arms into the barrel, listening to Tang Ruan's instructions, stirring and flipping the meat evenly so each piece was coated with marinade. This was the most delicate work he had ever done in his life. He was very careful, until he saw a satisfied expression on Tang Ruan's face. Then he let out a breath of relief. Tang Wan picked up a piece of raw meat and held it near Tian's mouth. Taste the saltiness. Tian opened his mouth to take a bite. His eyes suddenly became very clear. Tang Wan said, then it can be grilled tonight. Tian frowned. Can't he eat it now? He had only taken one bite. Seeing Tian eagerly staring at the meat in her hand, Tang Wan suddenly remembered when her father used to mix dumpling filling when she was a child. She was also watching so eagerly. Dad couldn't help but use chopsticks to pick a little piece and feed her to satisfy her craving. At that time, there was no concept of sashimi. She only felt the fresh sweetness of raw meat in her mouth, along with the spicy aroma of spices. Tang Wan picked up another piece and put it into his mouth. Wait until tonight to grill the rest. Fenshin nodded happily. He looked up and saw Hu Che eagerly watching, then smiled teasingly at him. He had his wife feeding him meat herself, but that smelly fox did not. Fenshin thought proudly. Hu Che withdrew his gaze and quickly continued his work. After finishing all the meat, Tang Wan asked Fenshin to find some branches suitable for skewering lamb. She emphasized that they should be branches, afraid he might carry back an entire tree. Then, he would have to carve the branches into skewers, which would take some effort. Actually, you can grill without skewers too. But the essence of lamb skewers is in this skewering. The taste is different between skewered and non-skewered meat. It's almost like a mysterious art. Fenshin nodded repeatedly. He jumped into the air and disappeared with a whoosh. Tang Wan suddenly remembered that the trees in the Dragon Valley are slightly toxic. Fenshin knew this too. So, he probably went to the beast country again. Never mind, she still needed some time to marinate the meat. Is the wife tired? Hu Che finished tidying up the kitchen area and washed his hands. He then brought a stone basin, pressing Tang Ruan's hands into warm water to help her wash. Once her energy increased, she hardly felt tired anymore. Recently, maybe her eggs had grown a little, and she had been busy all day. She was a bit weary. Hu Che used a soft piece of fur to dry her hands carefully. Then I'll carry you back to rest for a while. He said this and lifted her up around the waist. A gentle gasp came from nearby. Tang Wan turned her head to look. The beast men hadn't left yet. One by one, their eyes sparkled with stars, and they looked at the two with a motherly smile. They now looked very sweet together. As they passed by Long Bao, Hu Che paused. Long Bao immediately said, "Brother has returned. I'll go call you." He spoke, then held up, and the white-bearded man smiled happily. 2 bowls of sweet dumplings. Hu Che blinked at him with his left eye. Deal. Tang Ruan, Long Bao, you're really your brother's true sibling. You even thought about the reward. Hu Che carried Tang Ruan back into the cave and placed her on the bed. He lay behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her. He rested his chin on her head and gently nuzzled her. Then he fell silent. Should we just sleep? Master wife, are you thinking of something strange? Hu Che's voice suddenly sounded above her. Tang Ruan, feeling guilty, bowed slightly and pretended to be asleep. Tang Ruan, she definitely isn't, she won't admit it. Hu Che held her lightly, but firmly. His skin was very smooth, soft and white. When close, he could smell a faint floral scent. Tang Wan looked at Hu Che's hand crossing her chest and resting near her face. Long, fair, and strong. The veins on the back of his hand slightly protruded, but weren't too harsh. It made her want to bite him. She just slightly opened her mouth. I'll just hold you and take a nap. Don't overthink. As for the rest, after the egg hatches. He whispered into her ear. Tang Ruan, does he have mind-reading abilities? Hu Che was kicked. Tang Ruan, angry and flustered, said, It's daytime. Don't try to me. He kept saying things that made her think of inappropriate ideas. Hu Che's amber eyes widened and his lips pouted slightly. But he was happy that his wife thought that way. He moved his hand to a safer position on her waist, holding her tighter. Being close to his wife made him feel happy. Half asleep and half awake, Hu Che remembered. About 5 years ago, after a battle with the rebellious tribe members, he lay beside the bodies of his own people, exhausted and fainting. That day, he had a dream. In the dream, he was just like now, holding her tightly in his arms, smelling the fresh scent of her hair. Her body was soft and warm. All his exhaustion, pain, frustration, and despair melted away in her gentle breath. At that moment, he understood. Although he had considered giving up this relationship for the sake of the Red Fox tribe, like his father, and selling himself for a good price. But he knew he could never do that in his life. Since then, he has had the same dream many times each year. Every time he wakes up and looks at the empty space in his arms, he feels an indescribable sadness. Hu Che suddenly opened his eyes. He saw that the person in his arms was still there. He slowly let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, this time, it wasn't a dream. Yanking's orders were delivered by the fastest orc. Within half a day, the maps of a dozen nearby towns had been updated and resubmitted. Yanking's gaze stayed on a newly drawn map for a long time. I'm back. Langley pushed open the door, slightly out of breath, and jumped in. Yanqing immediately noticed something unusual about the map and transformed into a beast form, running back and forth. There really is an extra river there. Langley pointed to a small river connecting 2 lakes on the map. The water in this lake comes from the largest river in the Beast Country, so there's plenty of water. According to the orcs, a new river appeared not long ago. At that time, many orcs heard a loud rumbling, like the sky falling. But because the lake was some distance from the city and outside the Beast Country, few knew about it. The White Deer tribe orcs living nearby are very timid and rarely leave the Beast Country. That's why few orcs know about it. Someone is diverting water, Yanqing said in surprise. Tang Wan had taught the orcs before that they could do this to irrigate farmland. But it's a river, and irrigation doesn't need so much water, Langley added. That's already a real river. Yanqing hadn't seen it himself and didn't know how much water the river carried. But he trusted Langley. Where does the river lead? I've been walking for a long time, but haven't seen the end. Let Wolfmo and the others keep going forward. I'll report back first. It seems to be heading along the coast. The coast. Yanking's mind raced quickly. The orcs once said that the beast god was flying toward the sea. So, after waking up, he went to the beast god mountain again. He waited at the foot of the mountain for a long time. But according to the merfolk who had been bought by Hu Shao, they hadn't seen anyone enter the beast god mountain. Instead, on the day the beast god took Tang Ruan away, I saw a huge beast shape covering the sky, flying over the sea. According to their description, that was the beast god. This means they went somewhere even farther. But no matter how far, Yanqing, who transformed into a beast form, still couldn't see land. Master wife, you like hot springs, Wolf Hunter suddenly said. This brought Yanqing back to her thoughts. On the map left by Hu Che, there was also a hot spring, and he had even marked the temperature with a curve. Is that lake hot? Yanqing asked. But after the water flows into the river, it gradually cools down. Maybe he doesn't know. He didn't think that much, they both said at the same time. According to the orcs, the beast god still cares a lot about his wife. But he is proud, acts roughly, and doesn't understand this world well. Some things that seem obvious might be overlooked by him. Let me in, I want to go in and talk. The Beast King is busy and can't see you. I'll give you a chicken, said the Wolf Hunter. No, absolutely not, Snake Moose said sternly. If you keep making noise, I'll throw you out. You're so big, yet you don't know how to be flexible at all. Suddenly, at the door, there was a female voice arguing with Snake Moo. Wolf Hunter opened the door. He saw a young female black fox standing there. When she saw Wolf Hunter, she instinctively took a step back and moved her two pointed ears on her head. I want to see the Beast King, she said, hands on her hips, chin raised. What's the matter? Wolf Hunter looked displeased. The female black fox nervously swallowed. Someone stole my sheep. That must be a beast person. I didn't say I didn't care. I just need some time. If I leave today, you high-level beast people won't care about the lives of us lower-level beast folk. The female of the Black Fox clan simply crossed her arms and sat on the ground, refusing to leave. Hua Xiao hurriedly smiled at Lang Lai and Shimu, saying, this Black Fox clan member wandered into Red Fox City a few years ago. She was bullied by stray beasts before. I felt sorry for her, so I gave her some animals to raise outside the city. The meat from the city lord's mansion is also supplied by her. Today, she came to deliver meat but suddenly said all her sheep were stolen. And she ended up here. I'm really sorry, Hua Xiao was clearly speaking in her favor. Lang Lai didn't plan to argue either. Just as he was about to close the door, Yanqing suddenly appeared at the entrance. Did you see with your own eyes that your sheep were taken? The young female recognized Yanqing's distinctive green eyes and immediately knelt down. Beast King. I saw it myself. He was so fast, he disappeared in an instant, she exaggeratedly gestured. Black wings, Yanqing asked. The young female was stunned. Yes, 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 dark-colored skin. She thought for a moment. She had always thought it was a big bird, so dark feathers made sense. Now that she thought about it, it could really be a beast person. The Beast Kingdom has been established for many years, and someone dares to steal things. Luckily, the Beast King is here to uphold justice. Yes, yes, yes. Take us there. Immediately, Yanqing quickly stepped out of the room. Between Yanqing and the female of the Black Fox clan, Their exchange made others realize what was going on. Black wings, dark skin. That's the beast god. But although he has the power of the beast god, his behavior is very unruly. Tang Wan likes to eat lamb, so him stealing sheep isn't surprising at all. Yan Qing strode ahead confidently. Lang Lai, of course, was also very fast. The young female was already running but kept falling behind. Both of them looked back at her anxiously. The young female was so scared she almost fainted. The pressure of a high-level beast person was terrifying. Just then, Lang Mo walked in. Lang Mo, carry her on your back. We're going somewhere, Lang Lai said. Wolf Mo looked at the young female behind them. He immediately transformed into a beast form. He signaled for her to come up. The young female looked at the large black wolf in front of her and slowly walked over. Her mother had told her before she died that females should not casually climb onto males' backs unless they are their chosen mates. But the situation was urgent, and the Beast King was personally helping her, so she couldn't fall behind. Moreover, he and she shared the same black beast form, which made her feel very close. The young female climbed onto Wolf Mo's back. Immediately, everyone else also transformed into their beast forms. After a moment, they appeared on the hillside where the young female had lost her sheep. This is the place. He disappeared in a flash, she said. Wolf Hunter looked around carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He ran over and picked up a small black crystal stone about the size of a tooth ball from the ground. Flame Blue, he exclaimed happily, calling out the Beast King's name. In private, they also called each other by their names directly. So Flame Blue didn't think it was inappropriate and immediately moved beside him. A crystal stone. Wolf Hunter handed him the stone. Flame Blue looked at it carefully. It's a rare black crystal stone. I saw it on the mountain of the beast god. Everyone was now convinced. He not only took the sheep but also left behind the exchanged crystal stone. So, was it bought? The young female looked eagerly at the crystal. Wow, such a big piece. She had never seen one that size in her life. Forget about buying her 10 or so sheep. During the chaos in the beast world before, buying a dozen beast men was enough. She wanted it, but dared not ask the Beast King for it. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared in front of her. In the palm was a small pouch made of patterned beast hide. The crystals inside are not as big, but combined, they are more than enough to exchange for that one, Wolf Mo said. The young female looked into his deep, bright eyes like a gemstone. Feeling a bit shy, she took the pouch. Thank you, she lowered her head, her ears slightly red. Just now, her mind was full of sheep, so she didn't notice how handsome this black wolf was. She wondered if he had a mate. The other beast men didn't dare to carry her. Only he dared, which showed he had no one to answer to. The young female took a deep breath, raised her head, and was about to ask Wolf Mo about himself. He quickly moved to stand in front of the grumpy, gray-haired male. Boss, we're moving along the river to look for them. So far, we haven't seen the end of the river. But there's one thing, some newly grown thorn trees have been pulled out by the roots. Thorn trees? Wolf looked curious. Thorn trees are tall plants, about as high as a person, with long, sharp thorns on their trunks. They are very drought-resistant and grow rapidly when watered. They probably only appeared after the river formed. Since these plants have no leaves or fruits, animals don't eat them. Usually, they grow in areas where orcs live, and people often remove them quickly. But after removal, they are just left lying around, or fire-using orcs might burn them. No one really takes them home. Wolf pondered for a moment, then frowned and said, he took them. Who? Wolf Mo just spoke, then understood. We have lamb meat, but we also need skewers. Thinking back to the days when he grilled meat with Tang Ruan, Wolf suddenly smiled. He really missed those times. Her taste hasn't changed at all. He looked at Yan Qing, and both understood each other. They nodded at the same time. As long as they follow this river forward, they will surely find their wife and master. With a few loud crashes, the thorn trees fell from the sky, landing on a large rock. The sharp thorns on the trees broke off and scattered everywhere. Tang Ruan and Hu Che were both startled awake. They rushed outside the cave. They saw a black whirlwind swirling nearby, wrapped around hundreds of red thorns. Hu Che immediately pulled Tang Wan back. But then, the whirlwind disappeared, revealing Bien Tian holding a bunch of red branches behind him. Bien Tian ran over, saw Hu Che holding Tang Ruan's hand, and pushed him aside. How about using this as a skewer? This is thorn tree branches. Tang Ruan recognized them. These branches, used as medicine, can help clear heat and reduce fire. They would be perfect with lamb meat. Bien Tian, you're amazing. Tang Wan wanted to reward him with a kiss. Seeing the sharp thorns in his arms, she tiptoed to touch his head instead. Bien Tian also cooperated, tilting his body so she could pet him. A happy smile appeared on his face. Hu Che angrily crossed his arms and stood to the side.